because before you start claiming supremacists, part of your Lagos was actually signed off by a family member to Lagos. Don't let me, it's a shameful fact of the family, but they signed it over to Lagos colony from a
But one
bank.
thing we are missing, BT, one thing we are missing that we have to salute the people of the Southwest for
exactly, but they want to
maintaining the leadership of Lagos in terms of development for Lagos. The concentration there, you understand, it has been steady, never declined.
You just
adding blocks upon blocks and building it, and everybody
and the president of
and
Nigeria
other people listen, and other people came and joined hands to continue the building.
We pray that Delta also kind of copies what Lagos, right?
Two Nigeria should take his security forces to Delta State.
You can why? See, this is the nature of nations. There is always a give and take.
I want you to grow like Lagos now. I'm encouraging you in Delta to also come together like
the Delta people. They will grow at their own pace. They see, if you want to talk about
at their own pace.
If you want to compare Lagos to if you want to compare Southwest to other parts of the country, remove Lagos, because Lagos is an anomaly. It's a federal capital.
No. We're not comparing Southwest. We're saying, see, Port Harcourt. Wait now. Let me say Port Harcourt, Warri. Those are states that should be at least. I said states, cities that should be 2/3 Lagos or half Lagos. I'm not saying full Lagos because Lagos was the capital, but Port Harcourt should be like 2/3 of what Lagos is. Warri should be like half of what Lagos is.
What happened to what happened to PH though? It was going that direction in the late 80s, 90s now. But what happened to it? It was
the problem with that area is the lack of homogeneity, right? That's why till today, that's why you see all this struggle. Elections are never peaceful. Because that's the main problem of the South. They're too fragmented and there's no dominant player there. So everybody is butting heads. That's why when you see Rivers election.
I'm saying that even in the late 80s, it was a top decision in Nigeria, right? If I'm wrong.
Yeah, that was in the military. 80s, no. So that was all during the military. So at least that.
I think since democracy came on stream, if you look at the trends, it has weakened the other states quite significantly. I'm not sure why that is actually. The River State, Delta, Edo, they've lost that. When I went to Nigeria, if you look at it, Lagos, there was a significant improvement, and maybe Southeast, you see that in the Southeast, I saw more improvement, but in Edo, I didn't see that much improvement. I saw some in the Asaba area. In River State, I expected more, but I didn't see that. So you can see that, especially since 1999 to date, democracy has not helped these regions.
Yeah, but that region has gotten the most money.
It hasn't helped them. That's my point. No matter what you want to say, however it happened, under military, those areas were doing well. Was it not BT or BBT that was saying that in the 90s or so, Port Harcourt was doing very well? I was there. I know.
Warri was doing well too.
Exactly.
Warri was doing very well.
Since democracy, all these areas have suffered a setback.
But why?
Yeah, you can ask politics for you now. Are you not here talking about how Southwest win the election and this one?
Politics but they are making it. The point is they are making it work in Lagos. So I wish I could also copy what they're doing in Lagos in my state. So if it's working in Lagos, why can't you then? And you have more funds like Delta, for instance, or Bayelsa.
I'm telling you, if there is a chance for each state to start controlling their resources, those areas are the ones that will gain the most, because they won't care about national politics anymore. They will just start running their own things. Because if you look at politics, has done them damage. Benin was one of the most thriving societies when the British came. But look at them now.
Well, you can say the same thing for Oyo, ancient Oyo, even my hometown. Forget all that one.
That's the point. Oyo is still thriving. But the other side, they are not.
To Nigeria, what happened is this for Lagos State. There has been political harmony. Whether you like it or not, we all mount it and say godfatherism and things like that. I think with BT about a week ago, we navigated that route, and it was not about Tinubu. It's about political structure in Lagos.
I think Kulata got it right when he said something about homogeneity.
The homogeneity is the main thing, because look at Delta State has always been PDP. River State has always been PDP. But we're not getting similar progression, because there's always, when you have areas where there's small ethnic groups, there's no dominant majority, then you have all these fight. I mean, look at Delta. It's Shekiri fight Ijo, fight Robo, fight this, fight that. Look at Wike now, fighting Ijo, fight. It's just fight all the time, and guns. That's always the problem in that area.
This is why I told you now, democracy wasn't good for those regions. It messed them up badly. And it's something that we have to, or even the Southeast gained more from democracy than those regions. Funny enough, even the regional system we had before didn't favor these people as much than it favored the Southeast. It's funny, whenever you have a kind of democratic system, it doesn't favor these people. Because democracy,
Delta and the River State has disappointed me too much.
No, the major groups use their power against the others in democracy. But when there's a military regime doesn't care about that. So you can see that the other side start thriving when there's a military regime. But when there's democracy, the others start doing worse. They are worse off, because the major groups use tribalism to completely, take advantage of the smaller groups. And in the case of the South and in the South, I think it's to the detriment of the Southeast, actually, because if those areas were working very well together, the wealth that will be in that region will be out of control, really, because they have a good waterway from the South to the River Niger that goes all the way north. They have a lot of oil resources. They have the manpower. They are very educated people in that region too. They were one of the first to encounter the Europeans. So all that. If you look at Akwa Ibom is still very nice today, actually.
Yeah, Akwa Ibom is nice. That's the exception.
Those areas are still nice. It's just River State is just this political dynamics is always ugly. Bayelsa too is always ugly.
Okay. But Bayelsa is a single ethnic group, a single party.
So what's the excuse for that one?
What's the excuse?
I think the terrain, Kulata, basically, is the terrain of Bayelsa. Look, if it costs you 3,000 naira to build a kilometer of road somewhere else, you will need about 9,000 naira to do that same kilometer.
But Baba, do you know? Look at the allocation. 8 local government areas, massive allocation. So even if it's times 3 or times 4, they should be able to build it.
If I can chime real quickly, out of all the things you guys said, if Lagos, belongs to if the British built Lagos or who has claim to Lagos, to me, that's never been the core of the issue. If you ask me, it's about the ability of a people to organize and develop their space that matters. Before the white man came to North America, the Indians were here. I don't think people around the world were scrambling to want to come to North America because of the Indians, because there's literally nothing here, so to speak, right? They had their own little things going on. But when you go to a place and you organize the place, put structure in place and build the place, it's the leadership that matters. So we can use all the excuses in the world why some part of the country is not developed or why Lagos is so developed. No, I like to. At the end of the day, I like to submit to the notion or the postulation that look, is the leadership in Lagos that has made it what it is today up to now. The continuity that it had, the people that were in place and passed down the baton to the next generation. That's what matters. Because there's nothing so unique going on in Lagos. Any other parts in Nigeria can be as good or better than Lagos. Even the inner lands, the interlands of Nigeria. It shows our this excuse about we don't have ports or we don't have this and that. It shows our lack of creativity and imagination. That's what it comes down to. If you give that damn place to a white man, they will build it out overnight.
So are you telling me that if the capital of Nigeria was Port Harcourt now, Lagos will still be where it is?
Why not? I mean,
can you hear me?
You know that.
But since they took it to Abuja, Lagos has even doubled their development since they left.
But hold on, please.
If you know how fast Abuja is developing, you're not going to say that. But that said, Lagos still has a lot of people there. Yeah, go ahead if you want to say something.
Let me say to Prince Daddy, right? You know, this argument, this debate we make about Lagos, it really, really, really cheapens the Yorubas on this platform. You have to. I want you right now to use analytical, explanatory, discerning, evaluative thinking, critical thinking. You see, in a human body, right? Like your own body, Prince, you have a head. Then you have your torso, right? Your external body. Your organs. You only have one head because you're a unit, you're a body. Just like Nigeria is a body. And Lagos was our capital, it's our head. We're not going to have Lagos all over the country, just like every other country. Like here in the United States, we have New York. Until the capital was moved to Washington, D.C., just like our capital was moved to Abuja.
New York was never the capital, it was Philly.
Whatever, right? The same is still the same reason applies.
Sorry, Pansat, carry on, but let me bill out hand over to Tunaja. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
All right, thank you. So
why Nigeria? I don't get. Okay, go ahead.
So when you have a head, it has a different function. Is the head? It's where the brain is. That's if you're alive. It's that your brain is alive. You have your skeletal system. You have your organs and your tissues and your cells, which would be like a dough, obviously. Be like the cells, the smallest component of that body. Why would you come here and you want to claim the head? Even I don't know what part of the state that you claim to be. Maybe it's the tissues or the organs of the body. You are trying to divide us. If we're a unit, we're a body with a head, which we made our capital. You cannot be going to the rest of the states and say, hey, you don't have a Lagos, you don't develop your own area. Why should we? If you develop Lagos with cocoa, for example, if you say, okay, we live in, pay us all the money that we've put in that place. Do you know how much cocoa you have to sell to do that? To return all that money to
but maybe you weren't listening to us earlier. A chunk of Lagos was built with cocoa money.
Well, fine. Some of it was built with Enugu's coal. Some of it was built.
No. They purchased the coal. They didn't use
the granite pyramids. But that's a lazy argument to be making in the 21st century when we should be.
But it's not lazy.
Let me respond quickly to Pansat.
But I have to learn now because I was basically just going through the analogy.
Well,
right?
the anatomy analogy.
I was gonna say the homeostasis.
If you have one head, it doesn't mean that you can develop other parts of the body, like maybe go to the gym, work out, run, eat right. So you're making.
That's what I'm saying. When I land, what I was gonna land with, I could just go to a thread. I thought you guys were talking forever. You like a new voice to come in here, but I'm saying if you are the description, the way you're doing it is a homeostasis, a state of relative constancy of the body's internal environment. But you are, after we built in just because you're claiming it doesn't mean anything because you're just talking nonsense. We built it doesn't mean that you can then claim it. Tunaja has been trying to stare you politely. But what I want to do is to end this forever.
I think you're referring to Babati, not me. I don't think I even made that argument. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, it's still applicable. What I'm saying, let's stop this silly argument that we're making. If we made every state have a capital like Lagos, we're gonna then you may have a
the
point.
Lagos you are talking about is the island alone.
It doesn't matter.
From Bridge Ido to Race Course. That is a capital, not the Lagos as we know it today.
No, listen. The type of capital we have in Lagos is one that even affects the environment. Other states around there. If you go there, they benefit from being close, having proximity, because you have the port, you have all kinds of things. in Lagos, and somebody, I bet it was to Niger that asked you the question, Ole. But why? What is the problem? You have other states in the Yoruba land. How come you don't build your own Lagos that you could claim and say, okay, this is ours? That one there, right there is ours. We built it. It's the capital of Nigeria. Finally, if you go to Abuja now, or when Abuja's political capital was moved from Lagos to Abuja, you don't see those people back in Lagos. They've gone. If you do the same thing with the ports, you do the same thing with everything that's concentrated there, everybody else is going to be gone. And then you're going to be backwards like the rest of the southwestern states.
No, that's wrong.
If you okay, you tell me.
You just said
in United States, you have slaves. You have slave trade in the United States. And then the United States was built on the back of blacks. Okay, hold on, this is a question for Kulata, right? In the United States, the slaves built even the Capitol. They used our people, slaves, to build the United States, rail lines and all kinds of things. Does that then give the blacks United States? Of course not. That's an absurdity. The U.S.
No, that's a different argument.
That's a different argument entirely.
That's a different argument.
Okay,
it is different. You're talking about people that were subject. You're talking about people used as labor, right?
Slave labor.
That's what you talked about.
No, we're talking in the Nigerian context. We're talking about people in their indigenous land.
No, but look, what I'm saying though, if that argument stands alone because it's your indigenous land, you also have a lot of Yoruba. Hold on, you have a lot of Yoruba states that have indigenous Yorubas in their indigenous land. That's not what your argument is, because we have a lot of.
Let me just add one thing. See, you keep saying slave trade that because they sold them from there. The slaves, it was still to the British, isn't it? So all the slaves that come from Nigeria that went to the British, is still the money. Where do you think they put it? They put it down in Lagos. I don't know why you keep saying just because the slaves come from Southwest that's why the Lagos is great. Just admit it.
You don't even understand the argument.
You don't understand the argument.
You don't understand the argument.
Don't blame the man. The esteem thing is what's going on here.
Oh God! You keep shifting the goal. One minute you say slave.
No, you don't understand. It translates that Lagos was and is a thriving trading center until tomorrow.
Same.
And anywhere you have trading center like Timbuktu, like Mali, they become a trading route. Have you read about this? Let me finish. Let me marshal my points. Like the Trans-Sahara trade routes and the gold route and things like that. That's what Lagos has been. But the Lagos as a capital, as we know it then, you understand, was from Kata Bridge, Ido, straight to Obalende racecourse axis. That is the end. I think in size that could be even less than 20 kilometers, square kilometers. Lagos is different now. You get my point. But what I'm saying is that the pace of the development has never faltered.
Yes, because Nigerians are concentrated there. How can that be confusing for you?
No, because it was welcoming. When Nigeria was formatted, 1914, everybody naturally would go to where trade is, where people are making money. Those with spices, those with yam, red oil. Let me. You are just. Don't heckle. You're burden on heckling now. They come to Lagos. They are all welcoming, and nobody is saying go back. But there were people there. Trade has taken root. The port has taken root. Development has taken root. Kata Bridge has been built. A power station has been built. Those are the things that will attract outsiders into that economy.
Yeah, but you are wrong, because Lagos State was created in 1967. Lagos State, right?
From Ogun State.
Ogun State to join the capital.
But just hold on. When Nigeria was restructured, created into 12 states. And Lagos State, that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about Yoruba land. So
it's part of Yoruba land.
You have to just trace it back to that Lagos state. The inhabitants there, the Aworis, the fishing community islands and peninsula over there, right?
I made the argument that you simply can't do that anymore because of I started with the movement of Yoruba people when it comes to slave trade and why all Yorubas have claim to Lagos because of what happened that history. So it's no longer
that's acceptable to me. You're limiting it to Yorubas, right? You cannot live.
No, I'm not limiting it. I'm starting it from the beginning. First of all, why they are lay claim. Next thing, wait now to Nigeria, Farabale. First thing, why they lay claim. Next thing is how the trading started, and then a chunk of the development was by the British, especially concentrated in the island area, and that's what Nigeria as a government inherited. It has nothing to do with what Western region built.
You're going from the middle, right? You're talking the British in the 1850 thereabout.
From 1850 to 1950, essentially 1959.
I know, but you have to go further back to when it was colonized by the Oba of Benin in the 16th century.
Well, I can go further back there. Oba of Benin was given at a post. It wasn't colonized, They had a post. They had a post on Lagos Island.
No. Listen to what I'm saying, because instead of going into all that, if you're gonna go to the history, we're not measuring it by square inch. We're looking at the history of Lagos. If you want to start from the beginning, you go to when it was colonized by Oba.
Lagos. Okay, so what is Lagos? Let's define Lagos. Lagos is not Lagos Island. Lagos is Lagos State.
No, even Kulata. Besides that,
Lagos colony.
Listen,
Lagos colony, not Lagos Island.
Pansa, give me just 30 seconds. If you come to a place, let me use your word. Let me borrow your word, colonized. At least that means you met people there. The Benin came they met people there. Didn't they meet people there?
The aborigines don't count.
Was it a virgin land? Was it a virgin land?
Sorry, I think the Benin people didn't claim to meet people there. From what I gathered, they didn't claim to meet anybody.
No. That's Spain. Go and read any history book. They met people there.
No, my point is that I know when I read it that they are worried people were from that area.
No, hold on.
No.
I was going to bring up. Hold on. When was talking about the colony of Lagos, 1850. If you remember, the British signed a treaty with the Egba people to join that colony, right? 1850. I was going to go into that, but I worry about to get esteem because I don't want to slip into depression. So I don't really want to go that far back. But if we really, so just go study the deals the British made with the Egbas, with the Jebus.
The Egbas would have been not even be part of Nigeria because they were
really long ago. That were there. I don't know why.
Hold on, can we finish? Can we finish? So
they are worried people.
Hold on. You do know that Egbas technically had their own country that we gave up willingly to join the union, right? Egbas we had our own constitution, our own coat of arms. Look it up. So they gave up their land to part of Lagos.
National anthem.
Yeah, we have our.
I don't know what you are
hold on. Hold on.
All this point, we just keep talking about.
Let him finish now.
Let him marshal his point now.
Egbas gave up their land to join the Lagos colony. We had our own. That was, by the way, look it up. The British government recognized it as its own country. You can go online and look at it. They gave up their own sovereignty to willingly join the colony. So for them to have done that, for you not to like, today because it's a Lagos state, how dare they say how can they lay on to it? It's an insult.
Who is saying that Yorubas don't have? This is what frustrates me. Nobody said that. That's a straw man argument. So, the argument I was against was when Kolata is making it look like because it's just Yoruba people, that's why Lagos is so successful. They did it very well. I was like, but that's not the case.
I didn't say that. That's why you don't listen.
That's what you said.
You don't listen to Nigeria.
You did. Maybe you made a mistake. You did say that.
You don't listen. I said the origin. The reason why Yoruba, I started with the building blocks. Then I went to the main people that really started the development, which is the British.
What does Lagos mean?
What does
Lagos mean? That name.
Is that a jam question, Pansat? What do you mean?
It's not, because I have a follow-up.
Lagos State.
What is going on today, Mike? What have I done?
Lakes. It's a Portuguese word for lake.
It's a Portuguese. Okay, Lagos. Okay, the Portuguese Lagos. It's not Lagos.
Lagoon.
Land of lakes.
Let me tell you why I asked the question, right? It means lakes. Now, there were warring Yorubas in that area from the Ogun axis, Ogun River, who they were fighting each other. But it's a lake. Nobody lives in a lake. They're warring. The Portuguese came in there and colonized it, right? So they are worried that we always mention they came from the Isheri along the Ogun River. They're not from Lagos.
Isheri is in Lagos.
Now hold on now. They came from Isheri along the Ogun River.
Are we in the
right? And they're just warring. They're warring.
Can we move on from this topic?
No,
this topic
why?
No, don't move on. Don't move on.
So,
Pansat, where is Isheri? Where is Isheri?
Lagos is Yoruba. What is
hold on now. So since we want to go back, so we can say who owns Iko? Iliko Yi for Moshuabi because they lost the war and they gave him the Abi. If you want to go Abi, who owns it? Was it from Mosu State?
But here's my final comment on this, because obviously we're just doing a mental exercise, right? The point is that if you want Lagos to be Yoruba, you have to pay, right? And you don't have the money.
Sit down, Daddy.
Ghana has a selling cheaper than you ever sold it, and you cannot pay for
it. Is
you cannot refund? You cannot refund Southern people the money.
So what? What does it make you grow taller?
If I was a Yoruba man and I want to show that we built Lagos, right? I'll go build another one. Maybe about then I'll build another.
They don't have another one. They don't have
show you that I can do it.
Have you been to Ibadan? Have you been to Ibadan before?
Look, with my Google map, I've been everywhere. All you have to do is put any Ibadan, whatever you want, put on. I could zoom down.
Take your Zolock.
Do we have space for you?
It's not even.
Take your Zolock and go to bed, Daddy.
Or maybe even not as good as Onitsha. I don't know why you're going on about Ibadan.
Do we have space for new voices?
So stop pretending.
Yeah. Let new voices say. But what I'm saying, to me, if Yorubas keeps talking about this nonsense, we're supposed to come out there and take them, conquer them, because that's you owe us a lot of money for what we put in that Lagos.
Like Fulanis in Nigeria.
For you to come online every day.
Okay, let Paddy speak. Let Paddy speak.
Something that doesn't belong to you. It belongs to
let Paddy speak. It's new. Let him speak.
All this tribalism is just getting me.
It's not tribalism. You're just a minority. It's bloody one.
Kolata is scared. Kolata is scared because I want to go into a topic that I will beat him and beat him. He's going to beg.
No, we're talking history, not tribalism. That is cheating on the topic. You don't cheat on the topic.
Go ahead. Hold on. Let me commend the forefathers. So far, I've been pleased. For the past hour, he hasn't discussed any bomb, no nuclear weapon for the past hour.
The night is still young. The night is still young. We are going to be heading there very soon. But it's about this refinery. You know, the NNPC has divorced Dangote now. I wanted to ask Kolata this question, though.
No, let Patty speak first. No. Let Patty speak, I beg.
Are you the moderator?
Why did you
saw you? What I'm saying. Not even that. I'm trying to ask a question.
Let the man speak now. What kind of mod is this now?
Stop. Let me moderate, Jare. Okay, let me ask Paddy. Let me ask you, Paddy.
No, the reason I came up was for the Lagos conversation.
Oh my God!
That's why.
What you want to say now? You want to say that anybody's arguing that the Yorubas don't own Lagos? What do you want us to do? Frustrate and beg you to forgive us for ever suggesting that the Yorubas don't own Lagos?
No, okay, what do you want us to do? So here's this, right? Before I even go to my point, it's like as someone saying to you that you're not the son of your father, and even though you might want to ignore it, over time it begins to irk. So it's very natural that people, especially when people start to downplay the efforts and stories and generation and and the history that people have kept into that land specifically to make it what it is today. All right. So before I go ahead, I want to quickly also mention that the Lagos that we all speak about, there was a Lagos colony, right? And Lagos colony, of course, is a very popular one that we all talk about. The Ebutemeta Lagos Island base was the first part of the colony that the British are taking for the coin. So it was said this colony belongs to the Queen of England. Now, in that same Lagos colony, they took another place again and also named it Lagos colony. That include Badagry, right? Then they so Lagos colony, Lagos Island, Lagos colony, another Lagos colony, Badagry. Then they took another Lagos colony again. I can't remember where that one is. Then there was not Lagos Protectorate. The entirety of the Yoruba land, all the way to Oyo, were all called Lagos Protectorate. So so what the British referred to every southwestern place was Lagos. At some point in our history, all referred to as Lagos Protectorate, even up to Kirijiwo. It was, as far as the British was concerned, it was called Lagos Protectorate. So the name Lagos itself, even though as it was called, of course, it was given by the Portuguese, but the British used it to call, as far as they're concerned, the entirety of that protectorate up until they bought the rights from the Royal Niger Congo. That's the Goldie piece. Because before the Niger Delta joined us. And they said, but even though Yorubas knew that they had individual tribes amongst them. However, the Egbas were the first, I think BT said it, but they got their independence from that Lagos Protectorate and became their own nation, Egba Nation. Now, one of the things that I love about the British is that whilst they were transacting with inside of that Lagos that dialogue we are calling, they had documentation of every tribe and family that they traded with to the letter. Tribes, and you hear the Egbas, the Sabes, even some Hausas that they were trading with, to their family names, and the notion that about Benin came to colonize Lagos. No, it was the Obaship that Lagos adopted, right? And Passad was onto something. I hope maybe you got some ChatGPT. It was indeed right that yes, the Sherries were one of the first people who were coming from the River Ogun, who traded in Lagos, also before the Aworis. But the Obaship itself, that Obaship, there was also an Ashikba, which came from the Sherry, who were probably one of the very first foundational people to take monarchical roles. They claim that an Oba, the first Oba of Lagos, is an Oba from Benin. No, it is his father is an Isheri person. His mother is from Benin. And then he grew up in Benin, but came back to Lagos, Eko, to now become an Oba. But before he became an Oba, there was already an Eleko. So there was an Eleko before we now had a more structured Obaship. And it was that Obaship that the British were dealing with. In fact, just so that you guys even know, even the marina, this marina, Broad Street Marina that we all talk about, that was part of the Lagos colony, was first owned by an Egba woman that we all popularly know, Madame Tinubu. She owned that farmland up to way to Igbobi, which was probably called Igbo Obi. That's the farm of kola nuts. So that even that land itself is an Egba land.
So
there's also the Ijebu. Hold on. So there's the Egba ownership.
Let the man finish now. He's cooking. Let him finish
now.
now.
Class?
Just listen.
Let him finish now.
So you get to where I'm going. So there's the Egba land owned by Abeokutas. There's the Ijebu land, which are all those islands, all those Lekki, all the way to Apapa, all the way to Ekpe, all the way to Korodu, owned by Ijebus. There's Badagry, owned by the Sabes. All are different Yoruba ethnic groups or nations or whatever it is. But the British took it and made it into a colony, made it into a protectorate, and now Nigeria took it and made it into a state. So to now claim and say this state does not belong to certain people, it is faulty. Now, hold on. Before you start thinking, oh yes. Now, the British themselves were the ones that made that modern feel. Hold on. Listen. The British themselves made the modern feel.
That point.
Just hold on. I mean, you're the anchor now. The British themselves
saying that it's not Yoruba.
Let the man finish talking at this now. What is all this? What host is this now?
Stop it. We can't be wasting our time talking about repeat.
No, we're enjoying what he's saying.
We're not talking about the same thing over and over.
We're learning. We're learning.
Give him 1 minute to wrap up. Let him take 1 minute to finish.
Yeah.
He can't go on forever. Let him take 1 minute to wrap up. 1 minute.
So the British themselves made this modern view. However, before this modern view of Lagos that we had Ibadan, we had Abeokuta, we had Ebute-Metta, we had even had Oyo that had the fantastic new Portuguese architecture. So what Lagos is today to the Yorubas, Ibadan was once. Before Ibadan, Abeokuta was once, Ibadan was once, Oyo was once, Ife was once. And all generations, those places were the metropolis standard of that era. And in the next maybe 100 years again, it might just be Ekiti. So when now you say
how your culture spread, you guys just like talking about it so much.
Tonight we have culture and we're sharing it. Come on, let's.
This is propaganda.
Why is it triggering you? Why are some people's story bothering you so much that you don't want to hear it?
It's low self-esteem now. It's low self-esteem.
I came here because it's a kind of Yoruba supremacist way of thinking. You are so ethnocentric.
We have a culture. We're sharing our culture.
If I come here and start telling you about Igbo man, should come and start telling you about Igbo man, would you be okay with that?
Thomas, can you take over, Thomas?
Are you Igbo? Tonight, are you Igbo?
You know, I'm Igbo. Well, I choose to be Igbo.
Thomas, can you take over from this guy?
Somebody speak the truth there, Igbo. Even if they're Yoruba, Igbo, all of a sudden.
We should move on to something else. This is not
No, we're enjoying this one.
Go and get the money to buy it.
They just like to make themselves feel good.
All right, guys, no man's land.
To Nigeria. Okay, so just give me 2 minutes. Just give me 2 minutes. Let me wrap up. Okay. Before the advent of Lagos was just like that marketplace, right? And that marketplace, before we had it, we had also had Ibadan as that marketplace. In fact, there were vast more cultural people living in Ibadan. Ibadan was even so much of a melting point that we had even people as far as Baribas, as people as far as Nupe, even fighting on behalf of Ibadan. We even had some Ilorin people fighting alongside Ibadan against their own people. So what Lagos is to that melting point, Yorubas have always had that central city. At some point, it was Oyo Ile, the old Oyo, where we were dealing with the Malians, where we were dealing with people from Senegambia. So Yorubas have always created that central civilization. And due to war, we will lose that one. So we lost Oyo Ile. We all came to, we came to Oyoro. We lost Oyoro. We came to Ibadan. We lost Ibadan. Ibadan broke up. Then we started having Eko. We started having Abeokuta. We started having Ekiti. And all those places were fantastic cities. So when people laugh at Ibadan and say Ibadan has brown roofs, those brown roofs are rustic roofs that are backed by Nigerian law that you cannot break them. You must leave those architectures until they demolish. And that's something that many people don't even pay attention to.
Let me ask you a question. Would you agree? Would you accept the fact that the Lagos that all of us have in our head, right, when we're talking about Lagos here, is the one of after 1970, the rapid urbanization that happened after 1970, after the war ended between Nigeria and Biafra? Then there was a rapid urbanization in Lagos. That's what we mean when we talk about Lagos.
Yes,
it's not Lagos, right? Is that right?
Yes, you're right, and I agree with you.
No, that's not correct.
No,
that's not correct.
You know what I said
before the Civil War. Before the Civil War,
Baba, please,
let him land.
You know what I said so. I'm what he said is, do I agree that when they say Lagos, not us? When they say Lagos, they mean like the new, the modern Lagos. But here's what they all miss. They always assume that Lagos that they're all referring to was now in some shape or form built by the federal government. And that's what I was going to say, that is now a no. The Lagos the federal government inherited had already been developed by the British. Then they expanded.
Lagos Island is what you're talking about.
That Lagos Island.
Hold on. No, Paddy, you have been talking quite a long time now. Hold on. Yeah. So you see the contradiction now. You don't want to give the Nigerian state. You see, what I find here is that there is an element of denial that the fact that Lagos is part of Nigeria is the reason why it never.
Because you didn't allow me finish. No, because if I just allowed me just 2 more seconds.
Let me tell you what
I just allowed 2 more seconds.
There's another aspect of
you are misrepresenting everyone. Yeah, you are misrepresenting us.
But he just said it again that the Nigerian government was the one that built Lagos.
No. Nobody says that. Calm down.
Just hold on. Let's chill. We are all gentlemen now. I mean, we are in our houses.
Oh God! I really wish the topic is over. I don't know what the point is.
You are in your You are in your house or you are in your workplace. You are not. Don't be in a hurry. You stay here till 3-4 a.m. So just chill. There's time for all of us. I'll soon log off. The Lagos that we are all proud of today, that we talk about, does not only include the island. It also includes the mainland. Now, that mainland that's part of the new life of Lagos was part of Western region. Oba Akran, Mobolade Bakanthony, those places were literally Yoruba wealthy people that used their cocoa money to develop those areas on purpose, including the airports. Now hold on. Here's the thing. I'm not even kidding. There was a Western region.
Making the same point again. Now you pretend as if that's not what you're doing.
Just hold on now. Just please hold on. Imagine Akintola Awolowo building a modern part of Western region. Ikeja, Oba Akran, Yaba, Lupeju, they develop those places, and then Nigeria now takes everything, and then you say, "Oh, federal government built all this." Remember,
even British embassy in the UK.
Embassy, yes, yeah, even NTA, even as at that time, right? Federal government was already building Abuja, so they were not even doing so much. In fact, remember the story of
No, let me correct that British embassy one. Do you know even that was Western Region Consulate in Great Britain?
Yes. God bless you, Baba. I was not mentioning that.
So what is the point? Let's summarize. What is the point?
So the point I'm making here is this, right? When you guys say federal government built that Lagos, it is not accurate. Federal government inherited that developed part of Lagos and merged it with what the British have done, and alongside their own little expansions here and there. So it's like a trifecta of development: federal government, the Western region, and the British. So that trifecta is the modern.
No, make it smooth, and the rest of Nigeria.
Okay, that's so to summarize, Paddy, to summarize what you're saying, what you have already stipulated to, right?
Yes,
you do understand, you do agree when it comes to the beginning of Lagos.
Panza, you just extend this conversation on. You keep asking all this. You like this type of conversations a lot.
Okay, no problem.
You just extend it. They're just going to keep saying the same thing. Oh, the other Nigerians didn't do anything. It's only
okay, let's shoot.
Let's move on. Who muted me now? Who just muted my mic? Was that you too, Niger?
Yeah, it was me.
Okay, don't do that again. We're both sitting here. Okay, let's
go
ahead and change the subject.
Nuclear weapon. Let's
go. AK-47.
Don't worry, we're not going to AK-47. I just want to go back to this Dangote business that is going on, and which could be the saving grace of your favorite candidate. Because they said they have severed the ties between them and NNPC now. So the question I wanted to ask you: what if NNPC decide that, you know what, we're going to sell Dangote crude oil at half the price, and then Dangote processes it and charges us equivalent of half the price that we charge him, and give us the petrol at a cheaper rate? Who loses any money from that? I just want to know. Does any party lose money?
Okay.
And Nigeria loses money.
What I want to understand is, let him explain, please. Who loses money? Because I really want to know.
Hold on. So you must put some figures to what you're saying. So you must first tell us what will be the cost of production if they do that. So let's put some numbers so we can actually.
Let's say the cost of production now, because instead of 0.46 or 3 that we were talking about, is now 0.2, because the petrol okay,
on the average, it costs $40 per barrel. To lift it out of the ground.
Let's say. Okay, let's say we give him the cost price of lifting it up, so because that belongs to the IOCs, isn't it? So we give him the cost price. Then when he gives us the crude oil back with all that discount on top of it, does Nigeria lose anything?
Yes, the money we could have made if we had sold it at the Platts price.
But we are not making the money because we're not selling it overseas. We are still using it for Nigerians.
Yeah, so but we could have still made money now. NNPC is an ongoing operation. It's not a charity.
How could we have made money? Tell me.
Because crude oil is an internationally traded commodity that is traded at a specific price as a benchmark price.
It to Dangote. So since you are selling to Dangote, no, so sorry, just hear me out here. Since you are selling to Dangote and it's coming back to us, then why sell him at international price?
Well, I've thought about that too, but for a commodity that is traded based on the benchmark price, if government is going to be doing that, it's some sort of backwards kind of subsidy. Because look, whatever crude the government makes, when you think production sharing and all whatnot, you need to sell it at a price that will make an NPC profit. Right?
No, but it doesn't have to make it. See, the point is that let's say even what you are saying, you can even increase it a little bit so NNPC has 5-10% profit.
Is it possible? Yes. Is this something I've been thinking about too, Nigeria? Yes, I've been thinking about that a lot. That why should we follow Platt's template for crude that we're going to supply locally?
I find that weird. Why are we selling to him at international price, even if it's in naira? Why are we putting it at a high rate so that when he gives it back to us, it will be more expensive at the pumps?
Well, that's the way it's traded. Can we make exemptions? I can investigate it because it's something I've been thinking about. Because if we just do something slightly more than the cost price to us, let's just say, because our crude is expensive to get out of the ground, let's just say we sell it to equivalent of $50 rather than the 70 something dollars that is sold. So that's a $20 discount that we'll be getting to Dangote. But we also need to make sure we have a mechanism of making sure Dangote supplies it to Nigeria and it doesn't go and export it.
So how much will you? Okay, so hold on now. So if that is done, how much will it come out at the pump for Nigerians?
It's not a straightforward calculation, but it must be a lot cheaper.
Now, if you want us to,
okay, let me start plugging it. I think I ran into some rough formula somewhere. I don't know if it's ChatGPT, but let's not look. I've had a rough day today at work. Let's not put my head into that.
But okay.
I think it could come out low as it could come out. It could come as low as half
because it is also volume based, right? A volume based, but it will have a lot of savings. A lot. And
one other area it will start saving again is that because now that we are not demanding dollars again, the naira will start appreciating because the
naira will strengthen because we're now demanding more naira.
Mm-hmm. Because it's appreciating against the dollar, that too also help drive this cost down, at least for Dangote anyway.
Yeah, personally, I actually said I think the only other part that I'm a bit conflicted about is although we are all selling to Dangote in naira, I still sense that Dangote's demand for dollar will also increase because he will need to convert that naira to dollar so he can pay back his investment. Because the investment he got, he didn't get a naira investment all the way. He got about dollar investment, so he will still need to demand dollar from the CBN.
He has to pay his loans, but he's also exporting. He's also exporting, though.
But so is he exporting from the 400,000 that we're giving him?
No,
importing and exporting on his own side.
He's importing oil because I don't think we can meet his daily demand. So Nigeria will give him some amount, then he will import more. So whatever, I don't know how they divide it or calculate it, but whatever excess that Nigeria is not supplying, he's going to sell that abroad.
Sorry,
so he'll be making dollars.
I have a question. Is it important to sell? Like, is he open to people coming to refine in his own area, or is he buying and selling to them?
I think he did something like that for Mali or so.
Because I'm like, what is he buying to sell, or is he just refining for people, or which one is it?
He's refining. He's also trading. He does both.
Yeah,
he does spot trading.
Nigeria could become a very.
Good evening, everyone. Quick question. So, how do we differentiate the one NNPC sold to him to give us a relief on that, and the one he bought from overseas? You understand what I mean?
It's just a swap. You see, when you give him the crude oil, you have an expectation of a certain amount of products from him. So
how do you enforce it?
Get your products from him, and at the given price. That's all. You don't care about what else he does.
There's a rough conversion rate that I ran into, Thomas, but is there a way to kind of like physically know? I don't work in the refinery business, but I know NNPC is trying to staff some people that are going to permanently be reporting in that refinery. Maybe that's their job.
Yeah, you know,
but it doesn't matter if you know the amount of crude oil you give him, and you've already agreed the price, and he's already giving you the cost for per liter. Then you know what to expect from him. You say, okay,
yeah, but the amount of petrol that you can get from different grades of crude oil differs, and the man's refinery can handle different kind of crude. So Nigerian crude, you will be able to have like an estimate that it's this amount of PMS, this amount of diesel you can get from it. If it's mixed up with some crude coming from Brazil or from Russia or whatever, then you need to be able to know that, okay, oh, if I supply you this based on this rough calculation, this is what I'm expecting. So as long as it delivers that volume, we're good.
That's
okay, but let me say
I'm sorry, please let me ask this: Are we not going to be losing? Is this guy not will be playing smart on Nigeria, NNPC, and Nigerian as a whole? Because he can do his brother.
They can do is Nigeria. They can do corruption. You're right. It's possible.
They actually can.
But the reason why I think this formula might be
listen to this. Let me post on the private section right here, okay? In Abia State, for example, it's just one state. They're building their own refinery. It's coming online. It's going to produce everything, right? We don't need Dangote. You guys, you keep.
What's the capacity?
It doesn't matter. It's going to give us all we need. And
what is the capacity, sir?
What I'm saying, it doesn't matter. We don't need to be the biggest.
Yeah, but it's giving numbers.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Is that Abia refinery? I bet you is gonna. I don't even think Dangote has a refinery, to be honest with you. But we're gonna see. These people are building their own, and here's what's gonna happen. We don't plan on staying on fossil fuel forever, right? We plan on going with other stuff, wind, solar, all kinds of stuff. We're gonna be leapfrogging. We want to be like the Europeans. We're not gonna be catering to Dangote. He shouldn't have invested that kind of money in petroleum, because very soon people are going to be using electric vehicles. So going and building the biggest refinery in the world doesn't mean anything. Let me just tell you, here in California, who's talking now? I'm making a key point. I'm making a key point.
Yeah, I'm asking you, how do you get to get wind? Just add that to your submission.
Yeah, but look, we could go to that Sahara Desert and get it. Right? We could go anywhere to go get it. we are Africans. All the artificial geographical divisions we have is neither here or there. But the key point I'm making is that you don't have to have the largest refinery. What we need is what the market requires. We don't want to be boasting and say
that's true. As long as you can supply,
you can supply your people. There should be modular refineries. The ones we have now should be fixed. The 4 or 5 that we have in states that should be fixed. I don't know what you're fixated with Dangote about. He's not. Here's what my challenge. I say, bring people to that refinery. Let them go through the process, right? Because we have 20% of that refinery. We paid billions of dollars for that refinery, so he cannot be opaque. It has to be transparent.
Well, press people have gone there now. It's not.
No. He has a lot of people coming in, a lot of elite. Right, cabal, a consortium, people that we don't trust. That he Bloomberg exactly. You could take him to dinner and say, "Hey, we're making him over there." But look, it's our refinery, 20%, right?
No, it's not even
there. Let's see.
7.5
right now. He's
7.5, not 20.
He claims to supply 17%.
When was the last time you saw the national refinery? They took you inside NNPC refineries. When was the last time you saw Dangote's one? You are complaining. When was the last time you went to you saw inside the national?
See, this is the 7th time that they're going to delay the launch of Port Harcourt refinery. It's coming on stream in this month. What about
Dangote? Right?
7th time.
In the last 9 months, he's supposed to be.
Pansat, why do you have bad bills for Dangote? Honestly speaking, I don't get it.
I don't have bad belly for Dangote. What I know is that historically, his grandfather, they have it in cahoots with Nigerian government, right? And he's been creating monopoly after monopoly, including cement. But it's not letting us, we cannot develop. We have to go at his pace. Do you follow what I'm saying? So I'm against monopoly, basically. It's not Dangote. He's a mild-mannered guy. He speaks in a mild-mannered way. So him personally, no. I should be saying Dangote Group and not Dangote just like that. The Dangote Group is not good for us. We need to fix our refineries. We need competition. Here in California, we have over 60 refineries, bigger than what he has. In Texas, they have in Texas, they have over 48.
Okay, what about Edo State has 2 modular refineries? Edo State alone. Imo State is building 1. You just said your state is building 1.
There's one coming up in
There's one coming up in Akwa Ibom by Bibwa, which is 250,000.
Yeah.
That's
Babati's person. I don't know if he's still building it. Baba Jebu's son was supposed to build a big one. I don't know if he still wants to build it.
I know, but you know what the difference is though with all those people you talk. None of them is saying, "Give me the entire crude Nigeria produces." Right? He's saying to Nigeria, "Don't even sell your crude in advance. I want the entire crude to go to me." Do you understand what I'm saying? He's also the one who's saying he wanted NNPC to buy from him, even though he comes and is lying through his teeth, like NNPC is insisting.
Can we leave
no,
that?
hold on now.
No, Fansa, come on, stop going on about the Dangote. Like, why? It's almost as if you're jealous. Come on, leave it.
How am I jealous? I don't know anything.
It's like, see, Dangote right now may be the biggest linchpin Nigeria has got. If the Middle East is on fire,
that's nonsense.
Hold on, let me hear me out. If the Middle East is on fire, where do you think they're going to be running to? Dangote is one of the few refineries, and Nigeria is an oil producer too. They're going to be running here, and crude oil price is already going up because of all the tensions around the world.
Okay, hold on.
Imagine if we didn't have refinery now.
Could you hold on? Because you could be doing that's for boys.
Come on, man.
That nonsense.
One of the few guys that has done something.
Could
very,
you hold on?
He's
in order. He's in order.
Oh God, why did they yank him now? So the point.
Can you add
no, I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
Can you remove him too, please? Father, can you remove him?
You? Should I remove you?
They should remove you.
Are you voting to be taken out?
One man, can you remove him? Can you remove him too, please?
Look, to Nigeria, if I may come in at this point, this Dangote refinery is good news, is bad news. Bad news, no, it all depends. We are going to make this man within a space of 4 or 5 years the richest man in the world. Because let's take, for instance, we give him 1 million barrel cargo. Quite all right. From 1 million, I can't, my head is not on the arithmetic now. We only get for PMS. That's all I hear. But one of the fastest products that comes out of the refinery first is the AGO. That's the diesel. So who owns the diesel? Nigeria. PMS is almost the last product that comes out of it.
Oh no! If you give him, Nigeria will own it.
Yeah, we would every
but nobody's telling us that. There is going to be Jet A1, that is jet fuel.
Yeah,
there's going to be kerosene. There's going to be propylene. From that, our 1 million crude of barrel, we give him alone.
Baba, yes. There was a communique from Kayamo today that Nigeria will also be buying the jet fuel, from Dangote. So almost like including diesel as well. So I'm guessing every new kerosene. So Dangote would be selling every of those refined products, even
actually.
Where does aviation fuel coming?
Well, that's a cost of operation. Incidentally, it is also coinciding at a point when Dangote refinery is coming on board, and Jet A1 is to be produced. They're about to start producing Jet A1 for our local industry. Guess what? The airline operators of Nigeria recently, with my blessing, they just met. And let me give you this expo. I'm sure maybe they have done to Nigerians. They have made a clear decision. All of them, they will no longer buy imported fuel. Yes, to also support the local industry, Dangote refinery. It's a decision by the airline operators of Nigeria, with my push and my blessing, that they should only buy from Dangote refinery the jet.
That's a monopoly right there.
I don't care. See, you see, Kiamu, this guy seems to be the only guy in this government that sounds like he prefers locally manufactured stuff. He's the only one that has that voice. Like in terms of this in the airlines, and now with Dangote again, you don't see Nigerian officials talking the way he talks. Why is that the case? It's really strange. But that said, I think the argument: why do you have a problem with monopoly? Personally, you need monopolies like in for energy.
No, but you heard what he said. He's directing everybody to go and buy from one source.
You see, when the other refineries come
But
on stream,
Kulata, the beauty of that actually is that they will be buying in Naira. But the foreign aircraft that will be coming, because most of them will come to buy cheap Jet A1. It is an attraction, actually. It happened in
It's good for our Naira. It will strengthen the Naira.
Yeah,
because there's more demand for Naira.
Yeah. So that is the beauty of it. But at the moment we are saying they will only be doing the trucking of the Jet A1 fuel to the airport, because the pipeline from Atlas Cove to the Lagos airport damaged long time ago. So we have to build back the infrastructure to match with Dangote refinery, and to even get the oil, PMS, AGU, whatever from that refinery cheaper. They can haulage it down to Atlas Cove. From Atlas Cove, they can run a pipe to Apapa Bat 12 or so, where we have train facility that runs from that Bat 12 to the north. So if we still have those infrastructure...
Baba, good morning. Sorry for cutting you off. We cannot run pipe in Nigeria as it is today. All those pipes, let me tell you,
Simba, something is wrong with your audio. You need to check it out.
Okay, while at it, let me just continue my point.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
It's shaky.
Okay, go ahead. Let's see.
It's choppy. It's just check.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that all those pipes that will run into our NNPC depots all over the country, the one in Ore, the one in Benin, the one in Ilorin, all those ones. Let me tell you, the reason why they abandoned all those things is that in collaboration with NNPC officials, there are people, by the time they are pumping, they have these people that they will inform, and they have where they have already actually what they call they vandalize all these things that they have their own pipe already
OPC
attached.
was in charge of that contract now. You forgot
they cannot do. Let me tell you, even OPC, even the civil defense and all those things. Let me tell you, Nigeria is just a bundle of corruption. The guys, the OPC guys, the civil defense guys, initially when they started, they were doing well, but after they discover that they can make money from it, they become part of the collaborators. That is why they just reverted to using all these tankers. Yes, trucks. So we should not even be thinking of saying we want to run those. We cannot manage it. We cannot police it. It's just going to be another wastage.
Yeah, I think the Nigerian government have not proven to be able to run anything. I think the thing I like about private institutions is that they have what they call it incentive to make sure the business runs. So, but governments, they don't necessarily have that incentive because they will leave office anyway. So they can just...
If you ask Dangote himself, he will not even agree to that kind of plan.
You see, so
the other thing, when Passat was talking, he was talking that why should they build such a gigantic structure? They are moving to very soon. We are talking about up till now, people are still using coal. Even China, they are still using coal. In the next 50, 100 years, we are going to be using fossil fuel. So it's not people that are doing it. Are they mad? They are not futuristic. But we just like to anytime we want to talk, and that's one of the problems we have in Nigeria. This same Pansa that was talking about Dangote, lambasting Dangote today, a few months ago when the government was having problem with him, It was lambasting government that they were sabotaging Dangote. And that's how we talk. We just flip mouth everybody. That's the problem with Nigeria. Whenever it suits us, we just say whatever you want to say. Why should we be against Dangote?
For me, right now, there are very few heroes you can count in Nigeria. Personally, I consider Dangote one of the few. Because for one man to do something that the state hasn't done, and to bring such, like we're talking about almost 30% of our foreign exchange, for one man to do that is crazy. Quite an accomplishment. You have to respect that. And so personally, I believe that if this government is looking to do this, they can create billionaires in almost every industry. I think they call it in South Korea, I think they call it the Chabao system or something like that, where they
yeah.
They sponsor families and they let them become massive. They build large institutions. That's what you need in Nigeria, because if you have people like that, they will employ a lot of people. They will do a lot of exports. They will market Nigeria all over the world. This is how capitalist systems work.
Nigeria, why are the private sector not actually investing in gas sectors in Nigeria? Why are they not? Apart from this LNG that we have, why are other people? Because gas is actually the main thing now. Even Saudi Arabia, that is the largest exporter of oil, they've discovered over almost 300 billion cubic liters of gas, and they were developing it rapidly. In fact, very soon Saudi Arabia will take over from Qatar in the export of gas.
The reason why is because the Nigerian space is very, very volatile. And if you look at it, can you imagine if somebody started building a refinery or some gas stuff just before this government came into office, the chaos they would have experienced in the last 1.5 years? That's what scares businesses, because you don't want to put your money down and you find out that, oh my God, billions of dollars or millions of dollars is just wasted. So it's a lot of money. So all that stuff, personally, I would prefer to keep the economy stable, keep interest rates low, then whatever else you pay around that is cheaper than making it volatile. And that's what this government did. They made everything volatile. That's the problem. And this is why you don't see people coming.
The interest rate that you are talking about, is because if you know economics, you will not be blaming government for increasing the interest rate, because is one of the measures that you can take when you have inflation. So
no,
you cannot.
They went and floated the currency. They full well that Dangote refinery is around the corner, and they know well that they removed the fuel subsidy. They shouldn't have floated it, because that's one triggered even a bigger inflation rate. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I mean, we have inflation, and you have to increase interest rates. It happened recently in America. When there was inflation, you have to increase interest rate. You need to mop out the money. So I'm wondering why your stance is around why you have grasp with the increase in interest rates.
No, I'm not going after interest rate. The reason why they are doing the interest rate, because they created the problem in the first place by floating the currency and destabilizing the economy. Because if you float a currency like that, what do you think is going to happen? Now, all the businesses cannot predict what's happening. The currency is going up and down. That at the moment, it will be cheaper. It will be cheaper to defend the currency.
You have been saying this thing. Only God knows.
For how long?
Almost more than 1 year now.
You want me to show you somebody that is agreeing with me? People,
no. Just wait.
He's not agree with my position.
Forget Babajide. Who is Babajide?
No,
that guy
used
that
to support you guys before. Now he used to support you before.
The issue with, let me tell you, most of us, we talk online. We don't even have the information. Do you know the rot that they met? Do you think that if they don't take those steps, they might not manage it well, but if they don't take those steps, those two key major steps that they took, you think that Nigeria will still be existing as a country today?
Yes, it will still be existing, because I know where all the money went. It will be. They removed
which
subsidy.
Money?
Let me tell
which
you.
Money?
Let me give you the numbers. If you want to hear the numbers.
Let me tell you what the floating of Naira subsidy. Do you think we have the financial wherewithal to continue the way we are running it?
Buhari? Paddy, understand this. That is cheaper than destabilizing the entire economy. Nigeria has lost a lot. The Nigerian
GDP to be loaning. If I hear you right, to Nigeria, so it's cheaper for us to be loaning 1.5 billion every month to defend the Naira alone.
What do you think Nigeria has lost in the last 2 years? Do you know how much? Do you know how much they borrowed to just defend the currency that they floated? Do you know? You see, that's the thing. We don't check.
How are they defending? How are they defending a floated currency?
If they didn't defend it, the currency would have floated even up beyond where it is right now. It would have gone. It would have been worse. They had to defend. They borrowed money from IMF and all their friends.
How much did they borrow?
No,
Billions.
No, they're not.
No. You have to don't just talk.
Those are
How
two
much?
different.
Even if you look at Nigeria, sorry, if you look at Nigeria, even Ghana there, Ghana as small as Ghana is, hold IMF more money than Nigeria was. If you are talking about $1.5 billion every month, do you think Nigeria will can sustain the economy by borrowing $1.5 billion every month?
Let me show you where one of that damage it is, so you can see the numbers.
We don't have there can be damages, but you can also estimate. You can estimate the benefit that will have gotten.
I'm trying to give you the numbers. When they removed subsidy, they had money in their pocket, didn't they? But because they floated the currency,
which money? The way you look at that subsidy, you said no.
Let me finish the point. If you let me finish, you're going to understand what I'm saying. When you
go ahead.
Now you have space for the money that you used to spend for for the subsidy. You don't have to spend it anymore. Then what they did was they went and floated the currency. You remember when they removed the subsidy, the petrol price, they were not supposed to be paying any subsidy at all. Was around 600 naira because the currency was stronger. But when they floated the currency, then the currency shot up to 1,500 naira. Guess what? Now they have to pay the subsidy through the back door through NNPC. That's why NNPC, just a day before Dangote said that they were going to start producing petrol for Nigeria, they came out and said they were owing 6.8 billion dollars. That is where the money went. You see what that money they used to defend the naira, that's where it went. But look at the other consequences: inflation, job losses, businesses lose money.
No,
that's why I tell you
that's not accurate. We've had the inflation before these policies. We've been having inflation since Buhari era.
No, this one, I think it went up. It wasn't up to 30%.
Even the credit crash that Emefiele did also dampened monetary inflation, bringing us as high as we, to the 30s that we were, and they had to mop that fund, right? That's on one ground. As regards even borrowing money to defend the naira, the government did not say they were going to take out subsidy through and through. They said we will take out subsidy, but if there needs to, we will intervene. So there are interventions, and those interventions are being carried out by NNPC, and that's it. So it's not like it's hidden. But of course, propaganda made it sound like it was hidden. So the government was making interventions on behalf of the country for fuel. However, they did not do the same thing so much.
The reason for that intervention. Remember, they already removed the subsidy
because there was no other option for us. We can't keep.
No, there was an option because Dangote Refinery was Dangote Refinery was coming on stream.
Yes.
The money that they said hold on. The money they said they didn't have to defend the dollar. They just removed the subsidies. Now they have this room for billions of dollars in their pocket. But what did they go and do? They went and floated the currency that made us lose all that money again.
Do you know
they have to use it to subsidize the fuel again?
But are you aware that we don't even have the oil to even use to loan any money from anyone anymore? You understand? Our FICO score, let me use that word, was already low, so nobody was even going to give us the amount of loan that we needed. So we were already the first thing the government had to do was to pay back our debt.
So because they still borrowed. I just told you that NNPC came out and said they own 6.6.
Those are pending. No, those are pending laws that got approved into this government. So what this government is also doing as well too is also service our debts. Remember, so we have backlog of debts that they had to service. So any funds that's coming in had to go back to servicing debts. When you service your debt, yes. So when you service your debt profile improves. So you're able to get more funds or get more loan when you need.
It was already sitting in the account. That's the one they used to, because they said, why is Emefiele claiming that he has all this money? Because the money was already leveraged for debt. So they use that money to pay off the debt, and then they remove the subsidy. They have extra room now, financial room. Instead, they went and floated the currency immediately. That took away that room completely, and then the Nigerian economy went into a tailspin. That is
sorry, I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, because this subsidy saving that you normally talk about, can you explain it? How did they save money from subsidy?
Because when you borrow money to pay subsidies, or you get money from somewhere to pay subsidies, then if you remove it, that financial room now is free for other things, which
the borrowing, the borrowing is free. The borrowing is free.
Oh, no, hold on. They took the money and gave it to the governors. It was right there. They were taking a lot of the money. If you look at the allocations to governors,
the so-called allocation is not
No,
from
Simba,
subsidy.
let me speak. That's not from subsidy. That's from devaluation.
Exactly.
Sometimes I don't even know what he's doing. Do you even know what?
No.
What are you talking about for finance? Do you even know what you're talking about?
Devaluation. Either way, is the financial room that they created.
To Nigeria, we make more naira from devaluation. Whatever we sell in dollars makes way more naira, and that's what's being shared. It's not
so then where did the
subsidy.
Money go? Where did the subsidy money that they gained from? Where did it go then?
Which subsidy money? Weren't we
there was
borrowing
no money? Was borrowed.
There was no money, but it was borrowed.
Where is that financial room? Okay, then
there's no financial room
Tunaja, give me 1 sec. Tunaja, are you moderating or you are?
That's what
you are even talking. Hold on. You are talking more than the panelists. You should be moderating.
Don't make me come there. I'm having
a
conversation.
No. I'm not here to take over from you. No, but try to moderate. You are even talking more than the panelists.
I'm sorry.
Are you moderating?
Let me beat Kolata a little bit. Then
yeah, go on.
He can't help himself now. Just give me 1 minute.
You guys think I've been laughing at you guys. You guys think I win argument against Tunaja? So Tunaja, I was arguing with Dele Ogun, trying to convince Dele Ogun. He's smarter than.
What are you talking about?
You have a better chance winning argument with a mad woman than thinking you win argument with Tunaja, man. I'm telling you, Tunaja.
Okay, you are
Tunaja was on the Rudolph channel. He was arguing with Dele Ogun.
Hold on now. Can we speak? Hold on. If you are born to pay subsidy, then you stop borrowing. How is that? That is not. You're not saving any money to give to governors now. You just stop borrowing. That's it. You're not born anymore. The period. So what are you talking about?
Where did the $6.9 billion debt come from then?
What?
You're not borrowing. Where did $6.8 billion come from?
Which debt are you talking about? How much?
NNPC $6.8 billion. You know they released that information.
Let's move arguments for other people, man. You just other people.
So the problem is that personally they could have just left the economy stable. Then if you have to defend the currency, you can either manage devaluation or discourage the use of the dollar by various policies that which they went on to do in the end. They could have just done that in the initial stage. All these problems that the economy went through in the first year or so wouldn't have happened at all, especially now that Dangote is coming on stream. So what was all the fuss all about?
Tunaja, you don't need to talk. Let me speak.
All right.
The policies, they're good policies. I won't say good. They were necessary policies. Are there alternatives? Yes. At what cost? I think our biggest problem was the FX supply, dollar supply. At the time Buhari was leaving, there was no dollar in the market anymore. It was a struggle. We also had backlog. We had many things. A president just coming in, seeing the situation of our foreign reserves and situation of things, and also all the major presidents had that as their policy, decided to implement it. Was the implementation great? No, it wasn't great. Was implementation necessary? Yes, it was necessary. It could have been done better. But to now argue that you shouldn't have done it, it's kind of like foolhardy because it was necessary. Now, I've thought about things deep. An alternative way that maybe we could have done it, maybe would have been to sell part of the NNPC joint venture and raise a couple of billions of dollars. And do you now want to use that to continue subsidizing dollar? You want to use that to give us backup and then float it? That's an argument I don't want to have tonight. But we probably could have done something like that to raise money by selling part of NNPC, and we could have used the money for defense to pay off some things. But if we just allow it to enter the market, let me put it this way.
Was that not what Atiku proposed?
Yeah, I think Atiku proposed that. But when I started thinking again, Obasanjo left what's the name of that guy that died? Yaradua. He left him 60 something billion. He said 60 billion or 65 billion. Yaradua and Jonathan used that money largely to defend an expensive naira. By the time Jonathan was leaving, he left 40 or 30 something billion dollars. We've wasted too much of our reserves defending the naira. We need an economy that works. The Tinubu,
he left 32.
I don't know why. I don't know why.
Let me finish. You've talked.
Yeah, I'm gonna play that video so you see it.
No, don't play video. Let me finish what I'm saying. What I'm saying is those were necessary steps. Is it the right implementation? Did they have the right personnel? I will say no. So that's it.
You see, what you missed is that because they went and floated the currency, the economy went into a tailspin, which they didn't need to do at all. If you are talking about,
do you understand when we say it was inevitable? Everybody knew.
No, it wasn't inevitable. You see, that's the problem. When they
let's look at the options. If they did a crawling peg like the one that was done in Argentina to gradually devalue it, if you start gradually devaluing, first of all, the FX, we still did not have the FX supply, and we still had the $7 billion backlog. How are we going to solve that with the gradual devaluation?
How many $1 billion backlog?
7 billion. We had a 7 billion backlog.
7 billion, which is almost exactly the same amount NNPC was owing. So
NNPC started owing that later. The backlog at that point in time, NNPC
and there was forward contract on the
and there was forward contract. Exactly, there was also forward contract.
The floating of the currency is what caused the backlog in the NNPC.
No, but we had backlog before they floated the currency. Buhari left the backlog. That was when the airlines were taken away. They were leaving Nigeria.
You're not understanding. Before, the subsidy was being paid by a different part of the government. But when this government came into they passed it through the back door. Since
they passed it through the back door, and NNPC, it was hitting NNPC's books.
So it's funny. Hold on now. So it's funny you said it was 7 billion backlog. And that's
you're mixing up backlog. This is a different backlog. NNPC zone is not backlog. NNPC zone is NNPC zone is what's it called? Oh God. Whatever NNPC zone is not backlog. NNPC is just BC.
So Nigeria had something
billion. At one point we let your other panelists talk too.
I don't know.
I'm just gonna be there.
I don't
understand. We are learning anything from you at all. I don't think I'm learning anything from you at all. So
I'm not learning anything because you don't. Okay,
we have to listen to like.
Go ahead and talk now. Go ahead, since it's not my channel.
No, I'm not. I don't know how much you say. I'm just saying. You got all these other people here. Let them talk.
No, but maybe they are listening too. It's not only about talking. Sometimes it's also listening to conversations that you are maybe you are not at this thing that sharp on it. So on this one,
to Nigeria, let me bust your bubble.
Okay.
When we talk about subsidy, the biggest scam that has ever afflicted our country, particularly let's take it from 2015. Buhari was never at a time taking hand currency, putting in the pockets of NNPC. NNPC was the one doing their own trading abracadabra. All Buhari wanted was the prices must be moderate, maintain the price I met throughout. And that was why NNPC had never audited their account or declared any profit. If you remember very well, last year, when everybody was clamoring for the audited account and everything, they came up with something fake and said they even made a profit. They never made any profit. Did they? Because if they made any profit, we will see it in the sense that they reflected that they pay already 20% of Dangote refinery, and at the end of the day, Dangote burst their bubble by saying, "No, you only paid me 1.something billion, and that amounted to 7.5%." So nothing has really come. The country has not been earning money or subsidizing. NNPC has been the person doing the minus and plus for and on behalf of Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Petroleum, who are the stakeholders in NNPCL. So that is the arithmetic. So there was no money. All the money Buhari was borrowing was to pay salary. and do one or two things on infrastructure. NNPC has been defrauding the nation. So that is the essence. So when we say subsidy, no, there was no money to even give to NNPC.
Even Baba, do you know that even up till now, Nigerians, we are not making any money from oil up till the present moment.
We've not made money from oil in a long time.
In a long time.
All the money that the government is just from taxes and some from other sources. They are not making any money from oil.
It's a big tragedy for our country. That is why anytime I see Mele Kyari, my blood will boil. I don't know why Mele Kyari is not sharing the same cell with Emefiele. They know what they did. It is now they are trying to restructure NNPCL and bring sanity into that area of the government by asking them, now anything you sell, whether you are owing, whether you are paying, please bring it to CBN. Let us know.
But
which is
Baba, I want to ask the economists on the platform this question. Because I could remember sometimes last year, Ghana was having issues with their own currency also because the cedis were getting the value on a very high rate.
No,
that's what I want to say. It almost got to like 20 cedis to dollar that time. But all of a sudden, they went for one IMF loan. They gave them maybe about $4 billion or something like that.
They bounced them though until they
then
audited them.
It crashed. I mean, it brought it down to like maybe 11 or 10 or 9 or so. But now they are back. It's almost 20 now.
No, 16.4.
16.4. That's officially now. Is about 18 in their parallel distance. So the issue is and I'm very sure that they use that money to defend the cities that time. It's not high time.
They were doing the same thing, but they don't even have capacity. That was the problem. They never had the capacity.
Hold on. Let me just share something here. The ideal situation for any nation is not to demand any foreign currency at all. In other words, you need to be able to produce all your goods, so you don't need anything from overseas. So every single thing you're ordering is harmful to the economy, except you are ordering things that are using.
So Nigeria, that's an extreme view. That's not true.
The point is that the ideal situation, you have to start from the ideal so that you can.
No, that's not the ideal situation. You're starting from a wrong premise.
The ideal is you don't even import anything at all, but you export only.
That's not ideal.
That's the ideal. Why is it not? Tell me.
It's not. The ideal is for you to is for you to trade in a way that's favorable for you. Doesn't mean you don't export any. I mean, it doesn't mean you don't import anything.
What it means is that
you're supposed to export. You're supposed to try and sell things you are competitive in producing to the world, and import things you can't, and import things that maybe you will struggle with. That's the ideal.
You just described an impure situation.
That's the world. That's the world. There's no.
I agree with you, but you have.
There's no situation where you will not import.
Try to understand what I'm saying. If you start with the ideal, then it will make it clear what you need to do when you approach this trade.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that is the ideal according to the small school I went to. That's the ideal, not that you don't. So you need to trade.
Ideally, you shouldn't necessarily import more than you export. You definitely want to export a lot more than you import. But in the case of Nigeria, the reason why I'm highlighting that ideal situation so that people understand that you have the responsibility to cut demand. And that is the part, Kolata, you always leave out.
No. Nobody leaves out cutting demand.
You do.
What we talk about when we start asking you, when we start probing you about how you cut demand, then you run into roadblocks. Then you don't know what to say.
I don't run into any roadblock. You created it in your mind.
Because when you look at the economy right now, to an extent, we've increased supply. The part of demand cutting is so varied, it's so whack. There's the normal demand, there's the speculation, and then there's the one that is just pure corruption. That governors, for example, using FAC allocation to buy dollar. I mean, demand that makes no goddamn sense. There are all sorts of things, and for you to stop them It's not as easy as just okay,
actually,
I'm going to stop demand.
It was easy for Tinubu to do when he wanted to stop it. When he meant business, he stopped it.
Has he stopped it? Has the Naira still not continued to lose value?
No, it's losing value, but he restricted the ability of the parallel market to make profits. So that's something they could have done initially.
No, that's not cutting. That's not cutting demand though. That's just kind of like leveling parallel to what's it called?
Yeah, so that they don't go out of control. The speculation doesn't get out of control. So that
no. That is arbitrage. That is people buying from the official sources and going to sell it. That's a different thing. That's a different thing. I mean,
how is it a different thing? Is parallel market versus this thing, isn't it?
Parallel market versus. I mean, right now at least we have the disparity between markets is not that huge, but you still have more demand.
I am trying to let you know because of the law.
That was the intention of floating. You couldn't do that without floating it.
No, you could.
You could not.
Oh my God. Sorry, let me ask you. We got all these two Nigerians, he will not listen to you. What I want to ask is this. Is it possible for a country to be borrowing money to defend its forex?
It's possible, but it's stupid.
It's not sustainable.
It's not sustainable now. It's stupid.
The only visible option that is sustainable is to increase your local production.
Yes.
You see that? So hold on. Before you increase your local production, is it a wise idea to float it? Because when you float it, you trigger inflation, you trigger speculation. In other words, you create an instability in the economy that it will cost more money.
Okay.
Hold on. You're going to lose more money than you're actually using to defend it.
To Niger, since we've been defending it, what has it cost? It actually has created the opposite. It has also created the opposite problem. It has increased our importation because we have an artificially strong currency. So people are just bringing all manner of crap into the country.
If you have an issue of governance and corruption, don't blame it on the structure.
No, that's not corruption. People importing junk is not corruption. It's not corruption.
Anybody
it's just people importing nonsense.
will tell you that you should not float a currency that relies on imports.
No, to Niger, finally, we have a positive balance of trade. That means we're exporting more than we're importing right now.
Yeah, no, actually.
Yes. Yes.
No,
go and check any economic sources. We now have Nigeria now has a positive balance of trade. Go and check.
Whatever number you are using, that is a dodgy number, I can assure you.
It's not any dodgy number. As of today, our balance of trade is positive.
If you want to know what is dodgy, you will find out that it's going to be in Naira. But what they will not tell you is...
No. Balance of import versus export in dollars. We have a positive balance of trade.
Right. I will check it now. Let me confirm what you mean.
Don't forget the ACFAD, that African continental trade there.
Nigeria, isn't it? Yeah.
Our latest balance of trade for the past few months has been positive.
Yeah, that's why they put it in Naira, isn't it? It's very funny when you see that in Naira. You need to know that they want to cheat. They forget that because the Naira.
It's not a matter of Naira. It's import versus export. Right now, the value of our export is more than our import. And it's because of the devaluation.
How much?
We've had a couple of months. Let me look for the latest one.
Because if you hear that it's by 50% and it's in Naira, what does that tell you?
And don't forget
we have a trade surplus now.
Is going up.
So
yeah.
So if they put it in dollar, it will be a deficit, Abi.
If they put it in dollar, yeah, the balance, the change will not be.
So how does that one sound to you?
Yeah, because because what you have to look at it in real terms.
Is it not the dollar they convert to Naira?
No. Because let me explain what is happening. Like the year before, because they check it between 2 years, isn't it? The balance of trade. So if the year before, let's say it's 5 Naira difference. We're getting 5 Naira. This year is 8 Naira. But because of the reduction in the value of the Naira, you will not detect that if it was dollar, that there would not have been much of a difference, if anything. So that is a very tricky thing because the Naira has lost value. You should be seeing 8 Naira. You think everything is good. Sorry, go ahead. Give us the percentage.
It's Naira to Naira. What you exported and what you imported, you can convert both to dollar. So I'm looking at it now. I mean, we had a trade surplus in 2024 Q2. We also had a trade surplus in 2024 Q1.
Mm-hmm.
So
See,
I mean,
whatever you convert to naira today, if you convert hold on now, if you have $100 in 2002, convert it to
to
naira,
Niger,
and
to
convert it
Niger.
now, what will you
If
get?
I listen, if I
We are
export
talking about
100,
Q1, Q2 of 2024.
if I export, Nigeria is still running naira, right? If I export 100,000 naira and I import 80,000 naira, I have a positive balance of trade in naira and dollars. So what's the point? What's the argument?
No, you have a positive, yeah, but we're talking about the increment, isn't it? You were saying increment.
Well, your initial argument was like we didn't even have a trade surplus.
Oh no, I'm looking at it from the numbers. If you give me the numbers, I can be able to tell the difference of what we are looking at.
I'll send the link. But if you were on what's it called now? It's on my phone, my other phone.
Forefather.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay.
Forefather. So the thing is this. So are you saying if you have positive balance sheet on based on naira, so if you suddenly convert to dollar, so it's going to be negative? Is that the calculus?
An example of what I am giving you is that, like, the Nigerian GDP now, by the president's and by Nigerian standard, our economy is growing, but in dollars it has almost halved. So you see the difference. So
we have a trade surplus of 6.9 trillion.
Oh, you are still repeating the same thing. I just gave you that in dollars. The Nigerian
do you know the meaning of surplus? That means you've taken the difference between import and export. The net, the balance of it is 6.9 in favor of export. So convert that 6.9 into dollars. That's the difference.
Okay, the year before, what was it?
Larry.
Now you have to check the comparative. Now that's what I want to see.
Listen to Kulata with
are you following the politics of this? There's one politics.
I mean, we're speaking between two of us.
Larry is talking very calmly.
Okay.
Larry,
yeah, let me just ask this question. And Baba, are you following the politics of Oando in the last 2 days?
I'm following it too. I'm amazed. I'm really amazed.
Oando is trying to
which politics? Is it the one in Trinidad?
Yes.
The refinery they are buying, they're buying refinery in Trinidad.
And Guyana.
Yes.
That is not a bad move, if you ask me.
Oando will basically, they have their crude. It will just be basically taking their crude to Trinidad, to that refinery, refining that crude in that space and bringing it to Nigeria.
How is he going to compete with Dangote with that kind of attitude?
How is he going to compete with Dangote?
You travel overseas and you process it there, you bring it back, and you're going to compete with somebody that is sitting on the ground in Nigeria. What are you putting in the petrol? Are you putting lead in it?
Do you know that they are the owner of the crude?
Yes.
They own the crude. They own the blending machine. They refine it, right? And we've been able to open that space for them to be able to bring it. So which means that you see people going for something even cheaper than Dangote, and Dangote knows it. And at the point,
it's a win-win for Nigeria now, isn't it?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying about the thing going on in that sector. Probably before I was probably thinking, okay, probably.
But wait, hold on. They're using their own crude. The trade will be recorded in dollars, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do they need to source? I'm thinking, I mean, if this is sounds whack, let me know. They need to do some sort of trade. I mean, it's going to be some intercompany because it's within, but it's going to be in dollars. So are they going to raise dollars to lift their own crude from here, take it to Trinidad or Guyana, and then bring it back? That transaction is going to be in dollars.
Sorry, when you say it's their own crude, did they actually drill it themselves?
They are backward integrated.
Yeah, 50,000 barrels every day.
They produce.
Okay.
They produce.
So then it's only cost that they have to worry about. They don't have. Why will you sell it to yourself? It's only cost of.
You still need to record the transaction.
The beauty of that arrangement is they own the matured field. They own the processing in Trinidad.
I know.
So
I know.
the only costs, they don't have a vessel right now. I will not be surprised if they bought a vessel tomorrow.
But will they use Nigerian crude? And if they use Nigerian crude, they need to record a purchase, even though it's within the company.
That
right?
I know. They have to invoice it, no doubt about that.
They have to invoice it, and that's what I'm saying. Do they still need to? Do they need to raise dollars to do that, even though it's within the company?
No.
Yes, they will.
No, they don't
dollars,
need
for
to.
sure.
No,
They will have to.
They will, because it's international transaction. So
yes, they will have to.
No. See,
they
how
will.
you raising dollar? This is just it. The only thing that will be is not like you're raising dollars, right? It's just like this is your cost, and at least you factor that cost in. And at the end of the day, when you sell, you just net it. It's not like you need to go and raise
No, I don't.
buy your own crude.
Larry
No,
Kulata,
it doesn't
I
work like
don't
that.
want to cause controversy to drop some information, but NMPC is not involved. It's not a JVC joint venture that they are oil well. It's not JVC.
Yes, but they will have different companies. There's one holding company, right?
Yeah, they
The
created
company,
an holding
yeah,
offshore
they will
company.
have an holding company, and then they
Because
will have.
they are in Equatorial Guinea, they are in that Portuguese territory with two
That place
names.
that has fine babes. I mean, that place that has fine
Cape
girls.
Verde or
Cape Verde.
See,
Principe, something and Principe.
Sao Tome and Principe.
Sao Tome and Principe.
This thing is straightforward. We are Naira economy. When you are transacting across somewhere, you transact in the currency that we accept. Whether you own it or not is a function of moving entry from book to book. You cannot go and produce in Trinidad and Tobago using Naira. It's impossible. So even whether you hold a crude oil or whatever, as long as you are even doing everything in Naira, immediately you cross the boundary, you cross the border, you are no longer using Naira. So somehow it's still going to have some impact on our forex. So let's just face that. But how they are going to make it cheaper, how they want to compete with Dangote is meant to be seen. Because I think Dangote too.
Ola, magic blending. Magic blending. An NNPC will not check the quality. Let me leave that one.
Dangote will insist on that. I think my suspicion is that
president
will downstream this thing. Dangote will start drilling sooner or later.
Done for nothing.
No.
That O within the last 12 months, watch O.
Oh, Dangote can just buy
I think the biggest mistake people made was not to buy O&O stock when Tinubu became president.
I'm telling you, man.
I swear to God. You know how much that thing has increased? Unbelievable numbers. Unbelievable.
It's always like that with these things. Nobody ever knows where it's going to go. Sorry, Larry, wanted to say something?
No, who allowed Nigeria to escape because I know that Kulata really had the forefather down the other side.
Oh, see, he's feeling sorry.
You don't
for
believe that
now.
Nigeria is progressing, right? No, now
what?
You don't believe that in that trade balance that is positive for Nigeria. So, see.
No, you didn't give me proper values. That's why I'm disputing it.
No, I don't even need to give you proper value. Even if I don't know the value, don't use GDP because our exchange rate has chopped into our GDP. The truth is this: when you want to quantify, when you remove the monetary value, it has not really changed. It's exchange rate that changed our GDP, and that GDP is just an index. The one just an index, the one we are talking about. But are we more productive? Probably we are more productive than like last year. But you want to use exchange for our GDP, it won't give you the true economic situation in this scenario. So look at it this way. Japa before, do you know how much Japa is deep into our exchange? Whether you want to talk of education, tourism, or whatever. Since the Naira floating, that has reduced, whether you like it or not. So the thing that used to be everybody before is no longer everybody. So if you are Japan today, or you are doing education somehow, it's no longer in the way it used to be before. Although I know that all those foreign countries, through their policies, they've helped the country, like Nigeria now, like Canada, like United Kingdom, they've actually reduced, although they've changed the policies that used to favor the Japan people from different countries. So you expect more currency, more forex now to now stay behind, apart from being too expensive. And I think again that people are looking inwardly too, to look for, because not be the money you get, you go change it to dollar and carry Japan or take to import something. So even without even using all those indices from Nigeria Bureau of Statistics, it is clear. It's a street thing. It's what we can just know on the street.
Okay, now let me explain where that SS comes from. He says boosted by energy shipments of this is energy plus 1,113% energy shipment, and this may be Dangote creating that effect there. And then crude oil, exports also increased by 154%. Agriculture 170%. There was a precipitous drop in 2023 for some reason. I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with the floating of the currency. That was a massive drop in 2023 October. I don't know what was it. October he floated the currency. It could be. I'm not sure. So that was a massive drop last year. But the increase in energy, 1,020%, that's a massive one. I think Dangote is the one showing up in these numbers that we're talking about.
So finally, you supported Kulata now, because the thing
I have to go with numbers now.
Even subsidy removal, removal alone saved a lot of dollars, right? It saved lots. When you remove subsidy, it saved a lot of unnecessary, because we were having some kind of paper importation that we just present your paper that okay, maybe you imported 3
that's a
million
very good point you raised there. That subsidy that just got hidden is part of it too.
So I think the only reason this government appears unpopular to different people is just because of it being power, And the thing is this: if there's even if the entire world is being flooded or is being submerged, if someone is hungry, now that hunger, the person go to shout.
Sorry, let me ask something. Is this comment section, is anybody looking into that comment section and trying to put normalcy into that place?
I'm looking at it. What is there any issue?
You cannot do anything. It's Tony now. Tony DPT, that guy in Germany.
I think who is Yes Daddy TV?
It's Yes Daddy TV is writing nasty stuff about me.
Nasty.
So yeah.
That was your nickname, Kolata. Kolata writes nasty stuff about people all the time. Oh my God, what is this one, Ashawo?
No.
I came to listen to you somewhere yesterday on this our guy, this Futurian. What's the name of this guy, sir?
Are you talking about, is it Dele Ogun or something?
No, that's your guy, the guy you normally hold for now.
Dr. Damages.
Now, so this Yes Daddy TV started attacking me too. You understand? I was just talking tribalism today. Now, as I was talking, now he's attacking me. So
that's not nice. Yes, Daddy, that's not nice. That's a bit. Come on, man. Come on. You can't do that. You can't be using such languages at people. Even Kolata he can insult people, but I don't think Kolata ever goes that far. Come on, let's not do that. It's not nice.
Even
what do you mean by Kolata can insult people?
No, Kolata insult people all the time.
I don't insult people. What do you mean I insult people? I don't insult people now. No, I correct people. I don't insult people.
Tunaja, can somebody bring down that thing she wrote about Choma? Can somebody bring it down? I think it's.
Let me see if I can get it.
Can you bring it down, please? It's insulting. It's crazy.
Delete comment. Yeah, it's not nice. Where is the Choma one? Have I removed it? Let me see.
No, I think you just removed it.
Okay, that's not nice. Now, come on, Yes Daddy TV. Don't do that. It's not nice.
He wrote it in multiple places, so you have to go deep. It's all over the place. Yeah.
Don't make me take action.
You know one funny thing about we Nigeria is this: we want to be Puritans. You know, we want to claim that I'm better than you, I'm more sensible than you. At the end of the day, you end up being even. Don't let me use a very nasty word, like the one that Trump will use. You end up being the worst of all the kind of, when you call someone a social miscreant, you end up becoming social miscreant, the worst one. So the thing is, I don't know when it has become a sin for someone to openly express himself in a serious manner. Why not insulting you? And all of a sudden, you start calling people names. That's so terrible.
Yeah,
you were trying to correct someone.
People go fast sometimes; they go too far. But Kolata, let me ask you again because I don't know why I keep asking you as if you are part of the government. I don't know.
People think I work for Tinubu now.
Yeah, sometimes the way you talk, you make it sound as if you do. But that said, anyway, the question is about this Ajaokuta steel. You know, the government went to Russia, signed an MOU that this company that actually was responsible for building it up to where it is should also come and finish it and run it. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of it, but anything Ajaokuta, I take it with a grain of salt. That Ajaokuta is just a way for every government to steal money.
You see, that's a problem. You see, I was beginning to be hopeful, but if you are beginning to sound as if this government is not serious about it, that is really concerning.
We shouldn't be jumping up when we see an MOU. I mean, do you know the MOU I signed before I left Nigeria? If it's based on MOU, I should be a billionaire. It's not by MOU. When they get a real contract, and then we can read between the lines. I mean, we can redline it and see all that stuff. But if it's MOU, it's just BS.
Well, MOU, you are telling them that they will run isn't that what we are looking for, where private institutions run these companies?
Oh, let me put it this way. Peter Obi signed MOU to build monorail in Anambra. Where is the monorail?
Yep, that's true, but I was hoping that your Jagaban is going to be serious, but it looks like you don't even take Jagaban serious.
What annoys me in the way our politicians steal is they steal unintelligently. All stealing in law form is not good. Let's just accept that. But assuming, I'm not accusing Tinubu now, assuming that Tinubu is truly stealing through Alpha Beta. Please, I'm not saying he's stealing, no, it's just allegedly. Now, you see how someone can steal brilliantly. Assuming that Awolowo was actually collecting money from Pepsi or Coca-Cola or whatsoever, all those stories we used to hear. Assuming he was actually finding a way to get money from them. Look at how someone was stealing intelligently. What am I saying here is this? You can still build that Ajaokuta to have all the benefits. Use this to develop our automobile industry, use it to develop our other industries. And yet, maybe I'm not promoting this anyway. Maybe people are now accusing you, oh, you signed some kind of deals that we're getting this particular percentage. Those people, those leaders that are smart thieves, they end up even getting more from their corrupt way than even those people that will just go and dip their hand into the treasury. Ajaokuta by now should have moved our country forward. But unfortunately, we just see people that sign paper and just pocket the money. Very unfortunate. Then they still here in this Canada deal. You know, initially I used to fend for all these people said they know they steal. The day I hear them, since that time I know they trust politicians again. You understand? Even the US you are saying, the US you are saying now, I hear say
that Ajaokuta, I think is gonna work. Probably that's the only thing that guy will achieve, that minister.
You think so?
Yeah, because number one, they made him minister of steel. He's from that state. And I think because I've been looking for the past 1 year, has he even been able to achieve anything? So I think this is just probably that's the only thing, I can say that probably is done. If Tinubu wants to reshuffle his cabinet, I don't know how that guy is going to survive.
What is happening? Is he going to take machete to him? I don't know. I think if that deal is solid, then he should survive.
Yeah, one thing I I like about this issue of Tinubu kind of like removing subsidy in everything. You know, there are so many things that we spend money on that we subsidize that we're not supposed to be subsidizing. And I know a lot of my Muslim friends, but my fellow Muslims will not be happy with this. It's Hajj. I don't see any reason.
It's not about Muslim thing. Just say religion, Christian and God.
Yeah. I don't know about Christian.
Sorry, can someone please ban this Yes Daddy TV guy? His guy is not stopping.
Let me see. Which one? Did he insult anybody again?
No, it's
he's just complaining, but he didn't insult anybody.
No. Those things.
Yeah, no. Enough now. That's enough. I think
those things about Choma is absurd.
Yeah, that's enough. Come on. I'm sure there's no point. Let him just sit there and roast.
No.
Yeah, that's not good. Okay.
You know, case like this, I wish the person like Choma could just make sample of some kind of people online. You know, a lot of evidence is just to. You see, people sometimes come online and they say rubbish. Online is not really anonymous as you guys think. If you are doing rubbish online and someone want to fish you out, you will be fished out
quite easily, actually.
So it's not anonymous as people think I stay behind computer and type rubbish.
All right, now,
that space like Hajj, right? I don't see any reason why government will be subsidizing Hajj. And I think today, I think they basically came out today and said no subsidy for Hajj.
They said that?
Yes. No, it's
wow.
It's not
have they said that?
No, it's not house. Next Hajj is 10 million.
So they're stopping it?
Yeah. 100%.
No, I think Buhari has stopped it for a long period ago.
They still subsidize the little bit.
I will believe it when it happens.
I'm telling you.
Simba, go
yes.
Politicians will do something like that.
We're waiting for the price. So we were waiting for the price. So they just gave us the price today.
Price of what? Price of Hajj.
Price of Hajj, the next Hajj. So NACO they just came out.
They cannot, nobody can put a cap or say this is how much we are going to pay, unless there is a kind of fraud.
No, Larry, you are missing the point here.
Did you see the email?
Wait, Larry, they said 10 million, but they themselves.
Lally, I want to ask.
Yeah. Kene, I beg, just let me make this point 30 seconds. Kene, please, I beg you. Look, last year, they subsidized because of the yo-yo of the forex.
Yeah.
But now, if the forex is steady, they will not subsidize. But they do sponsor people. So institutions sponsor people, police, DSS, this ministry, that ministry, the presidency, they sponsor people to Hajj. That is what should be stopped.
In terms of sponsoring, so I don't that one,
I think we should be calling it pilgrimage, not only Hajj. The other ones also, they do the same thing there.
Simba, I don't know about that one. I know about the one that is.
I know. Say you go Israel, may you go chop Hezbollah bomb for head.
You know one thing.
Some states, you know what happened? Some states have started collecting money for Hajj. Some states were collecting 8.5 million. So today, they sent an email out and said next year Hajj is going to be, they are benching in that 10 million at 1650 exchange rate. So now that exchange rate,
I think you are mistaken. They are saying 10 million per pilgrim.
Yes, now what's 10 million per pilgrim?
The total may be as high as 950. Let me confirm the precise number.
No. So what you just do is this: 10 million divided by 1650. 1,650. That's the benchmark as of today.
Let me give you now. The number is, they said the federal government may spend 950 billion.
No, I'm telling you about price that was given to. You don't understand what I'm saying. This is not out. I'm telling you on this platform. This is not out. I'm telling you about price that was given today. right?
You mean per pilgrim?
Larry, from experience, let me tell you what used to happen.
Wait. So it's like $6,000. That means they removed the subsidy. That's $6,000.
They are benching it at $6,000, $1,650.
Okay, please pause. Let Ekene come in. I forgot I stopped him. Ekene, please come in. Let's hear him. Ekene.
Oh, okay. Well, is this issue of Raleigh saying that the only thing he appreciates is government removing subsidy and everything? This is their government. I don't know what you are trying to say. What are you trying to say? There are major areas.
Wait now. Don't misquote me. Don't misquote me. I said there are some things that I do not support subsidy on, and one of it is Hajj. Right? I said I do not support government subsidizing Hajj. So,
what other area? Because as it is now,
you don't understand what I'm saying.
Don't take us to other. Just let us even discuss this Hajj issue first. Let us discuss it.
So why are you trying to?
That Hajj issue, nobody knows. No, it's nothing to discuss about because there is nothing. There is no sensible government that will subsidize Hajj. If you want to go to,
so why are you
even the Hajj? Let me tell you. Do you know how much forex? Do you know how much forex will require apart from subsidy? Do you know how much forex you will require to even finance those things?
Whatever they want to do about that Hajj is when they do it, then I will know. Not what they say. It's just like what Baba said. It's when they do it.
Issue here, it's a very delicate issue. They use it as a political. You can hear what Baba is saying. We have ministries, we have parastatals of government that do sponsor people. Apart from, forget about subsidy. With the money that the government is even spending, then they require the forest that we require to finance almost almost 2 million or whatever. I mean, 40,000 or 50,000 people that will go.
Let me finish. The issue of Hajj is a different thing altogether, because nobody will support that. But I'm talking about general other things that maybe I don't know. But Larry said he's not saying, he's only speaking on Hajj.
So I don't want us to change the topic. Because if you look at this, the Hajj, that's why I said we should not even limit it to Hajj, because the Hajj one is actually the one that is popular. But that's why I say we should call it pilgrimage, because if you look at the genesis of even it's only Nigerians that have, or Africans that have pilgrimage to Israel and all those places. Awolowo was the one that even started the Christian own, because when they have the Muslim own, it was one that started the Christian own. They sponsor both Christian and, if you go and check for pilgrimage, there is subsidy on both in Nigeria. It's only that because we have more Muslims going for pilgrimage, that's why the one for Hajj is so popular, and it's because it's also ceremonial, because it comes at the time of the year when Muslims also celebrate Eid al-Kabir. But I'm telling you, we should not be restricted. We should not be focused on. A lot of thousands of people are also sponsored and subsidized for pilgrimage to Israel and all those Rome and all those things that they go. Because whatever you do for one, is people in government, they say whatever you do for one, you must do for other. You cannot imagine.
Simba, you know the sugar, the honey in this thing is this. If the president and the vice president are Muslim and they are stopping it, there is no sentiment, religious sentiment here now, because Muslims are the ones stopping it for Muslims. When it comes to Christian, when it comes to that going to Jerusalem, Rome, nobody can talk. Because once it just has to start. But if we are started with those people going to Jerusalem now, they will tell you, oh, the way we told you that.
No, nobody is saying they should just stop the two at the same time. That's what I'm talking.
And those people within the parastatal that are sponsoring too. I think they need to scapegoat some of them because
will they stop it? Will they stop it now that they are giving license for everybody to have his own airports?
No, Baba. See,
they can stop it.
Baba, if Baba has a religious organization today, and if Baba is using his own money to sponsor his congregation members, and they are not subsidizing dollars, they are not subsidizing anything for you, fine. So subsidy should be going to maybe Simba want to have farm now, but there's a policy that okay, if Simba can employ 2,000 people, I will subsidize your production because I expect to tax those workers that Simba will be employing. Those are the kind of subsidy we should be having. I'm a pro-subsidy, but not subsidy for personal reasons.
For consumption,
not subsidy to boost,
something that's not adding anything to our economy.
Exactly. So Dangote, for example, now, if Dangote is going to employ like, let's say 10,000 people, you can use your fiscal policy to subsidize. Okay, Dangote, don't worry, we want you to survive. We give you tax break for the next 10 years. Just make sure you don't employ less than a certain number of people. As long as you don't employ less than 10,000 people, we are okay. Meanwhile, you are using the payee to balance whatever subsidy you are giving out, just to make sure that Dangote refinery survive.
But they've even given him something better, tax credit to build roads.
So for those people that are saying we are not subsidizing, sorry, subsidy is good, but don't subsidize finished product for all those gas.
Let me even tell you this. Even Saudi Arabia that has the so-called religious this thing, they don't subsidize subsidy for their citizens.
No.
And you as a Saudi indigene, just let me tell you this: you cannot just even say you want to perform match. You must also register.
Simba, is it true? I even heard that Saudi Arabia does not even subsidize petroleum for common people. Is it true?
Because the price that they are selling PMS and in Saudi Arabia is far higher than our own now. It's far higher than our own.
And they export 10 million barrels, I mean 12 million barrels a day.
12 million, and they refine about 5.6 million every day. Apart from the 12 million they export, they refine 5.6 million extra.
And they are just 33 million people, have you?
No, including foreigners. So I think they are less than 30 million to the real lineage.
Those guys are stupid rich because of the way
Nigeria
they manage.
Nigeria never
go and spend hard money there.
No, that is why anytime we talk, I will just look at us and say, what are we even looking for in Nigeria? How much do we have? That Nigeria is we are very poor. When they say wretched.
We are poor. They really 1 year.
Let me share this video. Let me share this video of some Nigerians doing some stupid things.
Naturally, the way we were going in the early 60s, we were supposed to be ahead of Saudi. And those kind of mismanagement is what we are seeing today now. When you subsidize pilgrimage, when you are subsidizing petroleum for Cotonou, for Kamasi.
If you see how much
they pay for, what does the government get back in return from that subsidizing Hajj? What is the benefit?
It's just for eye service now. It's for eye service.
So you put money where you don't get anything in return.
Fear God now. Go pray for my sin.
Baba.
So prayer is what they get in return.
All those things, the government does not prioritize it for them. For Hajj now, the money that you pay within Saudi Arabia to go for Hajj is actually, if you convert it, is more than the money that Nigerians pay though. And they put it because they know that this thing is not a compulsory thing. Do you understand what I'm saying?
You know the ridiculousness of this Hajj thing. Do you know DSS, police, they fight every year because they have number of intelligence officers that will escort our so-called pilgrim. And at times they are in their hundreds, apart from maybe IG sponsoring some policemen as extra. So the whole thing is rotten.
Do you know the number of medical personnel that they take along? And they have to pay them.
It's like Super Eagles One time they were traveling, about 22 of them, and they were escorted by 50 officials.
That's where we miss it, because now it's unfortunate that we are talking of a country. You know, I think I can only pray for those people that remove that subsidy from this thing, because we are talking of a country that we were leading in almost everything. A country that had a TV station before France and Netherlands and some Western
before
countries.
Spain.
Wait. Are you guys
talk about this now? You want to invent the TV?
Are you guys serious? Are you guys sure? Because I feel that thing is propaganda.
Yeah,
No, Kolata. No.
It's not
the
propaganda.
TV
They were
station
not watching
thing.
TV in France.
I
They
think
started
that's
watching
probably
TV in Nigeria.
propaganda.
I think it's beer parlor. I'm going to check it now.
Most of the
Last
things
time
they
somebody
say
said that
don't
about
say.
somebody said that about Ibadan once again. When I checked it, I'm like, come on, man, that's not true. People just say stuff. They don't know how.
No. Check when Spain first started transmitting TV.
Station is different from not having TV now.
It was even debate. I think it was even debate on the floor of the parliament then, when they were telling you that it was not going to be possible. Everybody should just go.
Guys, now France got TV in 1931. Nigeria got TV in 1959. Making a fair God.
Check Spain. Me and not talk France. I talk about
Make
Spain.
sense. So they invent TV somewhere. So those people, the French don't get money to buy TV. So Nigerians have the money to buy.
Nigerians are the colonizers.
We don't even question it, man. We just
take it.
There are some things I grew up hearing. I mean, Nigeria, even as a small boy, I used to wonder, like, this thing does not make sense.
No, you ask yourself, where did we copy it from? Where did we copy it from?
Can I play this thing so that because I mean, for me to actually see this man himself saying these things before my eyes with Adiola here, it really, I just couldn't make my. How can I believe that our fellow Nigerian would think the way this man is thinking, and he's a minister of health? Let's just watch it. Has anyone seen this video? Just today.
Yeah,
I didn't follow it, but I saw it. But I didn't follow
it. This is the minister. I've never heard him talk before.
So let me get something. When was the first TV station in Nigeria? When?
Hold on, not now.
The background, but I'm here tonight with my father, the Minister of Health, Alhaji Ali Pate. Daddy, thank you so much for granting me an audience. Real quick, Daddy, as the health minister, do you receive all your medical treatments in Nigeria?
Yes, I do. And I believe that we're building a healthcare system to be one that Nigerians can feel comfortable, that they will be receiving safe and effective services. We have begun an investment to establish 6 cancer centers in each of the geopolitical zones. We have many gaps, but we're working hard to ensure that we minimize those gaps and we continue to improve, to rebuild the healthcare system that we can be all proud of.
So that not even for checkup, you don't come abroad for anything. All your treatments is done in Nigeria.
I do my best to eat well. I try to exercise, and so far, thank God, I am healthy.
So that is a yes. All your medical
my doctor is in Abuja. I can give you his name, his address, but I will not do it here.
That is very impressive. Yes. Hopefully, other government officials can emulate you. But real quick, Daddy, as the health minister, does it bother you at all? Do you ever feel like you failed as a health minister when the president keeps going abroad for treatment every few months, including for something as simple as medical checkup, just regular checkup? Does it ever bother you as a health minister?
Adiola, I think you are simplifying a very complex issue of tourism. There are many kinds of tourism. People travel all over the world for education, for conference tourism, for religious tourism, for medical tourism, for all kinds of tourism. Health tourism is not a phenomenon that is limited to Nigeria or Africa. There are people who leave the United States and go to East Asia to get medical care. There are people who leave the United Kingdom and go to Africa for medical care. And there are Nigerians who choose, because of all kinds of reasons, to go abroad for medical care. The question you should be asking is, how is our healthcare system addressing the basic needs of our population? Immunizing kids, protecting women from childbirth so they deliver safely, delivering basic treatments of things like malaria, and for higher levels of service, provide the option for those who choose to have their services in Nigeria to have high quality services delivered in Nigeria. That is what we are trying to do. So the red herring of really targeting medical tourism, I think it's a misguided.
So that it doesn't bother you that the president is going out. It bothers the rest of us that he's going abroad for treatment. It doesn't bother you.
$2 billion that Nigerians spend in outbound medical tourism. Private individuals, public individuals, everybody.
So, but the president is supposed to lead by example.
Yes, I'm telling you this, that our effort is to ensure that the $2 billion in outbound medical tourism is returned in Nigeria. When people go abroad, they go to private facilities. not public facilities. When people go to the UK as private individuals, they pay private facilities. So how do we stand up private facilities also in Nigeria that can deliver the service? And how do we guarantee that every Nigerian should have access to the most basic healthcare available?
So are you saying that someday people from all over the world will be coming to Nigeria for medical treatment as well?
As we speak, there are many leaders and people from the Africa region who come to Nigeria for medical treatment.
Really?
Yes, they are.
So what will it take for our president to see what these people see in Nigerian health sector?
You are keen in personalizing it with just one individual. The phenomenon of medical tourism,
president of the country.
The phenomenon of medical tourism is a global phenomenon. And you cannot limit it just one individual. What we are saying and what President Tinubu is trying to do is to transform Nigerian healthcare system so that it works for everyone.
Okay.
To save lives, to reduce physical and financial
I'll ask my next question, but just so you know, my conclusion is you have never talked to the president about the importance of him fixing the health sector of the country so that he can. Have you ever talked to the president that as the number one citizen, sir, you should be receiving treatment in your country? This is what
I can just tell you straight up. In the last 24 years, Nigeria has not seen a president that is determined to fix its healthcare system as this president.
And he can't even do checkup in his country, but he's determined that
you can speculate as much as you want.
Daddy, listen to yourself.
You can speculate. You can speculate as much as you can. I'm not a physician, so I can't speak about that. But what I'm telling you is that Nigeria spent $2 billion in outbound medical tourism. They spent a lot more in education tourism, in all kinds of developmental tourism, and you're not talking about that. On the health side, we're fixing Nigerian healthcare system that people don't have to go to Egypt for cancer treatment.
That's good.
That they would have access to the most.
I really admire that.
By the way, there are many people who, in fact, the miracle of vaccines protect their children against measles is still work in progress, and we're trying to fix it. There are many women who don't have skilled birth attendants.
Nigerians will stop going abroad, and hopefully you will get to the president as well. That someday you should be proud.
This president is just 1 year in office, and he began to put in place the building blocks.
The Nigerian president is confident in being treated in Nigeria. You should be proud as the health minister.
What evidence you have
that he travels abroad for treatment? That like half the share. My last question, because I know they are saying that time is up. Are you doing anything, sir, because you say you don't want medical doctors to go abroad to practice, which is great. You want people to have easy access to medical doctors all over the country in Nigeria. But are you also doing anything? Are you putting any policy in place to prevent politicians from going abroad? Because a lot of Nigerians believe that is what will fix the health sector if they are forced to receive treatment in their own country.
I think you misunderstood the policy. You took it upside down. What happened now? Hello?
Now you go ask you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I don't know what happened to it. It just stopped. It just stopped strangely. There was just one point he wanted to make that I thought you guys should hear. I think she was just asking him just now, actually. I don't know what happened.
But that video is putting us to sleep, man. How long is the video, sir?
No, it's going to end soon. It's almost ended. For the first time in Nigeria, which talks about incentives to keep them, enabling their work environment, providing enablements for their capacities to build,
did not
expand the training.
Their salary.
Look, I think you are taking elements to build the narrative.
It doesn't include increase in their salary.
Of course, the issue of adjustment of allowances are still in consideration.
So it's
in fact, we tend to look at the most simplistic solutions for a complex issue. There are not enough health workers in Europe. There are not enough health workers in the remote part of the United States.
In Nigeria.
And
why don't you just forward it to where you want us to hear, Abi? All this kind of stuff, man. These are not new now. These new things.
Mike. Okay, fine. Hold on.
Well, we are just watching a long video. I don't know why you always play long videos.
Why you? I don't know how you manage to pass one exam if you don't have patience. See, the point is
not watching video that's 20 minutes now. Just to make one simple point. We all know it's not new. It's not something new.
No. They say I have to.
Who told you that he wrote the exam?
See, Mike, calm down. I get your point. See, the reason why I wanted to
forward it to where you want us to hear, man. We can hear it. But all these other irrelevant things.
No. I think that I just wanted you to get an idea of the way he.
But we all the idea. What we listen to, we already know the idea. We all
calm down now. Okay, it's past now.
We hear every day on all these channels. Okay, the president. Hold on, the president should do this thing in Nigeria. We know that. But the main point we want us to hear, take us there so we can hear it. We don't have to listen to 30 minutes video.
You've done it. Okay, good. So the point is that you had a minister of this in health not understand that it's a bad idea for his leader to be traveling overseas at all. and the lady keeps asking him, that's Adiola keeps asking him over and over again, he doesn't see any issue with that at all. He keeps saying that it's health tourism. Your president
is he supposed to speak against his boss to Nigeria? The person that make you appoint you as minister, you be talking against him.
I get that. I get that point.
And so if you get that, so what is your? I don't understand, man.
No. I get that, but his loyalty is to the nation, not to
really
the president.
Really?
Yes, of course. Don't you get
that? How is that one even an issue now?
Why is it an issue?
No, the reason why it's an
why
issue.
Should we be bothering ourselves with that for now?
No, you shouldn't bother yourself that your president is going overseas. You know, 3 of them now in UK right now, in London. There. That is why your country is not functioning.
No.
But even this video that you play, to me, it's not an interview the way I look at it. It's just like the guy, maybe somebody was asking, it's not Adiola that is asking those questions. How can he be talking daddy? I don't think it's an interview.
It's skit. It's like skit.
Yeah, it's not an interview at all.
It's not a skit at all. One. Then you saw what he said at the end. This is serious, or you think this is a skit? This is real.
No, you don't understand what you are saying. Why? In fact, you are talking about Mike. I don't even know how you pass the exam if you do one at all. The question we are telling you that this video that you just watch is like he just extrapolated those questions on that video.
So hold on. So you don't understand the seriousness of what you just heard.
See, let's
see, Nigerians are
part of the problem we have. We keep deceiving ourselves, right? And the president must be in this hospital, it must be this, it must be that. Let's just tell ourselves the truth. This is more of a medical thing. Prior to this time, the president actually has medical history with an hospital, right? Probably has his personal doctor that he's been using. Now, we are saying, okay, transfer all those medical histories to someone else, right? Probably because we want it to be like that. And we kind of like bring issues from all those things, which I think what the minister is basically saying, rather than focusing on that, why not focusing on ensuring that more people have access to healthcare? Because if those are the questions that Adiola is asking, I think those are genuine questions. If Tinubu is having his, okay, probably now, let's say Tinubu is in Nigeria, he flies all his doctors to Aso Rock, right? And he has his medical and everything in Aso Rock, while majority of Nigeria do not have access to proper healthcare. So what's the difference?
Well, okay, if that's a fair point. The difference is that one, he remains in the country, and whatever doctors. No, let me finish my point. Whatever doctors that come in, they come in from overseas, and which our own security can manage. If you have your head of state travel to a foreign country for treatment, your nation is compromised.
No,
it's that simple.
No,
and the nation that you are going to is not just like a Togo or a nation that you are stronger than. If you are going,
okay. So what do you want to do about that now? What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do about that?
What I want you to do.
So we should vote for Obi next time, right? Obi will not go abroad. Man.
Hold on now. It's not about Obi. It's about doing the right thing. If the president,
this conversation is
not Mike, enough. This is serious stuff. If it's too serious for you, then you can just be quiet about it, because there are certain things that you guys you keep saying you want things to change, but you act as if when you see the chance to condemn certain things, you just pretend as if no.
If you listen to that interview, there are more important things that you can raise apart from this one.
What is more important than the security of the nation?
Tell me. That is not
really. They will bomb Nigeria because
let me tell you something. When you are talking of security, that's not even security.
No, it's not.
For all this one,
you hand your president to foreigners and you
wait, forget about that one. Leave my president to foreigners is not even the issue. Because
you know, see foreign doctor where you are.
leave my president
of Nigeria. Millions of people are not.
You said.
Do you know the president of Nigeria?
It doesn't even make any difference.
You know how many million people are
not the only
one on the Nigerian president?
Let the man land his own statement.
Mike, stop being irritating. You just
I'm not being irritating, but you just
you're not contributing anything. You're just arguing.
Well, I'm just saying, let someone talk now. Other people want to chip in. It's like you don't give anybody.
Let us have a conversation instead of you just keep butting in.
Are we just here to be looking at you guys?
No, not at all.
That wants to do monopoly of talking. Like you have monopoly of
if
talking.
they want to talk, let them talk. I'm the one
But I said the man is talking. Let the man. It's like anybody.
We have not said any of us. What are you contributing? What are you saying?
You just started arguing negatively. Most of the time we're arguing here. We're all doing it in a laugh, jokey way. You just come and start being negative constantly.
No, I'm not being negative now. I'm just saying give people a chance to talk to.
The final point. If you let me present the matter, other people can be able to get in.
You haven't presented enough.
Can you have not? Can you just stop? You're just being disruptive. What kind of child is this?
Who's being destructive? We are being disruptive now. We are not here to lecture us. Let people say their own.
Let me present the matter, then they can discuss it.
Which matter are you presenting?
Okay, now you see at the end when she was talking about the healthcare professionals in Nigeria, which everybody wanted to talk about, that what is their welfare and all the rest of it. His focus. Do you notice that his focus is saying there are other countries that need doctors, so let's train them here and send our people over there. That was his focus. That we should be training our doctors to go overseas and work.
I can tell you about that space, right? I can tell you about that space because my wife is also a nurse. There is nothing you can do to hold Nigeria healthcare professionals from leaving that country. The only thing you can do is to ensure that you increase the quota of doctors, the quota of nurses, and have more people. So this issue of, we don't want people to leave. People will definitely leave. Right?
Now he let me even just
because you see, your problem is that you put design a nation that shouldn't function, and you wonder why it doesn't work.
People, do you know the number of nurses that leave the UK to US every year?
That's what I was saying.
But none of them are coming to Nigeria. Don't you get it? There's a difference. We are going to
Nigeria pay them the same.
Tell us how we can get them to come to Nigeria. Tell us.
Can Nigeria pay them the same?
So can share with the president.
First of all, your government, your president should be using the national healthcare. If you use it, the other people will trust it more. Maybe other African leaders will start coming and we'll start getting proper health tourism. That's when the healthcare start becoming stronger, more people will start getting
other doctors from UK for migrating. Tell us how we can get British doctors who migrated to Nigeria to come and find work.
I got your point. I got your point to Nigeria. That's okay because our political leaders, they are not emotionally invested in our system. I got that. But let's look away from that because we have to accept the fact that our health system, we've not developed to that point that we create some kind of urgency for foreign professionals to start trooping into our country. But we were there before, to the extent that even the King of Saudi, I hope this one was correct too. I don't want to just missound like that on TV again. Honestly, I've listened to so many leaders, and I believe that rubbish for a very long time.
One time they told us
that rubbish. I just confirmed.
They said lion. The football turned to lion when we played against
I believe in that rubbish up to now because when people just now just went against, I said, okay, am I so stupid too? I just started to go. I said, I
think for Spain, I think Spain is right though, because in Spain, the first TV station in Spain was actually in 1956.
No, see, look, even for the fact we're even saying France, it was a lie.
No, France
is obviously a lie. So,
is it true that when Nigeria was playing India, football turned to lion?
No, all those songs.
India don't beat us 99 to 1.
That's not right.
People talk nonsense.
That's not true. Indians don't play football now. They don't play football in India.
Yes, you didn't hear that story back in the days.
What about the one that you said that Awolowo in the moon? I can see him in the moon with his wife.
Or Teslim Balogun gave a shot and the goalkeeper his stomach burst or something.
Wow.
The shot was so hot. You do stuff in those days. So funny.
I'm sorry to to have even tried to even narrate on that rubbish that I've heard over time. I'm happy that the thing was even debunked. And so my GPT even did better job. I just put in my GPT and just told this thing.
Economic situation is the main thing that's making people to move. It's not only about
income too.
Income now.
If they offer you good pay, you go somewhere else.
Income. You see, even UK now, healthcare worker that just using UK as like a stepping stone. Nobody want to stay in UK because in UK now, even as a healthcare worker, you can only pay your bills. You have nothing to say.
Let me tell you what happened to that healthcare space in UK. Now, if you come directly from Nigeria to Canada, you won't be able to practice. You will have to pass some exam. But if you are coming from South Africa, if you are coming from the UK, you get your license to practice immediately. So now what people will do is this.
No, Ola, that's not right.
I just confirmed this thing yesterday. Maybe I should confirm again. That's what I heard.
No, that is a profession that my wife is actually in. And if you want to practice in Canada, you need to write Canada NCLEX. You can't just go from UK and go directly to practice in Canada. It doesn't work like that.
Okay.
The NCLEX is universal.
NCLEX is not universal. There's a difference between NCLEX US and NCLEX Canada.
You are talking to a doctor too.
No, doctor. NCLEX is not for doctors. NCLEX is for nurses.
I have nurses there that are doing it too.
My own wife.
Larry, this thing I've just told you, I just heard of it yesterday.
Wait now.
Listen to me first and get it.
Wait now. No.
Our doctors, they be coming to Canada.
Wait now.
They have conversion exam they used to do, even including lawyers.
Bros, I'm not talking about doctors. I'm talking about.
I'm just talking generally now.
No, let's see. This is a public platform, and people are hearing this. So when we say things, we use it also to educate people, right? So if a nurse is coming from Nigeria, like my wife, for instance, my wife was trained in Nigeria. She was working in Nigeria. She wrote her NCLEX from Nigeria, and she came to the US directly and got her green card at the port of entry, right? So if you are a nurse and you want to practice in Canada, why is difficult is it's not really easy for them to do that conversion for you to directly write NCLEX Canada. That's why most people prefer to write NCLEX US. So most people that you see, if a nurse goes to UK, for instance, so when the nurse is there, the one thing they want to focus on is to writing NCLEX US. That's why in most cases, most of Nigerian nurses don't go directly to Canada to practice. But if it's easier for you to practice in the US once you have the NCLEX. Because if you have NCLEX in the US, you can basically practice in any of the 50 states in the US.
No, now the same.
I think he's right. I'm just checking it now. I think he's right. You have to take that exam.
Larry, just to buttress Larry's point. My nephew, his wife, just passed that examination. He was an NHS nurse in UK for like 6 years. He moved to Canada like 4 or 5 months ago, and she wrote that examination and she passed it. They celebrated it big. So that guy is right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me just for that person saying
Nigeria is spending $2 billion
for that
every
person
year.
Saying one person in the comment section is asking, do they write NCLEX in Nigeria? So basically, they don't write NCLEX in Nigeria, but most people from like my wife, for instance, went to what's this country? Philippines. She wrote her NCLEX in Philippines, and now people are now beginning to write NCLEX in South Africa. They're also writing NCLEX. They've just opened NCLEX Center in Kenya. So Nigerians are going to Kenya to write NCLEX. Unfortunately, Nigeria is not really giving that because of all those things that, malpractice and several other things. But prior to this time, there was an exam that people were writing called CGFNX. So they were writing CGFNX in Nigeria, but most people don't write CGNX again. So you can actually write NCLEX straight. So that's why I said, do you know the number of nurses, at least from my wife's side, right, the number of nurses, because every day it's an open thing, right? If not because of recently, that probably, there's been delay and everything, because it's easy. Once you are trained in Nigeria, it's is a respected country when it comes to nursing compared to some other African countries. There are African countries that don't even have that opportunity to directly write NCLEX and come to the US and practice straight. So for the minister to be talking like that, he knows what he's saying, because you can't even stop them.
But Larry, also, you said we are giving information. Don't give us information. You can't just write NCLEX directly. Also, you have to write either your IELTS or your OET before you can do NCLEX now.
You
Yeah,
can.
but
So
what kind of minister though? Sorry,
Simba,
what kind of minister just
Simba,
trains their people to go and work for other people? What kind of plan is that? No, like I've been in the UK, I've never seen the UK minister working to send their people overseas. What kind of people are that?
Okay, Simba, let me answer you. So you can without writing IELTS. IELTS is just test of English. So IELTS is basically needed when you want to come in for your immigration. It's not because the fact that you don't write IELTS, because you can get your license. Take, for instance, a lot of people go.
Which one, if you want to go, which one do you initiate first? You initiate your immigration first, because that one it takes times.
No. You don't even initiate your immigration before writing NCLEX. Immigration is the last point, because at that point,
let me tell you, do you know that NCLEX doesn't get expired, but your IELTS and your OET can get expired?
Yes, the IELTS is for 2 years.
Before you start
for immigration.
Okay.
Mind you,
I'm
that
just saying this is just because this is just an information that I'm giving publicly, and probably for people that actually have access to this. Now, the thing is this.
Okay, Larry, you will continue. One thing I know here is that if you are coming as a certified nurse in Nigeria, you can still practice at a lower
Hold
level.
on, this is not a session about certification of nurses. It gets boring. How many people knows anything about certification processes?
But you say it get boring. Larry is talking, Simba is talking, Remy is talking, and people are engaging in this comment section now. Abba, is it really boring?
Let me see who is engaging in the comment section.
I can see Ben.
No, why? Because he cannot contribute now. He knows nothing about it.
I know
That's
it's a very simple.
When Tunaja is not talking, Tunaja is bored.
You guys like to talk. I think the thing is that you guys, it looks like our people enjoy talking about things that are
no, people in the comment section seem to be enjoying it now. At least someone is correcting me.
I don't see that. They are just saying Nigeria.
You know that if Tunaja is not talking, Tunaja cannot breathe. It's not like shark that's not swimming.
They say Nigerians are good in medicine. It's not like they know too much
okay,
about
see Ben Arokuna, he said India are on the moon. Why Nigeria remain? See, people are enjoying it because people are responding.
But that is not about NCLEX now. That's about the main topic.
The main topic is at least migration of our health workers. But if you cannot prevent it, then we can make money out of it. But Nigerian government is not making anything out of it. All these health workers that we train with subsidized education, the Nigerian government is supposed to be benefiting from. Other countries like Egypt, Cuba, and even Kenya and all those other countries, the government benefit from all those people that they migrate. And the funny thing, the way Nigerian government is not getting involved in the migration of our health workers, so it's also is making those countries that are recruiting them to change them.
Yes.
Yeah, well, now you see exactly what I mean. Sorry, Larry.
Have you
hold
seen
on.
the new bill?
Larry, hold on. Now you've been talking. See, that is what I'm concerned about. Their attitude to it is like, we train them, they go and work for other people. They don't look to tap into it, because some of these people may never come back. They will have children, they will never come back again.
They have worked on that. That's what I want to say.
What did they work on?
There is a bill.
He doesn't know anything. There's a bill there.
There is a bill that has just been signed, right? And what that bill says is, if you are an employer, take for instance now, you are an employer in the US, part of what you are supposed to do is to also invest into educating more people. So now, if you are taking a nurse, if you are taking a nurse out of the US, you should be able to also invest in training extra nurses in Nigeria. So that's what they've actually worked out. If you look at, probably you've been hearing one or two things about nurses issues, like probably like for like 6 months now. So these are things that they are trying to work out. Prior to this time, it's always been everybody go freely.
Like that was they stop even the verification. They just open it back.
They open the portal again.
No, I don't understand what you just said. Did you say that if they bring people from the West or from Nigeria to the West to go and train them there? I don't understand what you mean. Let me explain it properly, but I didn't get that.
Okay, so there is this issue of reciprocity, which means that let's say you are a recruiting agent for nurses in Nigeria. Let's say, okay, probably let me look at one of the popular ones, probably Avance or Grady, right, or Passport USA, that goes to Nigeria, take a whole lot of nurses, take them out to the US. So basically, they are also committed to also invest in nursing schools in Nigeria, which means that can actually allow you to take out, but as you're taking out, you are also investing in training more. So in that case, it is now those foreign people that will be the ones to invest. What government just did is to increase the quota, and which they've just done. So nurses, there is a quota every year in terms of the number of nurses that has to be trained in Nigeria. So they've increased that. So if they can do that, which means that increasing that quota, rather than government investing in training those people, subsidizing their education, and you taking them out, you also committed to also invest in training more people.
Okay, I get your point. The question then is the devil is in the detail, isn't it? How much are they contributing versus how much they are taking out?
Go and do your research yourself.
Larry, the way the other countries do it, let me tell you, by the time they are recruiting, you understand, they have an agreement with the country that is recruiting them, certain percentage of their salary. You understand? That
needs to come to Nigeria.
Used to come to Nigerian government, exactly. They'll come
it
to
needs
their
to, because normally there's what they call tax treaties that they have, because I've dealt with this issue before, that because our government seems to be encouraging our people to travel overseas without any way of getting the funds back that they've invested in all these people. So if like in the Nigeria has tax treaty with the UK, but I don't know what we don't know the detail of the tax treaty. So maybe we are not even getting anything out of it. Like America now, American citizens, whenever they travel anywhere in the world, they have to pay tax to the country, no matter where you are in the world. But you don't see that in Nigeria. Nigeria doesn't have any way of retrieving the wealth they've invested.
The Nigerians that benefited from Nigerian government, they will be after and that is why Nigerians are enjoying living abroad after they have been trained in Nigeria, because they are trained cheaply. They have no loan that they are servicing. Everything that they are getting is very lucrative, and that's why you see people doing it.
I want to ask Tunaja one question. Okay, Tunaja, look at it this way. Assuming you are an American now, you work in Canada, let's say in Toronto. After taxing you, like say, let's say 35%. Let's say you earn 100,000 a year, and they tax you for 35%, and they remove some kind of retirement benefit. Maybe your total take home at the end of the year is around 55,000. Are you saying the US is still going to tax you on that? NAFTA is what we do to NAFTA. No, they won't.
No. If you are a US citizen and you go overseas to go and work, you will still be taxed no matter what.
That's not true. Okay. There's a difference between corporation. Wait, there's a difference between corporation and payee, an individual. So don't mix them up.
Oh no. I think the way to do that is through tax treaty. No, you do pay, but it's through tax treaty that they swap. The government they swap.
Tunaja, let me tell you the way they do it here. What they used to do, even before they would tell them this is the amount they are going to get. You understand? They've already had that agreement. In fact, it's not open. It's not open to the employees. You understand what I'm saying? Let's say they said, okay, they want to get you as a nurse, and they would just tell you that, okay, $2,000 or $3,000 is your salary per month. Before they agree on that $3,000, certain percentage of your money, maybe ordinarily it's supposed to pay more than that. So if it pays you, you take it. You understand? It's already going to your government.
And what is the guarantee that the Nigerian government is getting anything out of these people? Have you ever
had they are not getting anything now. Everybody's just going free.
That's the problem now. And what I find problematic about this is that you see how we sell our people into slavery.
No,
this is almost like a modern one. If you
don't have any the issue is why are we focused even on earth workers alone? It's only health workers that Nigerian government actually subsidize their education. No, everybody.
No. It's just that this the minister himself that made maybe that's why
No.
because he was focused on it, like he wants to send people overseas.
No,
like it's our. He was like, oh, they need our staff. Like, is it your job to supply them people?
So Niger, don't deceive yourself. Don't deceive yourself. What the minister has just done is the major. He has actually done the major thing, which is trying to look for solution.
Because all to sell your people overseas. This solution, we've had it before. You remember?
Wait, no, we've never had this solution
when
before.
we're selling our people into slavery. What is the difference now?
I don't want slavery or no
what
slavery.
Is the difference?
This is not slavery.
What is slavery? You send them overseas.
Who is sending who overseas? The government, the one sending people overseas. Why are you talking about slavery?
Because didn't you hear what he said? They create the condition, they train the people so that they can go overseas to go and serve.
Do you hear what the minister said? Basically, the minister is making you to understand that you can't stop people from moving to anywhere they want to move to.
And you can see that they are the ones creating the conditions. He literally said
somebody is telling you that
workers.
Oh, I don't like this kind of argument. You can continue.
Didn't you hear him say those people need workers?
I've told you, probably go and read. If you want to help yourself to Niger, take your time, take like 10 minutes, go and read those bills. Probably you understand better.
I asked you about the numbers so that I can understand, but you say
so that's why I said, because having this kind of arguments, it's not really going to be fruitful.
Okay, maybe it's not fruitful, but the point is that if something is happening and you have the numbers to make a valid case that okay, they are taking a lot of money from these agencies to make up for the amount of people that are going away. See, you don't understand my own problem here. My own problem is that we are not stopping bad habits that we've had in the past.
That is not a bad habit. Let me tell you the truth. In any country, everybody have a right to move to wherever they want to be in search of opportunity. So if you are training Nigeria as a nurse, if you have an opportunity to move abroad to work there, who's going to stop you? Even the government put that, and we are not. Listen, we are a democratic nation. This is not an authoritarian society. This is a democratic country. If you want to do something, that's to be the people have to negotiate or dialogue or legislation. And according to the Nigerian government, what they are trying to put in place is a good thing.
What does democracy give you?
What you are trying to say? What you are trying to say is to curtail them to stay in Nigeria. That is not.
No. My issue is that the minister should be focusing on building a health system that is fully functional, not sending people overseas.
Even if you're going to do that, it's not going to be in 1 day or 1 year or 2 years. It has to be a good plan for the next 10 years. And as we know, it's a democratic.
Not when you have that kind of mindset. No, not when you have that kind of mindset. You never build your own.
What they are doing, let me tell you, what they are doing is that, according to what people have been saying, education is subsidized in Nigeria. If I were government, I will make most of these public institutions to be semi-autonomous. When you make them like that, the people that goes in to do nursing or medicine, they pay more higher tuition fee than the rest, or maybe engineering, or the so-called bigger professions. When you do like that, then you create a standard. But when you do like that in Nigeria, a lot of you guys will be shouting, "Is it not education supposed to be free? Everything's supposed to be free?"
I hear what you're. No. I'm not saying. I never do that.
So
Larry, what is that bill you're talking about? Larry, what is the bill you're talking about? Let me get the name so that I can
go and look at. There's an health. Just Google the latest health.
But what is all this conspiracy theory against health workers? Why is the focus on health workers alone? Why not everybody?
Because of the minister. I'm just saying that the mindset.
It's not the minister. It's not the minister. It's not only the minister. Everybody has been talking about it.
Yeah, the thing is
it's only
people are even Simba. People are even like nurses now. People are even saying, "Oh, government, they subsidize people and all these things." How about take for instance now, my wife, for instance, she went to private school, right? Even before she went to the university, she went to a private school that pays, as at that time, they were paying like 500,000, and this was something around 500,000, something around 2000, and I think around 2003, 2004. And after she left there, she went to Bangkok, right? And at that point,
1 million tuition fee.
So at that point, are you telling me that government has any right over her? No.
No.
Because she paid her tuition. It's not like government is subsidizing back up.
Let me even tell you. Let me tell you now.
Your wife you are talking about is also the same. My nephew's wife also went to Bangkok, and after that she went and practiced in UK immediately as an NHS nurse. After about some few years, she just moved to Canada this year. Right? Wrote that examination you are talking about.
Even now, if you have your child in a private university in Nigeria studying medicine, you pay as much as 6 million, 7 million annum.
Per year. You see now.
So now, if I've invested in my child, and then he or she will now come out and be earning 300,000 or 400,000, what kind of investment is that?
It's not enough.
So nobody can prevent such a. So even whatever law they are passing, they should also look at.
Simba, I'm surprised you are contradicting yourself now, because you guys, you are among those people that are saying education is subsidized in Nigeria, but you know, over time and time, we've been able to debunk this fact that the pricing is relative to your earning power. So because the problem we are doing here is this: now we are comparing the cost of education in America and the United Kingdom to, to what is in Nigeria, without comparing the minimum earning, what you can earn in America or Canada to what you can earn in Nigeria. So that is where we are missing this thing. So
no, what are we missing there? What are we missing there? We are talking about a public institution and private institution. You say we are missing something.
Let's clarify it.
Ola,
Education is subsidized.
Sorry, Larry.
Please.
I quickly want to ask Ola a question.
Simba, please just give me like 30 seconds.
Okay.
Let's clarify this. Education in Nigeria is subsidized for public institutions.
Exactly.
So when you say education is subsidized in Nigeria, it's only subsidized for public institutions.
Public institutions, yes.
Sorry, I never
subsidized.
Okay, why do you think education is subsidized for public institutions? Because I can tell you, even where you pay 40,000 tuition fee in Canada, I can still tell you that education is still subsidized in Canada, even for 40K. If you don't know.
So okay, Ola, the question I want to ask is this: your narration. Look, the people that are sending their children to school, maybe to higher institution, even if they work for government, their pay is not level 1. So it depends on which level.
No, don't even go to the pay. Whatever Ola is talking about, even if they are paid 40,000 in Canada and still subsidized, subsidy is different from subsidy. You cannot compare a university. If you have my daughter in a private university in Nigeria, and I know how much I paid for her, and I know what they are paying in public institution, it's not even comparable at all. You are talking about somebody studying medicine wait, see, let me finish now. Let me finish. Paying 200,000 that you can even pay for a term for a nursery and primary school for annual tuition fee for a university. Then the same cost in private universities is 7 million naira. And you are saying we should not be talking about subsidy.
Simba, when they are subsidizing, you will say that subsidy will be intentional. I will be paid that you will see it, the policy glaringly, not the one we are assuming the way we are assuming it now. Now, look at it this way. Afe Babalola University, probably average tuition fee there per annum, let's put it around 7 million. But look at Afe Babalola University. He's even has its own independent power plant. He has some kind of security infrastructure. As of today now, Afe Babalola is among the top 200 universities, although depending on the agency. There's a school I went to, Afe Babalola University is even rated higher than that school. One of the schools I went to. Now, what I want you to look at is this. Though the facility there is matching what they are demanding, because they ask for money to provide facilities. But when you go to all these public institutions we are talking about, someone is going to universities in Nigeria, you say you are studying computer science, you don't have computer science lab. They are writing everything on the blackboard. And someone is having access to my computer. Probably that my computer, maybe it's like a workstation, like maybe it's costing the school, like let's say $7,000 to put it there, $7,000. And you are now telling me that, oh, the one that is going to the one where they have a workstation of 7,000 is paying full fee. And because the one that is attending, let's say, Obafemi University, that they are writing program for on the board, that has no computer to practice, is now paying 1 million instead of 7 million. You are now telling me they subsidize. No. The thing is this.
You are telling me that don't mind allow. Probably you went to a public institution to.
Simba,
You want to tell me.
And the doctors you found abroad,
where I for going if not for public institution. My parents get money to go to private.
What you are saying now, what you are saying now, I want to just take you on it. Majority of the nurses and doctors or health practitioners or engineers that find themselves in abroad, I can categorically tell you that 85% of them went to Nigerian public university.
That's not the issue.
That is the no, because you are making comparison that you get a standard and quality for 7 million compared to 200,000.
Uncle Remy.
Not Uncle Remy. What you did
we have high school here now. We have high school. You know, we have junior high, we have a senior high. Now, right from that senior high now, if you want to learn mechanic, if you want to learn electrical job, right there, you have automobile, you have facility to even learn all those things. You feel it. Not that someone will be telling you theory. Now, a school that is equipped like that, now, if that school is supposed to cost 10,000 naturally, and the government has said, okay, you are not going to pay more than 500, that is subsidy. But when you don't even have that equipment at all.
So you are saying that the facilities that we have in our public institution is the price that our people are paying. Is that what you are saying?
Honestly, that's what I think.
It's not true. It's not true. Forget about it.
I've just reviewed some of the policy. I saw some information regarding this that Nigerian government plans to bring back 12,400 jackpot doctors. And at the core of it, I think this may be what Larry was trying to explain. He said something about for every one doctor they receive, they have to also fund the training of another in Nigeria. That's not necessarily directly. It's just like one-on-one training. So you receive a fully fledged trained doctor, and then they start training another one in Nigeria. Personally, that is not this thing. I don't know how that is going to work. The only one I see that might benefit us is they start returning back.
Let me tell you one thing. Once you start giving all those people conditionality, they will just look away from you. You understand? They will look away from you and collaborate with another country.
No, the people that they are sending, is it their citizens or Nigerians, doctors that are working with them?
They can never
No, they're not sending their people back. They are just saying they will use some money, they will get some money back to Nigeria so that they will train, they will use that money to train Nigerian healthcare workers. So in other words, we're just training them for them to go back again. If the chain keeps going on like that, what do you think is going to happen?
So
you pay for them to go overseas, then they train another one in Nigeria again, because they're not saying train 5, they are saying one-on-one. If they said 1 go, you train 2. After all, it's cheaper to train people in Nigeria, but they are training one-on-one. That seems like not a fair deal.
The advantage that Nigeria has in the UK, all those things we are talking about, is English. They can see. If these people knows that Nigeria is becoming too expensive for them, they will find alternative. Larry, don't say they will not look away.
No,
they may not. They may look at. They may not look away for the next 5-10 years.
You know why I said they will not look for alternative? Because out of all the countries they are taking nurses from, Nigeria is probably the cheapest.
No, Larry, ask yourself a question.
In Africa, wait now.
No, if you go to francophone country,
wait now.
France.
The countries that major US recruiting agencies take nurses from, right, are Nigeria. They can take a little bit from Ghana. They take from Kenya. and they take from Zimbabwe.
All English speaking.
Right? So those are the basic countries. No, it's not even English country, because there are some English countries that the US that they are
No, you are not getting it. French speaking country take nurses
There are some English countries.
Exchanging our people for nothing.
There are some English countries in Africa that they don't take nurses from, basically because their nursing education, it's not at par with what we have in Nigeria. So that's another restriction. Don't forget that nursing is just not anything that you just take anybody to. Before you even take it to, you're even able to even bring nurses to the US. There are a lot of things that you have to go through. Because
sorry, Larry. Tonight, can you check the private chat? I put a link there. I think it's it's worth discussing about it. Larry, sorry, tonight.
Larry, if you want to study nursing in Nigeria now, could you believe that the requirement is the same thing as medicine? Because even people are now prefer to study nursing than medicine because it's easier for them to japa than doctors. So if you want to do BSc nursing now, the same WAEC requirement, the same JAB requirement, that's what the university are demanding.
Yeah, because there are
a lot of people, yes.
Yeah, because there is a lot of people now, because nursing in Nigeria now, to even get nursing admission in Nigeria is hot. Because
And that's what I'm telling you.
Because
that's what I'm saying, that it's the same JAB requirement, the same cutoff.
Yes, because nursing is, because, and you know the thing is this, now, aside all those agencies, like probably like 6-7 years ago, I can name like, probably like 4 agencies that I know that are probably recruiting from Nigeria. But today, even there are a lot of Nigerians that are also into that, because that's another business.
No, it's a lot of business. So if you see the people that are engaging in it, they make millions in dollars. Because even the money that they are charging the health workers now to migrate, they don't charge in naira, they charge in dollars.
See, our mumu wear trousers. I'm telling you, man, the way we behave is really scary. Like in the UK now, you know that there are many jobs you want to do now. You have to sign security clearance to do it. And they prevent some people to work for, like, you can't work for China, you can't work for this one. When I think what Simba was saying, we are free to do whatever we like. No, Western countries too, you're not free to do whatever you like as a workforce. You can't just walk off and just go and work anywhere you like. And we just give our people like they are nothing. So other people, we don't value life, and that thing is going to cost us again.
To Nigeria, for a nurse to leave Nigeria to come to US, averagely that process takes 2 years.
Averagely, minimum
of 2 years for that process.
Okay,
right?
Okay, guys.
And that process.
Let me stir this place up a little bit. See, when I told Larry that they will look into other places the other time, you said no. Let me tell you something. Now, the statistics is saying that as of now, we have about 13,700 Nigerian trained nurses working in the UK, right?
How many?
About 13,700.
Oh yeah, they said Nigerians make up 25% of NHS now. That is
now.
Crazy.
Do you know how many from India?
No, you can't be comparing us with India.
India is a giant now, probably more.
That's what I'm saying. I say if it begin the question is
no, it's not now. That one is not about looking. They've been there before us.
Yeah, that's a tiny amount compared to the size of
the Indians have been there before us.
So if you are looking at probably they want to move, you look at another country in Africa, right?
I think now they focus more on Ghana, and because of the issue that Nursing Council of Nigeria was giving Nigerian
Nursing Council. It's not even
Ghana. India is not like Nigeria. India is a nuclear power, a space-faring country. It's
so
not
the problem why some of them are moving away from Nigeria now is because of the visa. What do they call it? There's a delay. At a point, India had that delay. I think Nigeria has a delay now.
Even presently, right? I think there is a ban on Nigerians going to UK.
No, there's no ban. There's no ban.
There's a ban. There's a ban. There's a ban. You can, and most of the, if you see any, I'm not talking about Nigeria. I'm not talking about Nigerians general. I'm talking about health workers, Nigerian health workers.
What
you know, let me tell you, anyone that you see migrating to UK, they migrate through another country.
No, I still have people that I still have people that are going to UK next month. So
yeah, they do.
People are going every day. I still have people that are going to UK next month. I just wrote their IELTS in Abuja. People, they go to UK. So what happened in particularly with the UK?
That's IELTS at 419, honestly.
What do you say?
IELTS is 419.
No, that's
they
the problem.
They use it to make money. It's just
Canada has already exempted Nigerian students writing out. It's only UK that is.
UK, Australia. Australia.
I think that minister was lying because UK is showing that
Canada is not exempting in Nigeria.
I read something like that before.
Baba, they are not accepting Nigeria.
Do you know how much they are charging now?
No, Ola.
Ola.
I hear you.
The thing is this:
they exempt.
So they exempt.
I said they are not accepting Nigeria.
IELTS is true. Do you guys know IELTS is true?
No,
there's
now
different types of IELTS.
Just give me 30 seconds. Let me complete my statement with Simba. See, it never reach. See, they exempt that for you to come to school. Yeah, they know you want to stay, right? When you want to become a PR, that IELTS you know right that time, you go right time. They are waiting for you. So initially, you will write it later.
That is cheating. They want you to bring in the money, and then later you go.
And why should somebody you learn in their domain? They trained you. At the end of the day, you don't understand English again. That same English that you use to write your exam and pass. What kind of rubbish is that?
You will be sure before that even if you were born in England and you call yourself Briton, you will write. Except the things that change.
It shows you that they are just using it to make money. It's not because of anything.
Yeah, they talk now. I see. Look at how I tackle people. If you ask me now,
Ola, all this country, they have a lot of advantage, a lot of sources they make money from. You see how many people apply for American visa every day that they deny, and they make billions of dollars from that. IELTS. There's so many things they have advantage. In fact, we should just forget about it. What do we have?
Problem of Simba, you were asking about the problem of health workers in the UK. Do you know what happened? It was IELTS issue, and the exam they did malpractice. There was malpractice in Nigeria, high-skilled malpractice in Nigeria with IELTS and the nursing exam. So a lot of Nigerian nurses did that malpractice, and the UK caught them. So basically what they did was they had to cancel licenses. They had to make people go write those exams again in the UK, and some licenses were totally cancelled.
Larry, let me quickly correct something. That thing is not limited to Nigeria. You understand?
No. I'm talking about they can.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about. Even not generally, or certification today, whether be Microsoft, whether be whatever.
That's not what I'm saying now.
I know.
I'm talking about a problem that is currently on board with Nigeria, with Ibadan. It was Ibadan Center and Benin Center.
No, I know. I'm saying issue of malpractices generally is not limited to Nigeria.
No, I'm not saying malpractice. You don't understand. Simba was talking about probably they stopped Nigerian medical professionals from going to the UK, and I'm trying to give him what actually happened.
Hey, Simba, Simba, can you hear me? Hey, I just came back from Nigeria, so I traveled through Doha Airport in Qatar, and in that airport, there are thousands of people working there, and let me say hundreds of people, and they are all black, all like Africans. I was surprised though. Like, what's going on? Like, that's the first airport I went to where everybody working there are Africans.
All their people are rich. They have a lot of money. So
do you know the population?
I thought I was in a black country. That was the first time in my life I went to an advanced advanced airports, and everybody working there are black, and they're all professionals. They did. They did a
The
good job. They
Qataris
were
are
working
just like
professionally.
they are just like
Mike,
300K.
Mike,
Yeah.
they are
They are
the blacks in that
300K.
airport. They are almost. They will be up to 60%. I
Yeah, but
But
80,
you see
90%.
those
every
blacks
time.
that you see, they are East
Black.
Africans. So majority
Yeah,
of them are
they
East
look East
Africans.
Africans. Yeah, they look all East
Yeah, they
Africans.
are East Africans.
But
Yeah,
it's
but no.
do
They
you know
have
the
a
number
lot
of
No,
of
that
black
is
in that
what
airport.
Kenya. You know, Kenya has a lot of treaties with all these GCC countries. You understand? They don't allow any. This one that we are focusing on our health workers alone in Nigeria, and then we say no. Even ordinary maid, you know, that go and be doing all this maid job in all those countries. They have an agreement with Kenya government and Ethiopia.
Yes.
You
What
understand?
kind of human beings do we have running our countries? Even it's like
But these people, they were so professional. You won't believe they are black people.
Now, you know they have.
Because let me tell you, any slight mistake like this, you are gone. And the law is so
I've
strict.
never
The
seen
law is
black
so
man
strict that
act so
any
disciplined in my life.
malpractice before you know it, you are already in prison. So there's no room for any all these are black shenanigans. There's no room for it. No room.
Oh boy, I was stunned, man.
You know the thing is, most of those things are being facilitated by their government. So you know, Kenya has very strong relationship with with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, particularly mostly all those Asians. And that's why I see that most of the trade that goes to Kenya, take for instance now, their crude, their petrol. Kenya don't buy petrol from every other place that will buy petrol from. They basically buy their petrol from Saudi Arabia. And most of their trade are towards that side. That's why
So, but let me ask you though, as a leader, let's say you become president of Nigeria and you be comfortable like having your people go overseas, you sign this type of agreement so your people can go overseas to go and work.
No, I don't have this is it. You see, I don't have a problem with people leaving. The basic thing I'll be focusing on is how do I take advantage of people leaving and then kind of like bringing things back.
I can't hear you anymore. I don't know whether it's just me.
Wait, look at the model of India.
Is it just me?
What's that?
No, sorry, I couldn't hear you anymore. Repeat that. I think I wasn't hearing you for some reason.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
So if I'm a president, I don't have a problem with people leaving. The major thing I'll be focused on is how do I take advantage of that? And I'll be using the India model. India today, do you know the number of people that India government send out of India to go to US schools? But the basic thing is just that if you're able to take advantage of that, if you are talking about tech in India today.
You mean like bringing them back? Bringing the ones that have acquired brain, bring them back. Bring in.
No, you might not even need to bring them back, right? You might, if the country is all right.
I think what Nigeria is supposed to be doing is put some
they are supposed
measures
to
in where you attract all the people that have advanced, Nigerians that have gone out there and acquire so much brain and things like that. Something as simple as maybe create some kind of special status or some kind of incentive where, or some kind of special card or ID or some kind of something where you're in Nigeria, you've advanced to this level, you can acquire this level of status and just something like that. Just give them reason to always come back. You understand? So those people, they are not out there just as a waste or just
exactly.
Giving
Mike, I will dedicate at least $1 to $2 billion just for those groups alone because they are very, very important. You bring them back, you give them the right environment and give them the tools. They will create jobs. They will
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like almost, if you look at Nigerians in diaspora, for example, many of them come from there. I'm talking about we are in the tens of thousands. They are making at least, if not $1 million or close to $1 million a year. You understand? Where one of their 1 month salary can transform a village. And most of them come from these villages that are still backward in Nigeria. When the government can just if you just give them this one status, one kind of reason why they can just be coming, they don't have to come on permanently, where they can just be connected. You understand? And they can just that capital, they can just bring, because I literally know Nigerian, like people that be. Let me make this point. Hold on. I know Nigerian, like even one of my professors like that has been in the UK and US since the 70s. And this man have made so much. He has advanced savings. He has he's everything. And this man died here in America. And all his wealth, everything stays in America. Everything has attained everything. So nothing went back to the homeland. So I'm like, wow.
Okay, Mike, I'll quickly comment on what you said. Then I'll ask my question to Larry. First and foremost, people, when they stay in abroad far too long, sometimes, most of these guys, sometimes they don't want to go back anymore. Some might want to go back because of other reasons or factors. So even if you put the incentive out there that, okay, this is what you get, it does not mean that the generality of them would like to move back to Nigeria.
Remy, not necessarily move back. Not necessarily move back, Remy. They don't have to. They don't have to move back. Okay, I don't abandon where I did, but connected. You know what I'm saying? Even the time we live in.
I don't think we are not so patriotic. Don't let us be comparing ourselves with the Indians. The models of India cannot work with Nigerians. So we are so polarized, divided that it cannot work. You see some people causing themselves.
Remy, can you hear me? Yeah, let me quickly say this. This is a personal to me. My father-in-law has been living in Australia for 50 years. I married their daughter 10 years ago. He's been telling me the day I married their daughter, he's going back to Nigeria. He's still in Australia making money. It's not ready to go back to Nigeria. He's been telling me 10 years ago that I will soon move to Nigeria.
They don't know how to connect back with that society. That's why
they never come back again. That's my concern.
And that's why the government have
when are you going back to Nigeria? Only with everything that has happened, for now, I'm not going. It's almost 10 years now. So it's very difficult, my brother. Even with only your health, if it is only my health, I'll still stay in abroad. That I know that if anything happens to me today, my health is being taken care of. Forget about all of the other things.
But Thomas, that's what the government have to fill in. The Nigerian government have to fill in, because you need these brains, you need these people. We have to fill in that.
There's brain, no? There is brain.
The government is on here, so government have to create special.
Mike, there is brain. There is brain. Nigeria they are not wasting in abroad, but they should have done many things in that country.
In Nigeria,
like my father-in-law now is an engineer for almost 45 years.
Yeah.
Engineer for 45 years in this country.
They've learned so much. Even their mentorship alone, being Nigeria, just mentoring other the small engineers or even college students, the student Nigeria transferring brains, knowledge to them. It's like a library, just teaching them stuff, just mentoring. Just their brain alone, transferring it to that society. They can contribute a lot. And this is what, if you have serious government, you're supposed to tap into these people. Just know that they exist out there. Figure a way to create some accommodation for them in Nigeria, where they know that, hey, the government have created some kind of venue for me to just land, so special status of where I can come, and the things I'm worried about, they're taking care of it for me. So all I have to do is just, land there. Government have covered me. They cover my insurance. They can create like an insurance.
Mike. So if you are in the office now, you will do these things you are saying, Mike, isn't it?
Yeah, that's number one thing I would do.
That is my concern, that the ones there right now are not thinking like that.
Let's it a little bit. I want to ask
you say you want to ask a question.
Larry this question. Just that yesterday, the Nigerian government makes Dangote the sole seller of diesel in Nigeria. So also the Naira exchange. I mean, the Naira buy crude in Naira. So, Larry, quickly, I just want you to tell us that what would be the short-term gain for Nigerian government through this, and what would be our long-term gain? That's my question.
No, the short-term gain, it's what is so obvious to all of us, right? Just look at it. The fact that, number one, there's no need of government helping anybody to source for dollar, and there's no need of CBN subsidizing dollar for anybody, right? Which means that that pressure, aside the fact that Dangote or no Dangote, as of today, that pressure is out. And number two, the fact that Dangote is even with this swap, this Naira crude of a thing, the fact that Dangote is even able to refine that thing and get several things from it, not just focusing on petrol and diesel, the other things that is also going to get from it, which he is also going to, in the short time, export. Now, I'm not talking about petrol and diesel. I'm talking about those other derivatives. Because there are some derivatives
so
like
in the next 90 days, is that possibility that the Naira will appreciate against the dollar?
No, in the next 90 days, now this is it. In the next 90 days, in as much as CBN is as hands off from giving anybody, because every month, what happens is that every day, CBN look for ways, put some dollars for some guys to import. Now, if CBN is not doing that, so what that means is just that there is no pressure. Everything will just be focused on Dangote. And in the next 90 days, what we can see, it might not really be huge, but at least we'll start seeing some impact. Right? And now, I've seen people said, oh, Nigeria is going to lose money, by not selling crude in dollars. And I'm still finding it difficult to understand how they think we are going to lose money.
I don't think we are not going to lose anything.
We are not losing money.
I've even seen some people, some people that I respect go on TV, all these, on TV in Nigeria, now everybody is
a liar. Do you know that Femi Falana, that son, do you know that the reason why I cannot take VDM to court is because February this year, there is no cyber stalking or cyber security stalking anymore in Nigerian constitution. So there's no basis for him to take him VDM to court anymore. So all those everybody that hide under that thing is no more possible anymore.
So I've seen some people, people that how they hype them on TV and they say some things.
They're just liars, man.
Me personally, I sit down and look at some of those things. I'm like, does this thing really make sense? But Nigeria now, Nigeria like anybody that say things they want to hear and he's saying the truth and all those things. But if you look at it deeply, Nigeria is going to gain more. And I've always said it here that probably God just wants to help
from
Nigeria.
Dangote?
What do you say?
Did you say Nigeria was going to gain more from Dangote refinery?
No, Nigeria is going to gain more. Now, I'm not saying Nigeria is going to gain more in terms of reduction in price. Right?
Oh, no. I think we'll gain from that too.
Yeah, we'll get, but it's not immediate. So that
no, not immediate. I think it's in medium term.
Yeah,
maybe
so
before the election, actually.
So that will make people have that orientation that
I think when Nigeria will gain more is that when that CNG, most commercial vehicles in Nigeria, about 60% of them or 50% of them now started using gas.
Yeah, we're talking about that yesterday, but it's going to be difficult. You know why it's going to be difficult?
Yeah.
Because federal government cannot do that thing alone. Until you have
if they give it to private people, they will gouge the price, man.
Until you have state government,
exploit our people again.
Private people
are wicked human beings. Really.
Yeah, because what you see today, they say federal government gives 60 buses to this state, and I'm like, it's just like you are dropping something.
I think what they should have done is this: all those states, the federal government and state will collaborate with the National Union of Road Transport Workers. They now design the route for them. The government and the state government will give them a soft loan with a low interest to be paid in maybe 3 or 4 or 5 years, I don't know. And then they cannot give them the CNG gas propelled buses or car or whatever. So that way they get a new something in their hand and they now pay the government every month, maybe some certain amount of money from the loan. This way, because Nigerian people, they like free thing. They don't want to pay for it. This is another.
I think, for what I see, the Nigerian economy now if the petrol
I think
price
it's picking up a
goes,
little bit. Okay,
let me finish what I'm saying. I think if the petrol price goes back to around 500, I think
forget
people will
that
be
one.
very happy.
Forget.
No, hold on. Let me explain why I think you'd be surprised why I'm thinking it might go there, because there was one analysis that was done on TV today. It says because the dollar demand will come down because of the Dangote refineries now taking that
don't
away.
listen to some of those analyses.
No, hold on. Let me finish what I'm
See,
saying.
you know why I said
Let
that?
me finish now, please.
No, let me just say this.
You can't just stop me from
that
talking
500
now.
that you said is part of
No,
what is causing
maybe it's
problem in
rubbish.
Nigeria today.
But let me finish what I'm saying. What the reasoning is that because the demand for dollar will reduce significantly, we're talking about almost 37% of demand for dollar going away, that the Nigerian currency is going to appreciate. It's not because Dangote is going to reduce its price, but if the currency appreciates, gets stronger, let's say it's $1 to 900 or 1,000 naira, you can see now the petrol price will drop because of it. That is where the magic is going to happen.
Okay. No. Sorry, Larry. The question you must ask yourself to Nigeria is this: how much naira per liter is Dangote using to produce one liter of petrol?
From what he's told, he said it's going to cost 40-something cents. 40-something cents.
How much is 47 cents in naira?
If we are looking at it right now, it's around almost 900, 800, 900
want
naira.
The miracle to happen that he will not produce at 10 cents or 5 cents.
The reason why try to understand if the currency now, because now the $1 this is $1 naira dollar is 1,500 naira or 1,600 naira. But if the dollar naira appreciate to around 1,000, you can now see that 40-something cents will now become around 500
That's
naira.
Gonna be magical.
That is magical.
Why are you thinking it's magic? Oh my God! Just 2 years ago, Nigerian currency was a lot better.
To Nigeria, we are saying it's going to be
You guys
magic.
just think that goodness, how have you settled for this rubbish? You guys are so used to rubbish that you are used to it now.
You know, see, most of us are scientists, right? And we always say things based on probably the data and things that are real, not based on what we may be optimistic, right? And that optimism does not really lead you to not taking facts out of the way, right? Then the moment you take facts out of the way,
numbers, then since you're a scientist.
No, the moment you take facts out of the way, then now if you are saying Naira should go to 1,000. And why I said it's going to be magic is looking at all the variables that we have at the moment. That's going to be, I don't know how that is going to even be possible. Let's say if Naira is stable around 1.5 for some time, with this Dangote and everything,
how can your demand drop by 30% and you think it's just a marginal increase?
Wait. You see this issue of those issue of big things that they give you, demand is dropping like there by 30% and this. Some of those things, empirically, it's not real.
Oh my God.
Empirically, it's not real. Before we start seeing that benefit of, exchange rate, moving, and it's not even like it's going to.
What do you mean empirical? You can't just say that. You're supposed to be scientist. You can't just say empirically it's not real.
Whoa, wait now. Empirically is not real. It's not really this, and most of the problem, and that's why if you ask people, these people will come on here tell you, if they do this, Naira will go to 1,000. And if you ask me, it's not possible for Naira to go to 1,000.
You are not giving us your reasoning. There's no numbers there.
No. It's not even matter of reasoning. Okay, now if somebody tell you to Niger that this is a free bet, right? Free bet that you should bet that probably Dangote start now. Let's say in the next 6 months, Naira is going to go to 1,000. Will you bet?
Yeah, you could bet. I could bet actually.
Will you bet? Yeah, no, it's not. I could
because
right?
I made the same prediction myself.
No.
Not because this government decided to flow the currency.
Wait now.
The economy will be in a different place right now.
If not, no. We are talking about what we have now. This is the exchange rate we have now. And somebody is telling you, oh, don't worry, to Nigeria, by December, Naira will go to probably Dangote with this crude, and probably by December, Naira should be at 1,000, right? And they gave you an opportunity to bet. Probably you have $100,000 somewhere. Bet for $100,000. Will you do that?
If I have the money, yes, I will bet.
And you think so? If you bet now, Remy, Simba, Thomas, if you are to invest on to Nigeria, will you invest on that?
Why would I do that? He does not understand what he's betting on.
The only reason why I will have a bit of trepidation is because what I've seen our leaders do. They are very capable of sabotaging the economy when they don't have to. And that is my only trepidation, based on the fundamentals that the demand for dollar is going to drop. They've removed the fuel subsidies. All that expenditure has gone away. They don't have to defend this in the Naira anymore because the demand for the dollar has gone down. And then, not to mention, Dangote is going to also be selling a value-added product and bringing dollar into the country. That's dollar that didn't used to be there before. Like I discovered in the trade surplus that they were talking about. We are talking about energy export that has increased by more than 1,000%. Now you can start seeing. That's why I was predicting that the Tinubu can win this election without even campaigning, because if all these things come into fruition, you will see that the currency will appreciate, and you will see that the petrol price will come down, except they find a way to sabotage it. But that you can't put that beyond our leaders. You can't put that beyond them.
So let's not deceive ourselves. If anybody asks, even if Cardoso comes in and tell me, oh, this thing they used to say, oh, the true value of the Naira is around this. Cardoso himself, right, cannot come out and tell you that, oh, Naira is going to go to 1,000. We've left that.
Why not? Jesus, I don't know what do you understand about finance at all?
I am telling you that Cardoso cannot tell you. If Cardoso tell me now, oh, Larry, don't worry, by December, Naira is going to go to 1,000 to $1. I will basically tell him
you are not giving me your reasoning. If you tell me that, oh, because Cardoso is compromised, he cannot
dare to. Not because Cardoso
what is your
compromised. We've left. See, let us not deceive ourselves. Until probably the only thing that can actually happen. Okay, probably let's say Nigeria starts. We start in terms of crude. Probably we start doing like 2,500, 3,000 barrels, right? Which is going to be extra things coming out. That's going to be outside the current model. So that's going to be something outside the current model. So with that, I can say, okay, fine. Presently, probably we're doing 1,003. And probably at that point, they've been able to get us to be doing 2,500, 300. Then that is outside. But based on the present things that we have, based on the present variables we have, based on the present, in terms of our current crude production, right? And in terms of every other thing that we have, there's no magic. Let's not deceive ourselves. Except something that is exogenous is coming into this variable, and probably we'll now put that in, and we will now factor that in.
My God.
That's what I can tell you. Except that, but if it's still based on this, and probably you just feel like, oh, because Dangote has started, Naira will move from 1,006 close to 717 to 1,000. Bros.
Wow.
I know the deal.
So check the conditioning, my God.
I know the deal.
Man, our people have been conditioned never to see progress. I don't blame you.
No. See, the bottom line is it's better we are being truthful to ourselves rather than
what is the point of saying that when you don't even use figures? You just say stuff like I can't say anything
based on the current
it's not based on anything.
Wait now, to Nigeria. Based on the current figure, and the figures I'm telling you is okay, this is how much we do every day, right? Let's say probably we do 1,003 every day in terms of crude.
And 1,003 what? How does that work? 1,003 barrels or?
Yes,
okay,
now.
As an example, okay, 1,300 barrels.
1,300 barrels every day, right? Let's say we are doing 1,300 every day based on what we are doing today. And basically, the major source of foreign exchange is still from there for us.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Now, the only thing you are now telling me is more like, okay, fine. Probably what we'll use in importing, probably the money we are giving to these other guys, there won't be that pressure. Right?
Yes.
Which might
Yes.
actually, probably,
Something percent.
is going to reduce demand for dollars.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Which is
Not
still,
defending the dollar anymore.
yes. Normal, it's still going to be the same thing. And the other thing is, I'm also looking at the current money supply in the economy. So all those things you said, for those to probably happen, like I said, number one, if we are able to do, let's say we are doing like 3,000 barrels, right? And there's a magic that we are able to do one magic and mop the money supply, right? Mop the excess money that is actually in circulation. We're able to mop it. The illicit funds that are probably going to be the ones, basically most of the things that are really affecting the dollar today in Nigeria, it's not because of most of all those things. It's because of those illicit funds are also still finding their way to mop every dollar that you put into that economy.
Oh my God! No, that is not necessarily the.
No.
I hear that. Let me give you what I'm saying. I hear the part of the money that is in the current, this in circulation, but that is not what is, because now the money that is in circulation is what you used to buy the current dollar. But what is going to happen when the demand for the dollar reduces because we are not spending so much dedicated towards this thing, buying for petrol? Then
All these things that we have too many.
See, that money that is in circulation,
It's because we are not making enough. It's because we are not making enough money. That's it. If we are making enough money, we don't have issue with all this.
This is the first time I've ever had somebody say, if you reduce income from, if you reduce this in demand for the dollar, that is not going to reduce, it's not going to increase the value of your currency. It's like,
we are not saying, but not like that. Not like
you're
1,000.
using
It's
mind.
not possible now. I don't know how to tell you to Nigeria. Probably we are saying probably Naira will move around to be around 1.5. I think that's still reasonable. But if we are saying 1,000, for me, it's not
okay.
reasonable.
Let me give you, how much did we used to spend defending the Naira before, when it was around 600? Give us, I think it was 1.something billion dollars.
1.5 billion every month.
1.5 billion. So that's around $18 billion per annum. Do you know how much Nigeria spent importing petrol? This thing, that's going to 12-13 billion dollars or so, if I'm not mistaken, maybe even more. So you can see now why it should come back, because the amount we were using to defend it before was not that much more than what we are talking about, that the demand might reduce by. And then we are not even taking into account that Dangote will sell value-added petroleum product and get dollars for it.
You cannot argue that way, because most of this money we are talking about, they were borrowed funds for subsidizing your Naira and subsidizing your petrol. You have to look at the productive nature of your country first. What are you guys chilling at, pumping out from your country? I'm not talking about even oil alone, non-export. Is it improving? Are you making more money? Then we are talking about that.
Yeah, it's already making more money. That's the excess in this trade already.
So that 1.5 billion is a loan on us, which we must pay back.
What do you mean 1.5 billion? Which 1.5 billion are you referring to?
I'm telling you that we are using 1.5 billion to subsidize your Naira, to make it at that lower exchange rate to the Naira for so many years in the bank. And those of this money were borrowed money.
No. We've already paid for it. That is defending now. That is what you are talking about, defending now.
What do you pay for it? You pay everything. I beg. You don't know about it.
Okay. If you say we are not paying everything, let's say we borrowed it. Whatever happens, debt is different. Debt is not what reduces your currency. You see, the value of your currency. Debt is not the reason why your currency depreciates. It's your demand for dollars. If the demand for dollar keeps this thing going down, your currency should be appreciating automatically. If that doesn't happen, it means that again our government have gone somewhere to sabotage the economy again. Make sure it doesn't move forward. You need to understand this, because you guys have been in foreign countries. You've seen it. I don't understand why this is confusing for you, but I guess maybe Nigeria is always different because you excuse your leaders for doing terrible things to your people, and now we are used to it. Look at Larry is literally saying, no matter what happens, somehow I think what he's actually saying is that you are dealing with Nigeria. No matter what happens, that thing is not going to improve, and maybe there's some truth to it.
No, I think you know.
But my experience is that
what he's telling
this
you
was
is very
to
simple.
block everything from improving. Sorry, go ahead.
What he's telling you is very simple. That naira cannot magically go down to 1,000 naira, exchange to the dollar. There must be some parameter in play. And when we talk about this thing, it's not just going to be in 1 week or 2 weeks, everything just changed like that. It takes months or years. But with this Dangote coming on board, and if
how long did it take to depreciate? Why do you always forget it?
That is flotation of the naira. That is the real sense of your economy. That is the real.
It's
this
not
is reality
true.
of Nigeria.
You are believing in things that you shouldn't believe in.
Sometimes you don't understand it very well. When the float,
I'm in London here, the financial capital, basically almost the world.
What that has to do with where you are in London?
No, because maybe the way we sorry. The reason why I'm saying that is because maybe the way we understand finance is different. Maybe the way we understand finance is different.
When you float your currency, then we're able to know the reality of your country.
That is not real. It will never be reality. People are speculating on your currency.
It's not the reality, but you are borrowing money to make that naira at 400 or 500 naira exchange to the naira. You borrow the money, not that you have the money in your own kitty. We could have pegged the naira, but if we peg the naira, we are not a productive nation. We cannot do that because we don't have the backbone to back it up. So try to understand the basics of it first. If you can understand that one, sometimes the way you argue, I don't know.
Let me give you this. Nigerian NNPC obtains $3 billion loan to stabilize the foreign exchange market. This is 2024. I'm telling you, they are borrowing money now. You guys don't see what is happening, but maybe you want me to show you the link so you can see it on the screen. They are borrowing money now too. So what is the point of borrowing money now when we're borrowing money before, but it was cheaper for Nigerians? I don't know. The entire thing is madness. No, you tell me after this depreciating the naira to $1 to 1,500 naira, why are they still borrowing $3 billion? You tell me.
Maybe you better read what they borrowed the money for. If you can tell
let me show you so you can see it clearly. Let me show you so you can see it clearly because this one passed my head. I don't the Nigerians the way this government. This is why I'm believing Larry, because they have a way of sabotaging things. I don't get it. You don't understand why I sound exasperated. This is why, because I see this and I say this doesn't make sense. What are these people doing? Just look at it. Does this even make sense? Look at this. Like, this is literally headlines. Does that even make sense? Look at the date. Look at the date. This one is look at what is showing up here. Look at the date that they are doing these things. Man, Nigeria, man, I don't know what is going on out there. I really don't know what these people are doing with our money. You are borrowing this money to stabilize the currency that you have already floated. That's why I told you this floating that they are doing, they have to control it, because if you leave it, our economy will topple over. Because people will speculate on our currency, hard money, bet here, before you know it, all hell breaks loose.
So Nigeria, when you listen to the president, when he said subsidy is gone, categorically he said government will intervene, and they have been intervening. That is the work of the government. You cannot know it more better than them sometimes, okay? Because they are the one that knows the true reality of what your country is.
So I know enough. Okay, I don't know anything. Okay, let me show you something. Let me show you something that somebody said.
I'm not.
This one, I don't know who this man is. I don't even know his name. I think he was on TV. This was Arise.
Protect vulnerable citizens.
IMF, they are speaking with two mouths. When I saw that, I was wondering, IMF is calling on the government to protect the citizenry, provide more safety nets. But it is the same policy prescriptions of the IMF
that has provoked this situation.
So it's ironic. It's a conflict of policies. I think what the government should do, we've always said it, the twin policies of free floating of the naira and removal of fuel subsidy, they are the policies that have brought us to this state, to this condition. You cannot free float your currency. No, even China is a managed float. Even China, because I think probably is in the Guardian too there, about our our exports. Exports. We've had an increased amount of the export process in dollar terms. That we now have a surplus in trade. Not essentially because
since the depreciation weakens import, trade surplus hits 6.95 trillion naira in Q2.
Not essentially because of quality or content, but because of devaluation. So, like, a devaluation is supposed to incentivize and is supposed to stimulate exports. But in this case, it is not, because those who are supposed to export, those who are the productive base of the economy is shrinking because of energy cost, because of insecurity. Farmers cannot go to. So what are you going to export? So it's just the few that are exporting now, because the value in naira terms is increasing, not necessarily in dollar terms. So government should not. So when people clap for government because we're exporting more in terms, or we have turned to the trade of balance is now in the surplus, it doesn't mean it's just because the naira has been weakened. It's almost useless. Look at the Benin. Just a few years.
So this is what I'm talking about. Hey, I'm not the expert now, but I've said saying this since last year.
Saying the same rhetoric.
You see, to Nigeria.
Not bullshit, okay?
Even Babajide that used to support Tinubu, it's like this is crazy. This is what they have messed the economy. See, even he has picked up that foreign exchange, this inflating is the problem.
To Nigeria, when you are done, let's know when you're done.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. So the problem I have with most of all those people, it's easy to go on a rise and blah 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 blah, and not being truthful. You are talking about, you said the government should do a managed float. What is a managed float? Managed float means that you should always intervene. And how do you intervene? You can't intervene when Nigeria presently, in terms of what we are producing, it's not like Nigeria has that base. It's comparing Nigeria to China.
Then don't float at all then.
No, you have to float, because you have to float.
No, it's only diversified economy that exports that floats.
We've always been shouting of diversify since 1960, right? And diversification of the economy is not something that happens in a day.
If you've not diversified, then why float then?
Wait, you definitely float, because the moment you keep borrowing and borrowing, to get to a point that you can't even borrow again.
Larry, and are you only thinking only on one track? Don't you see that Dangote's refinery is coming on stream? Just remove. No, think about it, Larry. Let's say you are the president.
When is Dangote? You said Dangote refinery coming on stream. So
yes,
from May 29 to this point, right? Was Dangote refinery on stream? Was Dangote refinery operational? Why are you talking about Dangote refinery? Dangote refinery is just an immediate thing, right? And these people that are telling you, oh, no, don't do this, don't do that, which basically means that probably government has, even if you have a very good debtor, a very good person that is ready to borrow you at every time, they can't keep borrowing you like that. We all know.
But they are, don't you just saw that they are still borrowing?
This
is just one. They borrow multiple times.
Wait now. When you are done, let me know.
Okay, let me add. See, if you are the president, and you are thinking, okay, I'm having to defend this currency. Why am I defending this currency? I need to do something about it. First, if you are the one, I'm sure you are the one, you will be thinking, let's just keep dancing the way we are dancing. Let's find a way to get money here. But what will come across your mind will not be, let me throw the inflation so the inflation go higher, especially when I know that money is coming on stream. Like if you are working at home and you know that by the end of the month you're going to get paid, you don't start going to go to loan sharks to go and borrow money now. You wait until your money comes in so that you can use that money more effectively. Like Dangote refinery is coming on stream. Yes, you are borrowing money, but you know that if you float the currency too early, then the damage that is going to do to the economy, by the time Dangote comes, you would have lost far more than you would have used to defend it. As a matter of fact, let's say you're spending $10 billion defending it every month. You can do a managed depreciation so that the money reduces to $5 billion that you used to defend it. So until Dangote comes on stream, you can manage it, not doing it the way they just floated it to a very, very extreme extent, and they still have to defend it because why do you think they still have to defend something that they floated? Because if they left it, it will be 2,000, 3,000, then the economy will topple over. Because the reason why that is going to happen, because people are going to speculate on the economy like crazy. And they have to do all these things to protect the economy. They even have to pass a law to stop round tripping. So the kind of stuff that they are doing, man, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how many ways I can explain it. I really wish you can see what I see. I really wish you can see it, because what I see is people that are just deliberately mismanaging the economy. I'm not saying they are not capable. They are very capable. They are doing this deliberately. It's not by accident. And that's why maybe your argument is true, that no matter what Dangote does, they will find a way to ruin it. Except maybe he will do it, he will just allow it to go through because he wants to win an election. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe everything I'm saying, I'm totally mistaken. But I've been saying this from the beginning. It's not because I'm an expert. I just look at it like, you just save money from subsidy removal. What is the rush? You've not even spent the money that you just removed from subsidy. You're at least the financial freedom you just gain from not having to pay subsidies or borrow money for subsidies anymore. You've not even recovered from that. The next thing, you just lose the currency immediately. From that time, I just think, okay, this is wrong. The Naira cannot go on up to this amount. And then if they had just left it like that and the petrol price went up to 1,500, everybody will lose their mind now. That's why they started paying subsidy through the back door using NNPC. Before you know it, is $6.8 billion that they owe now. Oh, they just shifted the goalpost. It's like all the debts we used to owe before, we still owe them now, but with the economy worse off. Don't you see that, Larry? Don't you see that all the money that they said they were going to save, we still ended up owing at least more than half of it, but with the negative effect of the economy being worse. That has to be sabotage. That's my only explanation for it. I just look at it and think, these people are too clever. They are not stupid. If I look at their certificates, they are very, very highly educated people. So why are they busy listening to IMF? Why didn't they wait for Dangote to come on stream? I find it easier just to even make it better. Why are they not taking that money that they are borrowing to go and fix our refineries? If you have to pour another 1 billion, pour it in there, because it's going to save you foreign exchange demands. That foreign exchange that is killing our currency. Can you imagine if Nigerian currency goes back to around 1 naira to this thing? Yeah, I hear about your excess this thing. But if it goes back to 1 naira to this thing, not 1 naira, the 100 naira to $1, do you know the power that Nigerians have now? They can be able to travel freely. And because people know that Nigerians have more money in their hand, Nigerians can be able to go out, get goods in, come back into Nigeria. We have a high purchasing power. We can buy more equipment, machines that we can use to build stuff in Nigeria. But we don't see things like that. We just see things like, let's give depreciation and somehow it's going to get better without having an exporting economy. You have to have an exporting economy before you depreciate your currency. Because then your goods will be more.
I mean that exporting economy is just 1 day or 1 year job, right?
It's not. See, personally, if you are serious about it,
let me ask you a very quick question. How long does it take Dangote? How many years does it take him to start pumping diesel or start realizing his growth of fertilizer from that plant? How many years does it take?
It took him 6 years to build the refinery.
6 is that the 6 years that he promised before initially?
I think it was 3 years that he promised.
Listen,
but
this PM is supposed to come on board 2 years ago.
We said 6 years? Dangote started this whole refinery thing in 2013.
Yeah, he started building in 2016.
So 2013 to this time, how many years is that?
No, I think he actually started construction in Lagos, because I think there was a lot of
when you say construction, or there are some preliminary things that you have to do before you start a business, right?
Yes.
Is it not part of the business?
No, I agree with you, but I think some of those things that he did was delays, not construction itself.
I don't want us to, so that we can have a conversation, right? So that's why I didn't say anything. That's why I'm more like, yeah, probably when you finish, so that it can be more of a conversation, right? Rather than it be one way. So you can say whatever. So probably when you're done, me and Remy can come in.
Okay, okay, let me just say my bit. See, if you want to float your currency, you have to have an exporting economy. Most economists will advise you to do that. Even when you have an mostly import-based this economy, the maximum they will tell you to do is you have to do a managed float. You have to control it, similar to what China is doing. And China does it the other way around, where they devalue it so that they can be able to get advantage over other people. So those sort of things are established norms. To watch our own country do almost the opposite when we know we literally import petrol. That's how bad it is. We export petrol, this is crude oil, and import petrol. At that same time, there's a refinery coming on stream within a couple of years that is going to be exporting petrol and processing it at home. What was the rush to float it? At least wait until the trade balance starts favoring you before you start doing that kind of stuff at all. So they did it, and you know that they floated the currency when the CBN head is not even in place. You don't have your CBN chair, and you floated the currency. It took about 5-6 months before the CBN head came in and started taking over the running of affairs. So the way the entire thing has been managed, for the life of me, I don't understand it. I'll summarize it this way. The changes they look to make, the gains that they said we were supposed to make from it, the gains were not there. The debt that we're supposed to reduce, if they reduce it by anything at all, it's maybe by 30%. So the debt was not supposed to be there at all. But then instead, they just reduced it maybe by 30%, or maybe not at all. I've not done the whole numbers. All I know is that they borrowed $3 billion for the foreign exchange the other day. So ask yourself, why subject the economy to this? All the upheaval for marginal gain or none? I just don't understand that. So if you can make sense of it, you let me know. Thank you.
Remy, you want to go? So Naija, now let me tell you something. You see, it's always easy for us to keep saying, oh, why did they do this? Why not do this? Why not do that? Right? But another thing is for us to look at the reality. The only thing, if you ask me today, the only thing that I think Tinubu did not do that probably I would have done is the fact that Tinubu did not probe Buhari's government and bring in all those illicit funds back into the government cover. That is the only thing that, for me, if you ask me, because those money are still the problem that we are still having today. That's the only thing that probably Tinubu ought to have done. Immediately he came in, it was, even if you're not going to probe Buhari, you were supposed to go after, make EFCC more effective. Go after every of those guys, wherever they are keeping those money, boggle everywhere and bring that money out. So that at this point, it will just be normal economic indices that you are looking at. Because as of today, the normal economic indices can actually tell you this is what is going to happen. But you can't even account for those illicit funds because you don't even know where they are. You don't know how much it is.
You think this government cares about corruption?
And those illicit money are coming out every now and then, because at every now and then they are bringing it out. The best way to save that money is to use it to buy forex. That's the only way they can use it. The only way they can clean that money. Use it to buy forex. So that if you ask me, that's the only thing that I think he got wrong. You remember?
You are increasing
When Buhari came into government, that was his number one strategy. He went after some of those guys. They brought a lot of those money in. Even those ones that they couldn't bring in, those people were even afraid to even bring those money out. Some of them had to run and leave the country. Right? So for me, that is one of the problems that I think Tinubu, because I don't say Tinubu pro Buhari, don't pro Buhari, but there's still a lot of money that some of all these guys.
How is he supposed to probe when the economy is already on a free fall? Then people start running out of the country on top of it.
No. So see, basically what happened during that Buhari's, towards the end of that government, was basically some of those guys, they knew Buhari was gone. And the only thing they could do was to just pack. So they used that opportunity to pack a whole lot with the help of Emefiele. So they packed a whole lot of money, right? And some of them, kept it in their places, spaces, kept those money in their spaces, and now, so what most of them are just doing, because it's free, right? Go to the market, mop this money, clean it. It's every country that you see all this dirty money now. People look for a way to learn, probably look for a way to clean it and all those things. And that's part of the problem that the government is currently having. Because if they had done that, now it would just be based on, now you can look at, okay, fine, this is probably if Dangote is not, they're not giving this guy, so there won't be pressure. You can look at that based on the normal economic indices. But that other money that is there, you don't even know how much that money is, right? Which means that any gain that you have towards that, it will also be mopped and kept, not even spent into the economy. So there's a difference between taking money, changing money, and also still putting that into the economy, and taking that money and keeping it, it. So I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
That's taking the money and taking it out of the economy. I definitely do understand that. If you keep it within the economy,
it's more like, even if there is a gain, that pressure will also still come and mop out the gain.
Yeah.
Right? And also still, it will still keep coming out every now and then and mopping up the gain. Now, let me give you an instance. Within the last, I think last month, so CBN said is it last month? They said I I don't know the exact time. They said they were able to pump $583 million into the economy, right? By selling to some of all this bureau de change. And they sell to some of those guys. Probably they sell to them as 1,580, right? So, and every time CBN brings that money.
Hello, go ahead. I will just use the alarm.
Okay. Every time government brings out that money.
I hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Can't hear anything.
Oh.
I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear both of you.
Okay. So anytime government brings out that money, the illicit money will always still come out to mop. And that is why, if you ask me, that is the only mistake that I think Tinubu did, and which is basically political. Because if he had done that, I can tell you by now, because if he had done that, we won't be at this point we are. Right? Because at that point, to just be normal, okay, fine, this is, because we've been able to reduce. Another thing we've been able to reduce.
The economy is almost tipping over. People are struggling in Nigeria. That's the only mistake
we've been able to reduce is education tourism. Right? Education tourism has reduced. Unlike last 2 years, where everybody was just jackpying to UK for school, right? But at least that has reduced. So those are part of the gains that we're supposed to be seeing. But we are not seeing those gains because of the illicit funds.
Or maybe he shouldn't have floated the currency.
No. Floating the currency, not floating the currency was not even an option because we can't. If we had not floated the currency, I can tell you this economy would have collapsed.
No, what would have collapsed the economy was as a matter of fact, the economy wasn't even close to collapse. Do you know when they said?
You know why I said the
let me add something else. That one other thing that they did to us.
You know why I said the economy will have collapsed?
Why?
Because as at that time, even that reserve, don't forget that reserve that we thought we had at the point, we thought we had around 30 something, right? Not until JP Morgan came out and told us that if they do a net, right?
Yes.
We're having less than $10 billion.
Yes.
So, which means that we will have even kept doing the same thing with JP Morgan and will have probably be at negative reserve.
I don't think that is new, is it?
No. So if you are negative reserve, which means that at that point you are not even able to even make things to cover it. To get to a point that you won't even be able to cover your recurrent expenditure.
God. I don't know how you got this kind of way of reasoning about these things. It's not true.
Understand the economic implication of having a negative reserve. If you know,
no, you wouldn't know. But it's not a negative reserve. The only reason why it's a negative reserve is when you pay off all your debt in one go.
What is this? Is not debt now.
The money. What JP Morgan is saying is that, based on the ledger that the government is due, that the money that was due to be paid out, that the remaining is very little. That on the reserve, that the government is supposed to pay those money out. That's what Tinubu came in to do. That the other government didn't.
Oh, Remy, can you explain better? I'm tired.
Okay,
I cannot. Me, I'm going now.
There's nothing to explain. Personally, I don't see much.
So let's get some things right. Not floating would have been more disastrous. Not ending subsidy would have been another disaster. Now, you may argue about probably the timing. You may argue about, probably they should have waited. You may argue about the only thing for me, right? I don't even have a problem with the timing. I've told you the only thing I have a problem with is those illicit funds, which I felt at that point, and I think it's actually intentional for those guys to take Magu out. They intentionally took Magu out. Because if you look at everything that happened around Magu's, Magu's dismissal and everything, you definitely know that it was an intentional thing to take Magu out so that they will be able to do everything they did.
So Larry, so that is why I send a link to the private section. What here? There are 16 states. They took the EFCC to court. They won the Supreme Court.
Yes, I saw that.
From checking their account.
Kogi is the major. Kogi, don't be so. Even our Ogun and everybody joined us.
It's also there now. Ogun is there. Oyo is there. Delta is there. Some northern states is there. There are 16 in total.
Crazy
so what it's very funny, really.
Remy, don't let me deceive you. Even Tinubu appointing this guy, this EFCC guy, for me, that guy is not the kind of guy that can do that job.
You mean he's too religious? Or
No. It doesn't. Sometimes, there are some jobs that, not because you are a lawyer, probably if you are probably a former police officer or former this, you will have been effective. Not those kind of people. Look at what is happening in NDLEA now. Can you tell me that NDLEA is not working?
They are working.
The only agency that I can talk about today that is working is that NDLEA.
Yes, so they are really trying. Because of that Marwa.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, you think if it's somebody like Marwa, all these Yaya Bello and everything, they will not march inside and pick that guy out?
Yeah, I don't know what they are waiting for, sir. I don't understand.
But if it's all these, I'm a lawyer, because for me, and that is why
they would have picked a bill. But
yes,
this guy,
now that is why they were ensuring that most people that were taking that position were probably former police officer, former military, so that they will be able to have
in the so-called developed country. Sometimes they use orthodox method to attack, to arrest people. It's not every time you must obey the law like that.
So for me, because that guy would have helped Tinubu to take out those illicit funds. But for me, rather than him doing that, what was he doing? Is all you hear by EFCC is they've gone to Boku, OAU today. They went to UI tomorrow. They went to Osu next tomorrow to go and take some students with laptops and say, oh, all of them are Yahoo boys. That's the only thing the FCC has been doing.
As a lawyer, you want to do something constitutional, and
yes, and you can't do that thing.
Nigeria,
so imagine that kind of guy. Remember those Obasanjo period now, Tafa Balogun and the likes. Can that guy do that kind of thing?
No, he can't do it.
So if they say that guy should go and arrest IG, can he do it?
They're not serious.
So for me, that is, if you ask me, and I've said it, that is the only place that I think Tinubu got it wrong. I understand you don't want to open your party's yansh and everything, but go after some of all these guys, not these. Go after them heavily. The Malami.
I think some of them return the money silently. Okay?
No, I don't even like. You see that silently is 419. Remy.
So, they bargain with them. They return.
Remy, okay, now I took. You know how that thing is. I took 100 billion. I'm bringing 10 billion.
And these people, they are going to use that money to also go for political posts in future.
Of course, now.
And they also about 70% of the money will end up in foreign land.
Of course, now.
They'll go and buy mansion they did not live.
Of course, now. So
Nigerians, young people, they are so I don't know what to say. You buy houses all over the world. You do not stay there. You will be paying property rent.
Remy, is a normal thing that everybody they do everywhere. Is a way to clean the money. That's the issue of cleaning that money. It's a dirty money. So they need to look for one way to legitimize it and clean it. That's why probably they buy property or they buy gold. They look for a way to, the thing.
Isn't our approach should be looking to try to stop all these things then? So all these things that are damaging is why we are all overseas.
Most of your thought tonight about this thing can only happen in dictatorial society. Not in this kind of democratic sector.
No, it's on happen. That's why for me,
you don't steal money in America and just disappear like that, or the UK. You're always accountable.
What are you talking about? Not democratic. There's so many corruption there too now. What are we talking about?
So Remy, that's why for me,
have corruption, but the corruption remains within the system. You just said it. This will take the funds overseas.
So if you want to, for me, one of the appointments that I think Tinubu did that were wrong is that EFCC. Let me not deceive you.
It's supposed to have picked, even if it's a retired soldier.
Cardoso should have been fired.
No. Not even Cardoso. If Tinubu had picked one rugged, the thing is this. Sometimes you need a rugged officer to be able to do some of these rugged jobs.
Yeah, so.
If Tinubu had, look at what is happening in NSA. NSA is trying now. Ribadu is really trying.
Yes, he's just kicking them out one by one without making them.
What did Ribadu do that was so good?
Do you know the number of bandits that these guys have taken down in the last 3 weeks?
Oh, 3 weeks. Okay. But
do you know the number of bandits?
Larry,
they were basically using. They were basically using the Israel approach.
Yes,
take
apart
the
from
guys,
bandits,
take them out.
Just clean out any terrorists, bomb them out of wherever. Don't make noise about it. That's what they are doing now, even including in Niger Delta. Finish everybody you can finish. It's a go ahead to kill.
They are also losing a lot of people. I know somebody that lost his life in the north.
No, it
didn't even end up on the news.
There will be collateral damage. Sorry to say that, unfortunately. So, but
I mean the security officers. This guy was working with security officers.
That's a normal thing now. The other guys too, you wouldn't expect them to hold their hands when you are shooting them now.
Mm-hmm.
But
It's like gathered them together and finish them once and all.
Security situation has not improved that significantly, though. I still hear about cases where people are
getting a lot. Even light,
it has improved a lot.
Okay, let's check the latest one now.
No, it has improved. You know, the thing is, unlike what it was before, right? It got to a point that people couldn't even move from Abuja to Kaduna.
Yes.
That it was so dangerous. Even that train, you can't even take that train from Abuja to Kaduna, not to talk of road.
I have a person that goes to Abuja once every week by road from Lagos to Abuja. For the last 4 or 5 months, before he used to tell me that when they nearly after Kwara, it's like they will be praying that nobody attacked them.
Particularly, you see that Kogi side.
Yes. But now he told me that it's all smooth sailing. If you travel in Nigeria now, from the south to the north, there's so many checkpoints on the road. It's after about 10 kilometers or 5 kilometers, you say checkpoint.
Yeah. So
it has
for me,
improved significantly, but people
I'm just seeing 3 weeks ago kidnapping this thing in
that is isolated cases now.
It's not like there won't be those isolated cases. Let's not deceive ourselves. Those ones will still keep, some of those guys. But the key guys, they've taken out most of the key guys. It got to a point that almost
a long time ago too. See, I'm not so convinced. See, okay, we are going to talk about this. I'll give it a month or so or two. You'll still see that I still don't think they are ready. They are not doing what they need to do. At the moment, Tinubu said it before he got into office that he cannot fix it. The idea that you think this is going to change, it's a joke. It's going to carry on.
No, Tunaja, let me tell you something. In terms of, at least for this Tinubu's government, one thing I know he has been able to do with that security, now there is crisis among even those key guys. From Matawale to Ribadu to all of them. Because all of them don't have a choice than fixing that security issue in the north. And now, it's not about negotiation and anything. They are now going deep. Right? And that's why for me, for the economy to be able to work, if you ask me one appointment that I'm not even pleased with is EFCC. Because it's so critical. Right? Because the major problem Nigeria has is not the fact that, we are not really an exporting nation. We've been like that before. But until we're able to take corruption hands down, right?
Corruption there are different legs to what they do. There is one they would say is corruption, then the other one is sabotage. Or downright incompetence.
Sabotage or no sabotage, everything is still corruption.
It depends on what I guess some people would like to call that corruption too. But mismanagement is not corruption.
The bottom line is, how do people sabotage you? They sabotage you basically because they want to have something, have some advantage from it. Right? Look at the situation where you carry one bad guy, put for ICPC, carry another bad guy, put for EFCC. And let all of them be working. At that point, we won't even be disturbing ourselves about things that we can't even account for. Because the major problem why we're having this problem is there are a lot of things that we can't even account for. Take for instance, now we are talking about governors, they collect allocation immediately, they move it to bureau de change, buy the bureau de change. That's an abnormal thing. Which if we have a normal, financial crime units that can monitor everything. So it's you understand what I'm saying?
But why are we surprised? They remove subsidies, they floated currency, and go and give money to governors. They didn't normally. What the
there is nothing they can do now. Why are you saying they give money to government? Is it federal government giving them the money, or they are taking what they are supposed to take?
Hold on.
Larry, we should have asked what kind of government do you, if you are giving, it's like you're going to be a dictator.
Yes. If I need to be a dictator, what are you talking about? If I need to be a dictator,
because the way you talk is like you are just talking as if a president can just do anything without actually obeying your constitution.
Actually, there are so many things you can do without even being in detail, just by setting good examples in many cases. Like in the one I'm talking about now, if let's say you see something going wrong, you can't just say,
So if you not give governors money, what is due to them should not give them. Is that what
you
you are
give
saying?
them what is due to them. But remember, the unions were complaining that if you remove subsidies, you have to know exactly what you want to do with it. But now,
don't be yourself. Why can't you? Maybe try and move away from these subsidy issues. Try and move away from these subsidy issues.
Why? It's billions of dollars, and you are telling me to move away from it?
Nigeria works with a lot of Arise News. That's the problem.
See, this is real money, and this is our nation here.
Which money? Which money are you talking about? It's like everybody has been trying to educate you, but you feel to be educated.
You just think the status quo is okay. Do you know that
nobody is saying the status quo is okay, but you are so fixated as if without subsidy that country cannot survive.
No, I'm not saying without subsidy. You see, that's not what I said. I said the unions were arguing that if you
which union? Which union?
Can you just let me finish talking? They said if you want to take the subsidies out, you need to know what you want to do with it. Like if they take that subsidy out, they used to build like or let's say they just want about 10% of it or 20% of it. You use it to build an ultra world-class hospital in Abuja with that all our leaders will be going to, so that they don't have to travel overseas for treatment again. You take some of the money, you take it to recruit some people to come and help secure the country so that people can be able to go to farm even further. You take some of the money, you invest it in healthcare or whatever else. But this one, you just took it and just spread it within the governors and let them share it. Where did he get us?
Okay, you have finished. We talk. So the question I asked you earlier, which union are you talking about?
I think the this in the NLC and what do you call it?
And you think that those people that that are the leaders of those unions, you think they are being sincere?
No, I'm not saying they are being sincere. I'm saying
the same money that we have told you earlier this morning. There is not as if there is a money there that is actually assigned for subsidy. As if, okay, if you don't spend this money, this money will just be lying fallow there.
Just stop. Do you know they borrowed that? They've also used that money to borrow now. I don't know.
Okay, no. Let me ask you a question. Let me. Don't let us extrapolate. Let's assume you are the person. Let's assume that you are the one. Is your business. You are borrowing money to give some certain incentives to your worker. It's not as if you have the money. No, you are borrowing the money to do that thing. Then you now say, okay, you are not giving them that money again because you are not ready to borrow. And you are not saying, okay, if that same money is supposed to assign it to some other thing, that money that you don't have in your hand.
Yes. You can choose to, instead of you're not giving it to your workers.
So you want, so you say, okay,
to do the canteen for them. You can use it.
Okay, so you borrow money. You now borrow that same money that you say you cannot afford again to go and be building canteen. It's not your money, no.
See, hold on. They are borrowing the money now already anyway. So what are you talking
Which
about?
Which money are they borrowing?
Okay, Simba. Breaking news. NLC, NNPC owes $6.8 billion because they are paying subsidies. They were paying the subsidies that they just removed. That's the mumu trouser I'm talking about. You remove subsidy, you create a problem to bring it back. How can you support something like that?
I think we should not be arguing about this thing. My own perception about it is different from your own perception. So I'm not ready to agree with each other. I think it's not something that is supposed to be debating.
No problem. I think I'll plug everything to pieces anyway. So let's call it a day. And I think I've enjoyed the conversation. I've learned a few things about Yoruba history. Those are the only few things I've learned today about Yoruba history and some other issues about this healthcare stuff to the training. You send one doctor overseas and you train another one in Nigeria. Personally, I don't see
that one. No. I don't think I cannot even find. I can't. It's not. It's like something that you don't understand. How can you be sending doctor and be sending another one?
That's the name of the game. Why did I say our mumu wear trouser? Something we've been making decisions.
The only thing, let me tell you, the only thing that can make people to stay in your country
I've read it
is
now. I read it.
No, read it and understand, and probably look at conversations around it. That will
They
help
say
you.
one-on-one match.
So if you want to understand it, so after you read it, so there is another, go and look for, there is another interview, Sheon Kimbaloye and the minister, where he kind of like explicitly explained it. Probably that will help you.
even Larry, that is whatever the minister is saying about that, it can never work, is just total rubbish. What they are doing now, is only even for nurses. They have increased the quotas of all the institutions in Nigeria training health workers, both nurses and doctors. They increase it they multiply it by 2. But the problem is that did they increase the facilities?
Oh no, they probably will increase it to an extent, but
They did not. They did not. I'm telling you, they did not. They just increased their intake.
So that
You
they can have more
understand?
to send overseas.
They can turn out more. They just multiply. If you are having, let's say, you are accredited to train 150 doctors per year, they now say, okay, you have the capacity to. They just force the Nigerian University Commission to approve all those things.
I don't like it, but I will have hope that someday if somebody comes into office, because to reverse the damage these people are doing, it's just somebody that has a strategy comes in and say, you know what, all those people that are going overseas, I'm going to bring them back. You have to have a strategy to bring
in fact, what is going to happen is that, okay, we're an international platform. Don't let me be saying something that can actually work.
Don't say that. Don't say.
Why are you? Why are you scared?
No, you
What are they
shouldn't
going to do?
I'm included now.
Do you know the kind of things they say online? They are not going to do anything to you. What are you worried about? I don't think you are about to say anything that controversial.
It can affect me also. I'm a health worker also.
He's in that sector, so Simba, don't say it at all.
I don't know. Except you are gonna, maybe you're about to say something that is going to affect you. But there's no need to be that scared because people say all kinds of stuff on the internet, man. My goodness.
There are some people that say careless things, they don't care. But me, I care. I care about people. It might not really affect me much because at least the people coming behind. So it's I won't spoil chances for them.
So yeah, but regarding the exchanges, personally, I don't see it as a fair trade. I just see it as us again doing this thing that we do best. You know, I had a topic here once when I said we don't value human life. There's something about us that just when we trade our people, we don't understand what we are doing, especially for Nigeria. Nigeria is a strategic nation. We like it or not. That's what we are. You can't be just doing this willy-nilly. But then again, you just need to get a good leader. If you get a good leader that takes their people seriously, they will focus more on bringing people back. You know, me, I'm overseas. I would like to come to Nigeria and feel safe and everything. You know, I want to do the same thing too. So if you have a good leader that comes in and values the people, brings them back, make sure that everything that they do it for the country. Why would anybody overseas? Nigeria is a very nice country to live in if you get everything you want there. You know, Nigeria is easy going and you can travel wherever you want to travel. You can travel to other African countries. You know, and many West African people, they actually respect Nigerians. At least in Africa, to an extent, we do have actual respect. Overseas, nobody cares too much about us, but in Africa, they respect us to an extent. South Africa might be a little bit throwing tantrums here and
my
there,
brother, you don't travel West Africa by land?
Yeah, I have actually. I have.
Okay.
I don't know.
When you submit your green passport for all these French code, they not carry you go one side, stamp the recipe for free and start exploiting Nigeria.
No, I didn't. When I went through Benin Republic, Togo, I didn't have too much of an issue. Maybe
those places there's not too much issue anyway if you travel that area. By the time you start crossing to Mali, Burkina Faso, Senegal,
no.
Cape Verde as in Nigeria, they will deport you straight without wasting time.
Wow.
My brother, who they respect us for? Now, we day the way they will treat you when you need something from the authority. Now, there you go, see, they again when they look us. So I tell you from experience, this will not be say go come. Senegal, if they want to deport Nigeria, you know where they put them? There is a forest between them and Mali. Now then they go they throw away the and food that place they chop Nigerians. Nobody they talk about this. You want cry to. This one is not talking 2,000 something year. And they tell you. So that not make we not they look and say that they respect our government don't finish or nobody they respect us. But for mouth, they feel say that they go do something with their country, then you will know the hatred they have for us.
I guess the ones I'm talking about, the types you meet on the streets and all that stuff. But I agree with you. The Nigerian government have basically abandoned its people. It's not what I was saying. We don't value life. I don't know whether it's just the Nigerian government. It's just you heard how long it took myself and Larry to just debate the issue and Simba. They seem to cover up for some of us as if it's normal. It's normal behavior for people to. I don't understand why we are like this. We just believe that this is the way to be. That somehow it's going to be all right. It will be all right too. If you expect it to just resolve itself, it won't. So it's a shame. I'm sorry you had to experience some of all those things. It's really not nice. Imagine Nigerians trying to travel overseas and they get deported. Then they put them send them to a bush, and the next thing is hyena. That's somebody's child. That's somebody's relative.
That is Africa to Africa. Just imagine.
Exactly.
Africa to Africa. It's a shame. Then now we'll be shouting Pan Africa. Let's come together. Pan Africa. See how you are even treating your own black brother, black sister. People in their own continent, same continent.
Imagine.
It's just
they will not do that to French colonial, French speaking people. Senegal will not do it.
No.
Yes, sir. Even Ghanaians, to some Ghana and Nigeria, they 50, but the way they will do Nigeria on, it will be like say we born on the corn. Just do them anyhow. And they tell many of our people, your day detention there. They know they try their case 4 or 5 years. Someone are innocent. Most of those one where just broke where before they come enter that problem. Nobody to help them. Leave them away there. And when they want to come deport them, they just put them for one train. That train they waka follow between Mali and Senegal those days before this coup people come enter. So maybe they block and I don't know whether because before this coup come happen, it 2 times a week. Then go look for inside. When they reach that border, police go say make their contact. The police will follow the other side. Train go come out. They go there. Now their life don't end there. Many people know say this thing they happen. Why they tell you so? But nobody taking action. Or even when you take action, there is nothing our people can do. Nigerians they suffer. We get locked in entire vast country, so we don't even know what God do for us. When you see where people they try their best to say, I want to push forward. You go pity our people, and they tell you the truth.
And our leaders, when they hear all this thing, they just behave as if they don't see it. They just leave their people to suffer. And that's why I was playing that video of the health minister. He was like, oh yeah, those people they need workers. Like your job is to train people to go and work for other people. How about making them to work for your country so that your country will actually have good healthcare, training people that are actually healthy? Do you know how easily Nigerians fall sick? Nigerians are falling sick left and right every day now.
Falling sick or dying.
Yeah,
dying for what? Do you Tunaja, do you know people die in that country for medical attention that doesn't even cost anybody to go walk up into Australian hospital and
definitely.
Get treated?
I went to Nigeria. I stayed there for about a month. I managed to take care of myself, but young men, they keep falling ill. I was like, why are you falling ill all the time? It's like every month, every 1 month and a half, they're ill with something.
To Nigeria, anytime I'm in Nigeria, I just pray to God, don't let me fall sick. Don't let me even think of sick at all. I don't even want to visit any hospital at all.
Not at all.
Not at all. I don't even want to visit. So I don't want to, no, nothing at all. That 1 month, I don't stay more than 1 month because they can only give me 1 month holiday from work. That 1 month, if I wake up in the morning, God, don't let me sick. Let me go back to Australia.
4 years ago when I went, 4 years ago when I went, the prescription the doctor gave me, I went to hospital for my body was hot and everything. I said, okay, let me go to hospital. They said, I went there. The guy gave me a prescription the list was so long, including drip and everything. I was like, I walked into this hospital by myself. How is it that suddenly I need drip? That since I went to the UK, I've never taken this list of this long kind of long list of medicine before.
See, tell you something. That time when they talk, that time they good. Now, the doctors way they good, way no book, they don't come up for the country. Student I complaint.
This is not a joke. That's even worse.
Now, student I complaint where they are here like doctor. The real doctors not be seen by the year Niger. These are 10-star general. All of them don't know. I'm just telling you. They are your call their day here, do like this, it go work like this. Okay, before you know PM, they don't come out.
You know, scary.
So
that's really scary.
We have, you see how wicked they have. We talk about just now. There is money to pay doctors in Nigeria, whether good or bad. They have the money, but they will just pump and pull for one project. The project don't even have accountability. Even the one they'll carry enter the healthcare, they don't plan their people. They can never ask how you take spend the money, put for a strategic position before they'll pump the money enter there. The rich doctors cannot see the money. Beside money, there was called security for life. You look at the future of your children, look at life to look right. All those things have been neglected. So, and this thing started during Babangida administration. It started with primary school teacher. They say they not go. I remember when they chased these people away, 80s. Say they not go school reach. Almost 60% of schools in Edo bended that time. In Yega even closed my university. Say you state not supposed on university. Since that time to today, now so that it start before you know I enter secondary school. Before you know a private school, now I call they take care for education. Now private university. Now you don't enter our sector. Imagine a old doctor. When you look left, you don't even know why go inside Nigeria they work. So now very big issue, my brother. And the truth. He go look left, look like, why am I working here? The friend go tell us, say, see what I the handle. If you want to come, make I tell you what you go do. Take this one, go there, feed this one. Before you know what person tell me, say, before you go see read doctors with no book, even the professors with the lecture for university. Some of them, now abroad there, they can't even they work. If they like, they come back and they see they collect their money. They're not even there available again. Everybody don't tire.
It's just out of control. I just hope we get a kind of mind change. We need a mind change in that country so that these our leadership, they really start thinking. They don't think normal. They really, the way that health minister was talking, it doesn't look normal.
You know how many nurses and doctors disturbing me? They want to come to this country.
Imagine.
They want to.
Everybody wants to leave.
If not area, if that area has been your area, you know what to do. They start coming. You can't stop them. They are close to you because except you know they that feed. Maybe you need to get information.
I did medical area. So
I will show them road. You know the waistline. Show them.
No, my brother. If I don't help them, then they collect from me now. Or if they're there here too, they go stop collecting from me. These are family members that I can't neglect. You understand? Close family member. So if there's any chance for me to tell them the way, information, why won't I? Why won't I, my brother?
No, it's not necessarily about going because it's like a kind of you know, they will go, but the plan is when they go, you have a plan to bring them back. And that aspect of being able to bring them back, because if you are able to have a plan to bring them back, it means that you would have done something in Nigeria to make the Nigerian environment conducive. And at the same time, when they return,
see the way the leader behave, Nigeria to Nigeria, you got the talk from this abroad sense. They are on to pass law. They'll come tell you, say, now before you travel, come and take this kind of document, making it difficult. Person go work and enter Ghana from that side, come out. They not even know that he say they're wise. He go enter neighboring country, reach there, they don't confirm his certificate for him. He's qualified. Before you know, from that side, prepare a paper, come out. So they don't want to face the real issue. Number one, things are getting deteriorated. Nothing seems to be working. A tree cannot make a forest. I don't know how one president will fix country. You put people for medicine that all they want to share money. You put people for Ministry of Work. Hey, we want to do project, we want to give you legacy. Costa Road. You pump money for that. At the end, when you say make they open account, all of them are shit. So you will just be fighting everybody. Look at NNPC. Look at what old Dangote is suffering with all his influence, the way we view that man. Huh? This is commodity what our people really need. They really need that heavily. Yet
people still hold on. We should know better than that.
I don't know better. I don't know what is going to change things, because the way we run, I risk see the when we come back, that people don't occupy our country. All these Niger people, all of they don't fool. You see the other day where they do demonstration, that they use French till they write something, carry Russia flag. None of them can even speak English. Those people, 80 or 60% of them. So we have a lot to be worried about as a people. You know,
I feel like you know, when the people's minds start changing, there are certain things that they need to start knowing. This is for some of the first time. If you had when I saw that video of Adiola when she was asking, you know, your president keep going overseas, are you not supposed to be doing something to keep him here? And all those, that's the kind of stuff we need to be doing. We are not asking all these pertinent questions that, because if they start staying in the country, they will have to make it better. Like now, 3 of our presidents are in London. 3 of them. Tinubu is there, Buhari is there, and Gowon is there.
What are they doing? They want go and have their office. They want to bring investor. Everything's settled there. So they have to go there to bring it. That's all.
They are going there to go and it's like it's almost
to go and attract investors. That's what they normally tell us, and that's all. Not be president. You know how many governors will not the office
now. They are some of all these people, they think they are Igbo. They think they are part of the Igbo family. That
the greatest challenge with the greatest challenge.
Don't have black skin. They are Igbo, but they have black skin.
Yeah, they think they are Igbo. That's why they just keep it. That's the only way you can explain some of their behavior. Because they every time they were like, those people they need doctors. Let's give them more. And then you'll be like, when you get money, you take it there. And when you take instruction on how you govern your country, you take it from them. It's like, why do you keep taking instruction from these people? And our people need to start seeing it. You know, we need to start talking to them in a language. You know, the other day on Dr. Damage's, we were speaking Pidgin English. We tried to practice. I've never spoken Pidgin English for years now. When I was in Nigeria, I couldn't speak Pidgin English. But that day, I tried. You need to see some people, man. So people, their Pidgin English is very, very strong. We need to be able to talk to our people. You know, you need to see some people now, wappy guys and all this kind of stuff. Their Pidgin English came back big time. And but it just reminds you that, my goodness, man, if we can be able to communicate some of the things we know here over in Nigeria to just get them to
Nigeria, the solution is simple. The diaspora should forget about Nigeria. They themselves should start meeting. If they are able to put themselves together to some certain degree, they can make difference. But for we just to concentrate and be telling these people, well, we don't even have a solid body. And mind you, as far as we are in abroad doing such a thing, we should be careful also of all these countries that hosted us, because whether Nigeria is succeeding or not, they are benefiting. They are benefiting. They are not the one losing at all. So that their interest, we should try to evaluate it and put it on our table, not to go against it. That should be number one.
How do you mean their interest?
You that want to start comforting for new things, you need to make a lot of studies. That's it. Their interest is they want the resources. Number one. So
you shouldn't care too much whether they want the resources, because in the end,
they will frustrate every effort. Do you know how many people in Africa that have make effort for we not to end up like this? Where are they?
Oh yeah, see, just because you fail once doesn't mean you stop, because you don't have a choice. That's the thing. You don't have a choice. You have to do it, because if you don't do it, your people are going to be doomed sooner or later. You and your people are going to be doomed.
Their own interest of getting the resources is not actually our problem. It's we that we are not able to present our own interest before them as well.
No,
so
that's what
we
I'm
rest
saying.
our own interest, but they are serious to make sure their own is successful. And if you want to concentrate on their own interest, because of their interest, that is why we are not moving forward, then you miss your track.
Oh, no.
I don't know that I understand.
Your focus should be on yourself and your people. That's your focus. You focus on yourself to build. And if, because you are focusing on yourself, it kind of hampers their own interest, so be it. You don't have a choice.
It doesn't hamper. I don't think it will hamper.
Oh, no, it does. In some cases, they lose power because you see, power is not something. Do you know? Because of this stuff, it reminded me of something, a question that I asked yesterday. If I can find that question and I'll read the answer to you, and then you'll be surprised. I was just thinking, okay, this is bad, man. Okay, look at the question. It said, do large nations historically that are militarily weak, technologically less advanced than potential rivals last long without being invaded and conquered? Then he says, historically, large nations that are militarily weak, technologically less advanced than their potential rivals, have generally struggled to maintain long-term independence without facing invasion, conquest, or significant external influence. While there are exceptions, several factors have historically contributed to the vulnerability of such nations: military weakness and internal threats, lack of defense capability. If a large nation lacks a strong military to defend its borders, it becomes a prime target for expansionist neighbors or aggressive empires. Size as a disadvantage. While size can provide resources and strategic depth, a large nation that is difficult to defend due to internal disorganization, poor infrastructure, or weak military leadership becomes even more vulnerable to foreign aggression. So on and on and on. When you read it, it's like that's why I told you, if we think we have a choice, it's a mistake. We don't. There's no choice there. You have to do something. Sooner or later, the consequences is going to come home to roost.
See, the thing is this, in every circumstance, there are those who lose and there are those who gain. When you look at Nigeria, what we fail to understand, for me, I'm from Edo. I don't know whether you are from Delta. I think these guys, they are also from West. The thing is this. We were hoping to have a leader that would change our life and everybody would be happy. And that was a mistake of the Benin's and Benin people as a whole. And if I wish we have seen this idea of we are the one to rule, we would have resisted it on time. And that idea of we are the one to rule is what is ruining Nigeria today. I'm just telling you the truth. People are not honest, and as a result of that, tribe treats so many issues. So take for example, until we understand that how those things work psychologically in the life of people, I don't think we can go forward. Like Tinubu, now let's say he's not doing well, and we are united to tell him, look, Oga, you are not doing well. Change so many things, and the pressure focus on that. There can be possibility to unite against him to tell him to do it right. But if we shift to say, Oga, step down for another man, then the end of that game.
Yeah.
He will not be struggling. And a lot of people who join you to start is not doing well. We say, no, this is our brother. We have been in this nonsense for many years. You can't just come and destroy this administration. I don't know whether you understand. So we must be strategic. We must strategize ourselves to know what we want. We should support the regime, but we should be ready to say the fact that this is not what we hope for. I think that will go a long way to benefit everyone.
I think that to an extent I sympathize with you, but if you are supporting the problem with Nigeria is that they support the regime not necessarily because they want stability, because the person is their tribe's person, and that is a bit concerning. However, in the north, like when NSAS happened, you can see that they too were not necessarily keen to ask, because NSAS became about getting Buhari out of office. That's when it became bloody. But I agree with you 100% that you have to make specific demands from your leaders. If you like that protest that happened now, that good governance, like what is that? Who cares about good governance? Ask for something specific. If they had said, hey, you know what, the security forces that you say you're going to recruit into security to help protect us, yeah, we not done it. So because Tinubu promised us in Chatham, the stuff is echoing back heavily. You want to mute your mic? So that is what I was saying, that if you ask for something specific, like, you know, we want the refineries to work, you see that almost everybody in the country will support you. Let's say these protesters who said, oh, federal government, all refineries on working, all refineries working, protest, you will see that everybody in the country will support you. Even all the TV channels, all the radio, all of them will like, yeah, we want our refineries to work. Why are we not getting working? What is going on? Tell us. We want to know why all the 4 refineries or 3 or 4 refineries not working as they're supposed to. Or you say, which other one? Electricity. Why would you go electricity? Why is electricity so expensive? Why haven't you installed something that can be able to provide us at least 20 gigawatts of electricity? Something that Iran, a country that is under sanction for almost 50 years, can produce 70 gigawatts of electricity. Nigeria is struggling to do 5. No. Why are we not protesting, demanding that kind of stuff? If you go one at a time, just security alone, if you solve security alone, that costs Nigeria about $50 billion every year on average. $50 billion. You know what you can do with $15 billion? You probably don't need to worry about subsidies. You probably don't need to worry about all this stuff. If they had just plugged that gap. Fine. Let's leave it, Jare. Let's carry on next time. I think today we've run out of time, and it's already morning anyway. Thank you all for coming in. Obviously, all the people that came in today, I really appreciate you all. Let me just call out a few names. Eyo Adeyu. Thank you for coming in, Dami Eyo. Boaz Biggie is there too. Let's see who else is there. Ben Aroko, I see you there. Arroyo Musa is there. Latorish, I see you there too. Thank you for coming in, Latorish. OA, thank you for coming in, OA. There's a movie called OA out there. That's a weird movie. OA. Yes, Daddy TV, I see you there. I think Chema was here earlier on. Thank you all for coming in, and let me just thank a few people, and that should be it for the day. Till next time, let me see if I can place. Where is the song that she normally plays it from? Let's see a song to clear the day out. Let's see. All right, let's go with this one. Till next time, bye.
Ọbụnụ gịnị ka m na-achọzụnụ ịmana Chukwu agọziwo m o nyere m iwu nyelu ya ume. What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, he give you me, give me you. Ọbụnụ ka ife nlachacha sọ, ọbụnụ ka ife mmechacha mee. My baby, you know, say you go love me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo.